because it's bigger than the actual screen.
Okay.
There you go.
That's on.
Yep, that's on.
All right.
Oops.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're gonna call the meeting to order at 6:30, it's a little bit before. And I would like to see if we can do the pledge allegiance. Pledge allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, is there anyone in the audience for public comment?
I am
You just gotta give your name and address.
Erin Merrill, 14 Summer Street, and I'm also a member of the Rec Committee. I was watching the May 18th meeting, and I would like to refute a point. When Denise stated that the Groveland Recreation runs soccer and baseball. Soccer and baseball is not run or has anything to do with Groveland Recreation. I've watched this meeting 4 times. I heard the same thing all 4 times. They are not part of Groveland Rec. Groveland Recreation only runs softball and basketball. Both GYS and GBL are both 501c3 state and federal compliant. I believe Denise and Joe owe a public apology to GBL and GYS for insinuating that we were not federal and state compliant. Also, it was stated that the town does a lot of other things at the properties besides cut the lawn 1 time a week. GBL and GYS maintain, fertilize, irrigate, pay for any maintenance that needs to be done. Thank you.
Does someone want to rebuttal it, or are we, anyone have anything to say? You all set?
No.
Ed, you have anything to say?
No.
Okay. Mike? Well, thank you for your comment, and, I know that both leagues do take a lot of care in those fields and what have you, and hopefully that will straighten out what people need to know. Thank you.
Actually, I would like to say something. I think part of the confusion, I've talked to some people about this, is where 501c3 falls, whether it falls under town jurisdiction or whether it's immune to some of the government oversight that's been talked about up here. So I think without knowing that up front, that, I guess maybe we should clarify where it falls legally, so then we could define it and not make assumptions. It's my assumption, though, that it does not fall under town government oversight, but I'm not an expert.
So who would we find out if it does fall under town government or not?
It does not. 501c3s are not.
Okay. Okay. So the comment being made, and I'm not gonna try and go into this too deeply, but the comment being made would be, are we trying to see who has jurisdiction over the fields? Is that what we're trying to say? And who doesn't have jurisdiction over the fields?
No, I was listening to the meeting, and, Groveland Soccer, I can't speak for Groveland Baseball. Groveland Soccer does 1099s, is required by law. We are federal and state, we file when we, everything we need. But it has nothing really to do things have to change. However, I was very insulted, and people in town came up to me and said, "Oh, it's great to know that you guys launder money." Really? Well, yeah, that's what we heard. We heard that you guys take the money from us and that you fundraise and do whatever you want with it. You don't follow state and federal laws. Well, as a 501c3, we have to. We can't just, go on a Caribbean cruise. We have to follow the appropriate paperwork. If someone does work for us that's over, we get a 1099. And I was very insulted that it was implied that we do not follow state and federal regulations. If the requirements change, that's one thing, but that was the requirement when this started, that we were 501c3. We did it, we are, and that was very insulting.
Okay. Again, back to what I said a long time ago, is if we had the different boards, different committees come in before us, we could all talk about it, and it would all be smoothed out. And one of my plans is to have the baseball come and the soccer to come before this board, so
I
we can
did
sit
hear that
down
the
and
last
talk with you.
meeting.
And, you know, I'm starting myself to work committees through, and we have a couple coming in tonight, and I will be having you guys come, and hopefully we can clarify it on the air, and you guys can let the town people know what you're doing, what you're all about, and all that good stuff.
And thank you for clarifying it.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the audience that wants to speak on the public, speaking time? Okay, so I guess we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on to see if, Joe, do you wanna approve the warrants?
All right, let's get those done. Payroll warrant, number 15-49, for a total of $838,751.14. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. Deduct warrant, number 15-47A, for a total of $23,957.13. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous. And last one is bill warrant number 15-49 for a total of $126,951.69. Do I have a second?
Second.
And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Very good. No discussion. All unanimous. Thank you.
Okay, moving on, to the discussion and possibility vote. We have Chris Legary, asked to come in on behalf of the Cable Advisory Commission. I know you were here last week, Chris.
I was not here last week.
Oh, you had a letter.
Yeah.
Right. So, one of my reasons of having you come here is because I know even since the last time we met, 22 was out for a while, then 9 was out. It's back and forth. One day one's on, one day one's out.
Yep.
And we paid a lot of money for the system, and I would like to get to the bottom and to see what's going on with this, what the problem with it is, and if we can get it smoothed out so where people
So-
can watch these meetings regularly.
Right, so this week, I was in 6 days a week this week, troubleshooting a bunch of problems we had. We had 2 pieces of equipment fail in the head end. The time-based correctors is the technical name for the thing that failed and took picture off 9. And channel 22 has been going out on occasion from overmodulation and on occasion from that time-based corrector. It failed again today, and I bypassed it to fix that today. We've been having issues in the head end, I think, because it's outdated. The wiring should be gutted and redone and replaced and labeled. We don't have any diagrams of what's existing in there, so I've gotten quotes to do that. I would like the cable committee board to move ahead with that, and I would like to get that done, because it's been something that we've put off for a while. When we did everything else, we did the meeting rooms, we didn't touch anything in there. We probably should have, but it wasn't causing us problems at the time, so.
What kind of money are you talking to do it?
From what I was looking at, it's about 10 grand, somewhere in that ballpark, to redo the wiring in there, take out the old pieces of equipment that we're no longer using, diagram everything, and get fresh wiring up in there.
If it's just wiring, could it be any components as well, or is it just wiring that's?
It's not just wiring. I mean, we had the 2 time-based correctors fail, so it could be more than just that. It's things in there starting to go. I think the video servers are fine, but some pieces along the way need to be updated.
So the 10 grand, will that give us all the components or just the wiring? But I'm saying, I don't wanna go see us put 10,000 into wiring, and then we're
Yeah.
gonna be back here a month later saying, well, now all these components are going. If we're gonna do it, let's just do it. You know, I mean, let's just look at it. fix
They're
the
gonna go
problem.
through everything piece by piece. If it's not working, it's gonna be replaced. If it is working, it'll stay working. They need to update the existing wiring that's in there, and like I said, these 2 time-based correctors failed this week. It took me a couple days to diagnose that was the actual problem and not something else, because a lot of times it's something else. So now, having done that, those 2 things need to be replaced or just bypassed.
How old is the equipment?
In that room, I really couldn't tell you. It's at least 10 years old. It might be older than that. I know the video server's 5 years old, but everything else in there could go back more than that. So I've been here for 5 years, so that's all I can say is at least 5, maybe more.
So will you get a written quote from
I have a
somebody?
written quote from a state contract vendor who's on the mass bid list. So I already have that in hand. We're just waiting on the cable committee to be able to get all the people on the board in the same room and vote on it.
And we're shooting for the 25th to meet.
Okay,
So
yeah,
there's a copy of the quote.
so.
And what's the source of the money, just for the public knows?
The cable access fund, I'm not sure if that's technically what it's called, but that's where it is. It's money that Comcast pays from the franchise fee into that account, and it can only be used for cable access related things. So it's not coming from the town, it's not coming from anywhere else. It's coming from cable advisory money that we need to spend in order to update our systems, maintain them, and do cable access stuff with.
That's a continuous source of income or
Yep.
revenue from Comcast. And
Correct.
that was also the source where we did our major infrastructure
Yeah.
build-out last year, almost 167,000.
Correct, yeah,
Very good.
both
Thank you.
meeting rooms.
Well done.
How much does Comcast pay annually?
You know, I have not ever seen that account, so I don't know exactly what the total is. I think it's roughly somewhere in the I shouldn't speculate because I've never,
Who has those books?
I'm sure the cable committee does, yeah.
The money comes into the town, so it's on the revenue reports.
Okay, is that the sole source of
I mean, I
revenue
know it's
for that
at
committee?
least, you know, a couple dozen $1,000. I don't know the exact figure quarterly.
I'm sorry, what was?
Is that the sole source of revenue for that committee?
Yes, so there's two sources that come in from Comcast. One is part of the annual contract. They pay a capital fee, which I think right now there's about 91,000 in that account. And then they pay a percentage of the franchise fee that's on every cable subscriber's bill, and that's at about 120,000.
Are you allowed to advertise on that? I mean,
No, not really.
can't generate other fees by advertising local businesses, for instance?
No,
I mean, is
the
it-
contract is pretty specific that that's not really something we do, the way that we're set up, so.
Is it not permitted, or it's possible?
Not under the current license, so.
I don't know if other towns did it or not, you know?
Yes, so-
The other towns do, but they're set up as 5013Cs. We're
Yeah,
not
I
set
thought
up
some
that way.
other towns, you know, advertise, you know, I've seen some of them in, you know, local businesses.
Or like a scrolling ticker at the bottom or something?
Yeah, you know, a local pizza shop puts up their menu, you know, and they pay a fee once a month for how many, you know, viewings, showings or something. If you can raise revenue, you raise revenue, you know. Is it possible? Or do you don't need it? You don't need it.
You wanna say something, Ed?
You know, are you confident this is gonna take care of the problem?
Yes. Yeah.
So you'll get your board together, and they will, vote, hopefully, whatever they gotta do, and let us or Denise know what the scoop is, as far as the vote and all that.
Yep.
All right, I'd like to see it meet, I'd like to see it again sooner than later, because it's an important thing for the town to get their information out, what have you, so as soon as we can get it rolling, I'd like to see it go, that's just my opinion. I don't know what the board wants to do, but.
The funds that you have, what else would you spend those on?
Only equipment and personnel, you know, so.
But how, I mean, you haven't used the funds for new equipment in 10 years.
No,
we
we used
just
it last year.
replaced the
Like,
equipment
everything in
last
this
year.
room is,
It's all new.
came out of that fund,
167.
So a lot of that went to that, okay.
yeah.
How many rooms are wired for,
So we redid this room, and we redid a room in the fire station.
okay.
We're, there's also a possibility the board will consider buying equipment, its own board and its own microphones to be used at town meeting without reliance on the equipment from the school.
Yep, that has been
That might come
something
up.
that's been discussed that we're looking into, so.
So you
That's
guys-
another, you know, area where I think we could cut out the school from,
So this way we have quality control. At town meeting, we have crystal clear viewing, plenty of microphones, and the right angles for the camera, whatever we need, and audio was a problem.
yeah.
You know, audio was a major problem at the town meeting, unfortunately, so we feel that, I feel, we haven't had a discussion, I presented this to the community as an idea during Selectmen's time, a meeting ago or 2 meetings ago, that I believe we should look at the budget and make the necessary investment to have our own equipment for town meeting.
Yeah, we definitely have the budget. That's not a question, so.
Thank you.
All right. Everybody satisfied with this so far?
I will also just point out that the cable committee is also looking at putting in smart boards and projectors in the fire station meeting room and then in this room, depending on how it goes over there. So that is something else they're looking for that would tie into the cable system so that we can actually have PowerPoint presentations that would feed into the cable system.
One more question. What about VC Parker? Is that wired? Or what's the status of that?
To my knowledge, it's not. I don't think we have anything over there. I'm not sure if it's on the public drop list. So I'd have to look into that. Is that something that we should be doing? Or?
Well, if all committees are gonna be on on a local access, then all committees would have to meet here or at the fire station, if that's where the capabilities lie, right? So,
Yeah.
my understanding is some committees don't meet here, so that would have to change.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't control where they meet, but
No, I'm just
they
bringing
meet
that up
here,
to the board.
they can be
That's not
televised.
being upgraded. VC Park is not gonna tie in. There isn't money for that.
I mean, we haven't explored that at all, but, you know, I could look at it if you want me to. I'm not foreseeing another huge, expenditure on that.
No, I wanna keep the cost down. If we have two rooms already, then we should
Right.
use those.
In the past, I've seen the meetings, they bring up the portable cameras, they still video it.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I thought you were asking specifically
Well, no, I think what
about
he's
going
asking
live.
is, would it be hardwired to have meetings up there, but I'm just saying, in the past, what I've seen them bring up the portable cameras and they.
Yeah, we can bring a camera down there and
Yeah, okay.
that's,
Is that additional cost to set that up?
no, that's something that, Charlie has routinely done, so.
Okay, so thank you very much for coming in and bringing us up to date, I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
Look forward to hearing the, update.
Yeah. Great.
So the next thing is, Mr. Arcanian with the update on the Pines construction project. He doesn't look like he's in the audience yet, and I know we're a little bit early. So I guess we could probably move on to votes of the board. And we could probably start with the minutes of the, May 5th, 2015 meeting. Has everyone read it, and is everyone good with it? So can I get a motion
I've
to
read 'em.
accept?
Motion to accept.
A second?
Yeah.
Second. No. Hold on.
You can't vote, you weren't here.
He wasn't here.
He wasn't here at that meeting.
I'll second those then.
So there's enough other members that should
Okay,
vote.
Joe
He
will
should-
second it. All right.
A motion by Ed, was it?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, good. Second by me.
okay. So that's, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
And one
passes.
abstained.
One abstention.
abstention on Mike.
Mike abstained. Okay, the, building inspector's job description that we had given out last week to have everyone take a peek at. Do I have a motion, and has everyone had a chance to look at it? Hopefully you have, and do I have a motion to accept them as written?
Motion to accept.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And any opposed? Okay. That means that job will be posted and advertised.
So I will post it tomorrow. I will post it on the Mass Municipal site as well as the local paper.
Okay.
And I will give our current building inspector a copy of it.
Okay, so moving on, we have a position for a custodian facilities job description. Has everyone had a chance to read it? And if you have, can I get a motion to accept?
I got a question on it.
Okay,
I'd like to propose an amendment to it.
okay,
Under supervisor, listed finance director, I'd like to add a slash selectman.
okay. Do we have a, you made an
I'll make an
amendment?
an amendment to it, and I'll make a motion on it.
I think you gotta get someone to second it now.
I'll second that.
It's been you wanna talk
I
about it?
was just
We'll
gonna ask,
wait till he-
No, we can have a discussion.
clarify the reason behind it, other than additional oversight?
I think it's just an oversight.
It's oversight, okay. No, I was just curious if there was a
Okay.
specific
So-
reason why you wanted that, or it's just oversight.
Joe seconded.
A second, no, you can have a discussion
Now,
after
Mike,
the
this is
second.
discussing it, yeah.
No, that's it.
Okay, anyone else have any discussion on that?
I agree with Mr. Watts.
Okay, I'm in agreement as well. So we have a second, we had discussion, all in favor?
Aye?
Aye. And
Unanimous?
any opposed? Okay.
I think, we accepted it, the amendment, now don't we have to vote on the whole thing?
Want to vote on the whole thing? Okay, so we're gonna vote on it as amended. Do I have a motion? We have a motion on the floor by Ed, we have a second on the amended? Second. Seconded by Mike. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye?
Aye.
And that was on the custodian, right?
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay, so the Board of Selectmen meeting minutes, online posting prior year and current minutes. So do I have a motion to accept?
If I may, I just think you should discuss, it was something that Selectman McDonald asked me to put on the agenda to discuss older minutes. I do think it's something that the whole board should talk about
I
first.
brought it up. I think,
Okay.
in the interest of full disclosure, transparency in government, I think we need the minutes put online as soon as feasible. Just this past, right before the annual meeting, you know, my understanding was about, you know, 40, 50 minutes were accepted at the last minute, and, you know, I don't know where other people stand, but that's not timely information. There may be reasons for it, but, you know, people need to know what's going on. Not everybody can watch a, you know, a 4-hour Board of Selectmen meeting, or 4.5 or 5. So you know what? People need a little more efficient condensation of what goes on here, and the minutes for that purpose. It's a summary with key points. It shouldn't be too vague. It should be clear and concise, and I think those minutes need to be online in a timely manner, and certainly not a year or several months after the fact. So I think they ought to be online. Some of them are online, but I think it stopped in 2009, so I don't know what happened in 10, 11 through 15, but it's time to catch up and get them online. So I brought it up. I think it's important that the public be fully aware of what the Board of Selectmen do and say in our decision-making process.
Okay,
What's the lead time on the minutes being written up?
So currently, you have your meeting tonight, you'll have them at the next meeting for your draft, and then you vote on them the following meeting.
so it's basically 2 meetings.
So you get them the following meeting, and then you vote the meeting after that, so you can
it's a
read them
month
and read.
delay.
And a question on that. After they're approved, are they sent to the keeper of the records, the town clerk?
That's not how it has been, no.
So, to go back, are you making a motion? on
I'll
the
make a motion that they be online and also be accessible through the clerk's office.
In the timely manner, though, I mean, you know, it's almost a month before they can get put on after the meeting. We
Wow.
can't do it any sooner, I don't believe.
They can't be posted until you vote them and approve them.
Right, so we have to, it's
What-
gonna be
what-
about a month before.
What's the turnaround on preparation time on them typically? Because we outsource that, is that what's currently going on?
Correct, so as I just said, you'll get the minutes from tonight at your next meeting, then you have the 2 weeks to review them, and you vote on them the following meeting.
Okay, so within 48 hours after they voted on, they should be up.
Oh, yeah, I have no problem posting the current minutes,
Okay.
that can easily be done.
So that's your motion?
That's my motion. I'll make
Okay.
a motion to
So
post
Dan made a
them.
motion, Ed,
I'll second it.
but you had another part to that.
Oh, and, well, currently, it's not available from the town clerk's office, and my understanding, the town clerk is the keeper of the records, and all minutes of all boards should be in the hands of the keeper of the records.
So was that, I don't,
I'll-
A friendly amendment?
Yeah, I'll make that a friendly amendment.
okay, so it's a friendly amendment from Ed onto onto Dan's original. So we need a second.
I'll second it.
Any second on his own motion?
No, didn't Dan make the motion, and Ed seconded it?
Second.
So it's gotta be
He
seconded.
made the
by someone.
amendment. Can I second his
Oh,
amendment?
yes, you may.
Thank you.
I thought it was a friendly amendment, though, I didn't think you were actually voting on it.
All right, so we got a second. Any discussion?
Yeah, discussion. I just want to remind the board that this Board of Selectmen, along with probably the last 6, 7, or 8 Board of Selectmen, have been very compliant in fulfilling the legal obligation of making records public the way they're supposed to be made public. The law is very clear. The law simply states that they have to be available, exactly as Denise suggested, I call it releasing them after they've been approved. And the practice of the boards in the past, under the advice of town council, is to make them available upon request. So if we're going to put them online, we're not taking a giant leap towards compliance, we're just taking a giant leap towards convenience. I'm in favor of it, but I just want to make sure that we don't have that we're not implying that now this board has made a correction that past boards were not compliant.
That's not my inference, Joe. My inference is that they weren't timely in terms of customer service and timeliness. I don't know what if town council advised you to hold off on, the filing of 40 or 50 minutes and voting on them prior to town meeting, but I'm interested in hearing the reason for that.
Sure. Copeland and Page, my understanding has been that, in speaking to them, that with a lot of municipalities and, throughout the Commonwealth, and the proliferation of litigation, they have recommended to some municipalities specifically that they meet the law to the letter at its minimum, which is what we've done. Have we received such instructions? I don't think so, but I think that's been the tradition of the board. However, I do agree with you. We should move forward and become more transparent. I agree
If
with
there's
you.
a cautionary point of interest, then maybe the minutes should be reviewed by town council if that's what we're concerned about. But absent that, there's really no excuse other than to hold them back for, 11, 12 months and do it on the QT right before our town meeting. That's not how things should happen.
Well, I can speak on behalf of that. Before I became a selectman, they had been, I don't think they were up to date or what have you, and they had to bring them up to date. For whatever reason, it was before I was here. I can't speak on behalf of it, but
I can't change the past, but
Right.
I'm sitting here
You wanna
now.
make the
and-
future
and-
right.
And come town meeting next year, I don't want to be in that situation where we're voting on the whole last year's minutes right before town meeting. I do not want to be Board of Selectmen in that position.
I have to
Okay,
say
and I think what
something
we've
about
done is we've been proactive as this board, because Denise had hired this new person that's doing them on YouTube, and she's keeping up to date with them, so hopefully we are gonna be, like you're asking, we'll be on time.
So if I just make a point, so since November, every meeting minutes have been done, voted on, and submitted to the selectman's office. So since November, every set of minutes is up to date.
And for several of those months, I wrote the minutes as well, with the approval of the chair, our former chair. So we've been compliant. We've basically have had, issues in terms of getting them caught up, and we are caught up. So I think we are ready to have them online. I agree. I don't disagree at all. Just want to be cautious that we're not implying that there were past boards that were not compliant, or were being sneaky about it, or were specifically intending not to be
Joe, I'm
transparent.
not mixing words. They were slow, okay? I'm not telling you they weren't compliant. You talk about being a minimalist. I'm not a minimalist. I want the best service for the people of Groveland. We're not gonna drag heels.
All right, well, let's move
All
the
right,
question.
let's, so we got the,
Let's move the
we've
question.
had discussion, so Ed did a friendly amendment to it, or amendment. So are we all in favor with what Dan's motion and Ed's motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's
Any
unanimous.
opposed? Okay, it passes.
So I'm sorry, was that for the amendment?
The amended version.
That was for the
Amended
amendment,
version.
okay.
Okay, we can do probably one more here.
Is Bob here?
Well, I see Bob's here, it's a little bit, it's a few minutes early, but, I guess we can go with him early, can't we? So, Mr. Arcalian.
Yes.
We had you come in, to try and give us an update on the construction over at the Pines and how things are going and where we're gonna end up and all that good stuff.
Well, we started last fall, we put in the drainage system, most of it, until the frost set in. And we finished that in the spring, and now we're working on all the other underground utilities, electric, sewer, water, and cable. So the electric is 90% completed. And the sewer's complete, and the water is almost complete.
Okay.
It's about 7,000 feet of pipe and conduit, so it's quite a bit.
Do you know when, roughly, when the water and the electricity will be back on? I know a lot of people are asking about getting the boat ramp going and getting the floats in and,
We're gonna put the boat docks in Friday,
okay,
because electricity will be on.
okay.
So we're gonna put them in Friday with schedule with the light department, because we do it together.
Right. So then when the lights come on, the sprinklers will come back on and the fields will get watered
And
again?
the sprinklers might be another 3 or 4 days
Okay.
after that.
So we're right around the corner?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how far the project will take us? Like how far along we're gonna get to, Hot Top roadway, are we gonna,
We're gonna get hot top roadway,
okay,
we're gonna get boat ramp, hopefully,
that will go out to bid
July.
in July?
Isn't that right, July?
Yes, because we missed the time frame for the Army Corps of Engineers permit, we actually have to go back and get a new permit from the Army Corps. So we're working on that now. Once we get approval from them, we can go back out to bid.
But that wouldn't be something that's gonna be delayed for a long period of time, could it be?
I don't envision it to be, but we don't really know. We're sort of at their mercy right now.
So I know in the fall when they bid it, it got too late in the season, wasn't it, when the bid came out? And
Right.
it drove the price of the bid up.
Right.
So hopefully we can get it done this time of year, it will be,
Well,
Maybe.
part of our problem is we're limited based on the conservation restrictions that work can only be
Right.
done November
Certain
1st to
time.
March 31st. So in-water work can only be done in the winter. So our hope is to put it out to bid, get the concrete, get all the products ordered so that they can start working outside of the water in October, and then on November 1, be ready to do the in-water work and finish before the snow and the frost really sets in, is what
Okay.
our hope would be.
so during that time, so that people understand, during that time, they're gonna lose the boat ramp for a little while, because obviously it's gonna be,
No, the boat ramp will be, it'll be November, and usually they.
it's done and
they don't
over with
use
by
it
then,
after that.
okay, all right.
Because putting it out to bid early now,
Right, you'll be
they
ready
can
to
make the
roll.
planks, it's pre-concrete,
Right.
pre-stressed planking.
Yep.
So that could be all made,
Setting on site, ready to go,
sitting on site, right?
okay. So are we gonna end up with some fields? Are we gonna have fields or not gonna have fields?
Well, I have to get another water source. Right now, we have a soccer field, but it needs to be top dressed and reseeded, but it needs irrigation, so I'm gonna work on that now.
Okay,
But that'll be close to that. The other two softball fields, we're gonna have to take a look back at that to see, between backstops and fencing. We're
Right.
gonna have to do,
so the money might not take us to that point,
it's gonna depend on the boat ramp too.
what the prices come in at. Okay,
And the bathrooms, we're
And
still
the
looking to do
bathrooms.
bathrooms.
right.
Bathrooms the prices have been coming in high on the bathrooms.
Yeah, I know the soccer just bid, and I was saying to Denise earlier, and I think I said to Steve, and I think Steve has been working on it now, modular
He has a
bath.
design with them, actually.
I don't know if that's something we could look into. I know in Florida they do them.
I know, I got a price from Shea for the concrete bathrooms, all installed, 120,000.
But there's other modules besides Shea.
Yeah.
I know we like to go local, but there's a lot of businesses outside. And that was the original problem, that's what Greg LeBrecq and I were looking at, and the prices were huge.
Yeah, they were high.
So there's other things, we don't have to go with concrete, we can go with nice prefab with wood or.
Okay, well, all right, does anyone else have on the
No,
board?
just, so the 513 you got left should pretty much complete it, other than maybe the boat ramps.
I think the 513's gonna get the boat ramp, is what he's saying.
That's gonna get the boat ramps too.
Right, so the money left will do the paving, the boat ramp, hopefully the bathrooms, finish the utility work, and then we have to see where we stand with the money.
And I'd like to put in another well, so we could water the soccer field and the two softball fields that are left.
I have a question for you. Pines, what will the condition be in your estimate for Groveland Day?
Oh, Groveland Day's in September, it'll be paved.
It'll be paved. Will there be any part of the field that can't be used, or any part of the of the property that can't be used?
I don't think so.
Okay. I mean, your best estimate.
It would be better than last year,
Yeah. Erin,
a lot better.
maybe Erin has a question about this as well?
I just had a question, there were plans, there was a Pines Rec Committee. there were design plans for down there. I was just wondering what happened to them, if they're still being used, or,
Oh, yeah, we're going by the plans.
We're
The
just
only thing-
implementing now from the plans.
Yeah. The only thing I changed from the plans were the sewer line was coming out of the bathrooms, and there wasn't a sewer line to the future concession stand, which is where that little building is now. So I put a holding tank, a pump chamber there, so we'll feed the bathroom's gravity to there. I changed small things like that. so
But
we
you
can
made them,
have-
the changes you made them was for the future, to make things,
Right.
looking in the future to make it better or whatever.
Right, because if you have a concession stand, you should have sewer.
Right, you
know?
gotta have running
I mean,
water or whatever.
You can't have water and not sewers.
Okay.
We did that, few changes, and we added some streetlights.
Does anyone else have any questions? Bob, all set?
Mike's got a question.
Mike?
Mike Dempsey, Conservation Commission. Bob, can you update the board and also everybody else on that sedimentation pond we talked about out there?
Yeah, I haven't got a hold of the engineer yet to do that, Mike.
Yeah,
But I will, we're gonna design that into the plan, a small sedimentation pond with an overflow to an existing catch basin.
So it's for overflow of water off of the main road?
No, it's from bank and heading towards the center of town.
Yeah, it's coming down off the road right now, okay.
Off the bank, no.
Oh, on the big bank, you know?
The big bank,
Okay.
right?
yeah, right
That one
now,
you're talking about.
right now, the water flows indiscriminately off that hill at the far end, and it flows into the river all over the place, and it's eroding the bank of the river down there. So what Bob and the commission talked about is putting a large, semi-large sedimentation pond that will collect all the runoff and then have an overflow in one location that will be rip-wrapped into the river so that the silt will settle out in the pond and then the water will overflow into the river through the rip-wrap and stop the erosion.
Okay.
So Bob agreed to look into that for us, so
Yeah, we're gonna do that, we'll.
You'll be able to take care of that under the project?
Oh, yeah, it's not a big,
It's not a big deal.
not a big, we're just doing a lot of infrastructure underground, and people are seeing a lot of mess down there.
Right.
I'm putting in, future electric to the softball fields, to the soccer, in case they ever wanna put lights at the soccer field. Not that we're gonna do it tomorrow or next year, but we gotta have the underground,
Right.
because once we
Well, if
start.
you're doing it now, you can't rip up hot top,
Yeah,
bring new hot
we
top to do it later.
We don't wanna do
Right.
that, so
That
I'm
makes
doing a
sense.
lot of that work that you see.
Right.
It's a lot of conduit, a lot of pipe.
Okay. Well, I think I've asked all my questions. Anyone else have any more questions?
I might as well, we've got Bob here now,
Yeah.
the Pines. The dog park, there was some chatter over the winter about the dog park. That's still seasonal, right, in terms of,
It's seasonal.
we should run it for 2 seasons, 3 seasons, not the winter.
Well, once
I'm
you.
not asking you to do anything,
No,
I'm just
but
trying to
Once we get
understand.
it paved,
Yeah,
you might be able to do it
okay,
year-round.
all right,
The biggest complaint is the picking up of the dog litter.
right.
That's it wasn't getting done through the winter months, and it got bad, and people were complaining and what have you, and then trying to find someone to go down there and clean it and rake it and all that seemed like it was becoming a problem. So it was mentioned that maybe we'd close it down for the winter months, but if people aren't gonna clean up, people aren't gonna clean up.
It's been closed, really, for the winter months, but someone will plow their way down through.
Right.
Unless we close the park off completely in the winter. Have a gate
Yeah.
up here. You could do something like that, but I don't know. I thought you might wanna plow it where we're gonna pave it.
Well, it's a public park. Why wouldn't you use it? We're putting all this money into it.
Well, that's what I mean.
Right.
So you'd wanna use it.
Okay, I'm good. Are we all good with Bob? Can anyone in the audience speak?
Advocate for the dogs.
Does any, we should see if
It's up
anyone,
to you if you wanna
does
recognize.
anyone in the audience wanna speak on behalf of this Pines project at all? Is everyone good with it? What they've talked about so far?
Merrill, Groveland, 14 Summer Street. I think I'd like to see a plan because the original plan, I used to take care, you know, I worked with the original committee, and we'd always see it. The final version, and I haven't seen, and I've been part of the recreation community for a long time, and it's been like 3 years since I've seen the last plan. I have some concerns down there on the electrical side, like softball. We do events and stuff at Groveland Day. We'd like to have electrical connections so we can put bands on the softball fields and stuff like that at night. I don't know what we're getting down there, and wasn't gonna say much because I heard him say he's doing electrical connections and conduit lines to certain areas. But are we specifically doing them to the backstops? Are we doing them to the, you know, what are we doing them to? So I'd just like to have a plan, and maybe that committee, I wish that committee was still around, because you still have that transparency and having people talk about it.
So,
Right now, it's just
Well,
a couple people that know what's going on, and the rest of
Okay.
us
the
periodically.
existing electrical service that was down there was 4,000 volts. When they added the softball field lights, they maxed the whole place out.
Oh, yeah.
You couldn't put nothing else on it. So the new one now is 13,000. So we have three-phase capability down there now. So, you know, irrigation pumps, I could,
Right,
if I needed a three-phase
So-
pump, which is a lot better economically.
who's down the Pines? It's, soccer?
Softball's.
Soccer, I'm not talking, I'm just talking Groveland.
Yeah, softball and Babe Ruth and soccer periodically. It depends
Is
on
there
the
one person ahead of that whole, like one committee, or is it
season.
one
No, there's
different committee?
three
Is there a
different
person?
committees, But if I was gonna say one person, I'd say if Stewart's in the back there.
Okay,
I would say
so,
Dan's probably the most, that's down the
so
most.
my suggestion would be, if we could, instead of involving a lot of people and a lot of drama and what have you, maybe he could get a hold of Bob, Bob can show him the plan, they can sit down for 5 or 10 minutes or whatever,
There
and
you
that's
go.
all, you know what I mean? And maybe we can make sure there's a plan here at Town Hall, they can, I don't know, I didn't see a plan, it was before my time.
We have plans.
Okay, so maybe they could leave a plan here somewhere in Town Hall on a table, people can come in and look at it.
It would be really cool,
Okay.
if you have something for Groveland Day, we could put it up on a poster board. I have no problem printing it out for you, so people can see what the end result's gonna be. I think people would love to see that.
Right, okay, I agree with you. Someone in the back wants to.
Derek Binding, Berrywood Lane. I want to know why the Pines Recreation Redevelopment Committee was disbanded in the first place. Because spending a lot of time down there with Dan, doing a lot of work down there, and answering questions and not being able to answer questions. The reality is, no one knows what's going on down there. Stuff that was supposed to happen 2 years ago that we heard from town meeting members, not town meeting members, selectmen and so on and so forth, hasn't happened. We don't have answers. The Pines is a disaster, that's what I'm saying. It's been going on too long, and we don't have answers.
Okay. Well, I can tell you on behalf of me, that's why you're here, that's why we're having the meeting right now. I've heard the same thing. Bob's working hard, I mean, maybe it isn't going fast enough for you guys. I'm just trying to put the pieces together where I can get you guys with him, have the conversation, look at the plans, and that's all I'm trying to do. And hopefully we can move it forward, the people can hear they got to say about this and what's gonna happen down there, have your input, and that's what I'm for.
As a whole, there seems to be no sense of urgency to get this project done. That's what the people in the town are saying, and it's an embarrassment is what it is.
I think we're working very hard on it. We're working
just-
very hard.
I
You
think-
must not know what
Not
he's
that
talking
I'm not
about.
gonna defend anyone, I'm in the business, and we did have an unprecedented winter, it took longer, and you're gonna see a project that's going on, and you're not gonna see much done, because like he just said, he's doing the infrastructure underneath. Once it gets to a certain point, that project's you're gonna see the roads, you're gonna see it going together. But I will say, you guys should have input, you should be able to go down and see what's going on, and that's what I think we're missing. I think we're missing that piece. So if we can get that piece together, have one person meet with Bob, talk about the plan, then you guys can meet with that one person, maybe come in here one night or whatever, and he can bring you all up to date. And I think that's what we.
There needs to be a committee. Why was the committee?
The committee had finished with the planning of the site and voted to disband because it was done.
That was in 2012.
That's what the problem is, that since the committee was disbanded, there hasn't been a
So-
lot of information shared with the town, what's going on down there. So
Exactly.
that's what your
Right.
concern is. Obviously, you have a plan, there's a plan, there's diagram,
The
there's,
committee was disbanded, I think, 2013
So,
or
either 13 or 14. The reason
So
why.
the short and the long of it is, if everyone in this room is looking for a committee, find someone that will chair the committee. I think that someone just said in the back room, that someone that would be, would be in charge of it or whatever, and you guys, I'm kind of saying the same thing you are. Have him ahead of the committee, he meets with Bob, I don't wanna,
We already have a committee, Grove and Recreation.
Well-
And, where the people that are Grove and Recreation are down there, always working on the fields.
Yep.
So, no need to create a new committee, but
well, then, I'm just trying to put the pieces together here.
there are certain things that need to be done down there. Bob, I know, is working hard with his crew. One thing that, former Selectman Don Grandy and I talked about is we need water spigots on the two fields, especially when we have dry months like we just had. It's a dust bowl.
Right.
So that was part of, while the things were exposed underground, we need water.
This is where we need to have the input, we need the
Well, this
communication.
was part of the original plan when Greg LeBrec showed me.
Yep.
That both fields would have a spigot.
Right.
So if it gets dusty, they could be watered down before games and practices or whatever.
Before we get too far along and we have problems, like I said, one person, I don't think Bob needs to be answering to 10 different people and 10 different ideas. I'm just trying to say one person could be, the liaison between Bob, meet with Bob, go over the plan with him, see what he's doing. He might be doing what you guys want. I don't know, I haven't seen it myself. And then, if,
What they need is a snap valve down there to water the field, but we don't have that set up. We don't have a capability yet.
But if you're running water, can't we get it set up?
There used to be one there.
We're running
There's one at
water.
the baseball field, there's not one at this.
Yeah, we can't get it set up right now. They need a snap valve just so they snap the hose in and they have
Yep.
water.
Can we do that to existing boxes next to the field?
No, we have to.
so you would have to go to the irrigation company and have them add that in, or run a whole new line down for that alone.
Right now, I have to run into a meter system. That's why I ran a 4-inch town water line down, so we can use some of that if we have to.
But can you
That
break,
means a backflow valve.
Okay.
I'll have to put that into the shed, that's what we plan to do.
Just, why don't we do it some other, we were just talking about it, if you don't have real water running for the next few weeks and you don't wanna, because there's certain things that have to happen, like Bob said, because you can't just turn on a line, that would be dangerous. But you have a fire department that has a lot of water, and even though we're called, I mean, I think if you ask the chief, you might be able to find some volunteers that will go over and spray the water that we got in our tanks. It's not a bad thing to exercise certain pieces of equipment. I'm not saying the chief will say yes, but I'm just saying maybe to ask that question. That will get you through the few weeks.
what I'm trying to get at is, we can sit here all night and beat this up all night. We need to get one person to hear all, one person to deal with Bob, that's what we need to do. You guys take all and talk to this one person and he can talk with Bob, and that's might be one option you guys figure out, you know what I mean? I'm not saying, I'm trying to put the pieces together, you know what I'm saying? I'm
Let me
trying to
tell
make
you,
this
I'll make
all
this-
happen.
I'll do it, I'm on the rec committee, I'll.
There you go.
Go ahead, Joe, hold on, Joe.
The gentleman, I'm sorry, Barry Wood,
Yep,
what was your last name?
Derek, fine.
Derek, Binding.
Derek. When a committee is formed, they receive a charge or a temporary authority to do something. And when a committee disbands, it's probably because the charge that was given to them from a previous Board of Selectmen was very specific. So that committee was formed for planning purposes. They were not formed for implementation purpose. So that's the missing piece here. So now, if this board or if the chair would like to direct a single person, or maybe a formation of a new committee to work with Bob, I mean, that's what we may want to explore. If you want to have just one liaison
I
person
wanna
from the
have one
community,
liaison,
that's
because
fine.
I don't think Bob needs a bunch of people going to him. I think that
That's fine.
if the gentleman in the back, I don't know your name,
Dan Stewart.
Dan Stewart, if Dan's willing to work with Bob and meet with your people, get their questions, meet with him, you and him, discuss it, and then go from there, and then we'll put the plan in town hall here, let the people come in, look at the plan, and hopefully we can move it forward. I just think that we're missing that communication piece is what we're missing.
I can't work with him. He called me a moron last week,
Okay.
so,
Why don't we go back to the original Heinz Committee then?
why? To do what?
So
We're
that-
doing the
Maybe
job.
so the information gets out there.
You got another rec committee person, if you can't work with that one, put in another rec committee. There's 12, there's like 7 people on the rec committee.
I'm not working with him because he called me a moron and to my men and to me, so.
Okay. Is there anyone else in the room on the rec committee that wants to,
Just a-
I'll do it.
How about Aaron?
I'll do it.
She's polite.
Erin, you wanna meet with him?
I would love to.
But I mean, that's the abuse we get down there for trying hard, you know?
Let me ask you this. Is most of the time, or the lapse time, a result of just trucking the sand out of there? Is that 90% of it? Now you can move this along quickly? Is
Yeah.
that what you were waiting for?
Yeah,
So that all had to be done. It's done now.
all had to be done.
So now you're on a fast track to,
We're on a fast track.
the
We-
infrastructure in
We
and-
didn't start till fall because the sand, you know, we were ready to start in the
so it was waiting, now it's hurry up. Will it all be done by next spring? I mean, is that?
Oh, yeah. You know, when they have Groveland Days, it'll be paved. Pines Reunion, it'll be paved, you know. It'll be paved for those events.
Right now, it's just, it's what's going on, it's,
So it's gonna be done by September 12th, that's all.
There you go. What's wrong with that?
right, so we
That
have,
major
so,
portion is in.
so we have Erin is gonna be on the committee, or whatever, meeting the liaison. Mike Wood made the liaison last week between Little League and the sports. So I'd like to have Mike be involved in it as well, because I'm not gonna underroot what we just did last week, so
That's fine.
if you could work with the two of them and see what you could do to get this thing running smoothly.
Sure.
And someone just had their hand up a minute ago.
And I just want to say that, you know, the highway department isn't a very hard-working unit. And these guys, you know, it's not just this project, they got a lot of things going on. How many roads, how many miles of road did you pave? And
Well, I'm
what's going on
dealing-
at the cemetery?
I'm
And,
dealing with the Route 97
Right.
project too at the same time.
you know, and then when we had a discussion a few weeks ago about extra help, you know, that was a challenge. So I commend you and your men for what you're doing, and I don't think there's anybody here that would discount that as well. I think everyone realizes you guys are stretched. You're a little stretched.
And by doing it in-house, we save money, right? Prevailing wage laws, everything.
It saved money, but it kind of pushes things off on, like, we should be starting to pave some roads right now.
So in the interest of making sure that Bob is not taxed, I would like, I don't know if we have to make a motion, but I would like to make sure, in the interest of cooperation, that the only one getting in touch with Bob regarding this oversight, if you will, or getting information should be Erin or Mike, and no one else.
I don't have a problem with that.
So
I
you can
said-
filter it through me, that's
Right,
fine.
I like to add one thing is, we, as everyone here knows, we had an unprecedented winter with snow, but we've had a dry spring. You wouldn't be looking at the fields drying up and what have you. We haven't had any rain until the last couple of days, so we probably wouldn't have these fields burnt up the way they are, because if we had a wet spring and it rained, it wouldn't have got as bad as it did. We just went through a drought, I mean, and that's why it looks as bad as it does, and it looks like a disaster zone, they're saying, or whatever, but, I mean, I think they're doing what they can do, and, you know, we're trying to do it in-house, and we're trying to do the right thing, so hopefully, at the end of this meeting, if the board makes some, you know, someone wants to make a motion on our discussion of having Erin and Mike work with Bob, and, hopefully we can move it forward, and we can get going on this,
I'll make a motion.
okay?
What are they gonna, what's their duties? I don't understand what that is either.
What's gonna happen is,
Oh, they're,
the
representing.
people that have the problems are gonna go to Erin and Mike, or whatever, they're gonna talk to you, instead of
Well,
you
see-
having a bunch of people come
See,
in and.
this is what should be done, though, on a basis, this is what should be done, they should have like a director of, recreation.
Right,
That's what should be done.
we haven't had that conversation yet, we're trying to get there, we just haven't got there.
And that would be the same,
Right,
you know,
Right.
Pam or Aaron, someone
Right.
would be the,
so hopefully for now, to get this thing, to get everybody happy on this one, we can start with this piece, and then we'll move on from there, and we'll have the conversation of having either a director or whatever, we haven't had the conversation, so.
instead of committees, you know,
Right,
the
right.
committees.
Okay, so you made a motion? It was a seconded by anyone?
What is the motion? I need to
The
know what
motion is to have Erin and Mike work with Bob after they have met with the group of people and brought their findings to Bob, whatever their questions may be. Might be water or whatever their questions are. And this way, Bob's not gonna be inundated with people bugging him and asking him what's going on. We have two people.
So, who made the motion?
Ed did.
Ed made the motion.
Ed, would you consider a friendly amendment that all communications are flowed exclusively through Mike Wood? So that Mike Wood is the only one speaking directly to Bob and brings the cares and concerns of Erin and she represents a wide contingency of people, so that we have a consolidated flow of communication between just two people. So that Bob is not inundated with
I'll go along with that.
requests. Thank you for accepting that friendly amendment.
Okay, so we have a friendly amendment. Any more discussion?
Yeah, what's that do with, what's Erin, what's her role now?
Erin's gonna talk to the people and what have you, and Mike will be the person that talks
She'll
to.
relay it to Mike to Bob? All right, just following the flow chart here, it's all right, does it work for you?
All right, so we have, all in favor?
All right?
Any opposed? Okay, we're all set. So, moving down the list, 7:20, we're good to go. We have Mike Dempsey to discuss the VC Park and the revolving fund. Like a roller coaster.
What's working good?
Hi, good evening. Mike Dempsey for the Conservation Commission. So at your last meeting, you asked for the commission to have the VZ Park Management Group come and discuss VZ Park and answer some questions about the finances there. And so I thought that since the board has 3 new members, and maybe not everybody's up to speed with VZ Park, and plus we haven't done this in a while, that what I did was put together a quick few-minute presentation on what VZ Park is and what it does, and then we can answer any questions that you might have about the finances or anything else about the park. So this is the mission of VZ Park. VZ Park was purchased as a conservation property in 1996, so we're going on close to 20 years of it being a town-owned property. And so we're trying to be a conservation-oriented park and open to everybody in the state, including Groveland residents. So, as I say, it's a conservation property because it was purchased with, partially with funds limited by the state and also by the town. It's a 48-acre park that includes several historic buildings. So some of our goals, recent goals are to make the park more accessible and make the public aware of it. It's amazing that there's some people in town who have never been to the park, never been inside the building, so we're trying to help that. And we're also trying to make it a low-cost facility for groups to meet. And the way that we do that is by renting out the facility for private parties, so that we kind of walk a fine line between groups that come and they're community groups like the Scouts or something, and obviously they can't pay a lot of money. So in order to pay for the operating costs of the park, we rent out the parts of the facility for community use by private parties for weddings or parties. And as I mentioned before, the management group is a group put together by the Conservation Commission. It includes 3 or 4 volunteer conservation appointed agents. an event coordinator who manages all the rentals that we do for short-term or one-time use, and also a facilities and grounds manager who takes care of the park, the buildings, repairs, maintenance, ongoing work. Who uses VZ Park? Well, a lot of people use VZ Park. I think you heard at town meeting, you know, there were a couple people that stood up and, you know, asked by a show of hands who goes to the park, who uses the park. So a lot of residents visit the park, walk the park, use the fields and the roads. Obviously, in the wintertime, a lot of people are there sledding down the hill. But also, the buildings. We have several non-profit groups who use the building. They either have their offices or they run their programs out of it, like the VFW has an area, Merrimack Valley Philharmonic Orchestra, a group called One Tale at a Time who deals with adoption of abandoned dogs. There's the Pentucket Visions program from the schools uses it. We have another group, New England Ghost Project. So we have a lot of different groups that are there. And some groups just meet there, like the American Legion, yoga, wood carvers, Girl Scouts, they meet there. And then finally, some town committees meet there, like recreation, conservation, open space, and even the police department has done some of their training there. So getting now into the financials for the park, we have established back in 1996 the VZ Park Revolving Fund. So it's a official state designated revolving fund. So we have to go with the rules of the revolving fund. And some of those rules are that, you know, a cap has to be spent, has to be put in place every year at town meeting for how much can be spent from the revolving fund. And then all of our bills are paid out of that with town funds. And then all of the money that we get in for everything, rentals, donations, rents, they're all deposited into the revolving fund. So in any given year, you know, we may get X dollars, whatever it is. There's no limit on what we could put in there, but we can only take out of it, we can only spend out of that account whatever has been voted at town meeting. So this is our annual budget for the last few years, and you see that in FY 2016, we asked for an increase to $90,000. Primarily the reason why is we haven't even really been coming close on regular operating costs being over $80,000. But what happens is if we do any capital project, like last year, we were very hard pressed to be able, we had to do a number of capital projects, and we were hard pressed to keep it under the $80,000. So we're expecting to do some more this year, so that's why we asked for the increase. So where does our money come from? How do we support the park? So right now we have 3 regular residential rental units on the property that house 3 families. We have several not-for-profit groups who rent office space or areas of the park, such as the Merrimack Valley Orchestra, the VFW, the dog group, the school group. And then we also get donations from groups like yoga, woodcarvers, Girl Scouts. Those are small amounts, but they certainly help us to cover some of the costs. And then a large part of our money comes from the one-time events or weddings or parties or rentals that we have from private parties. And then the last area is we have a friends group called the Friends of VZ Park. They help us sponsor wine and art every year, flea market, winter festival. And through those events, either the park or the Friends collect some of the funds, depending on who's actually sponsoring the event, and then all that money, again, goes towards supporting the park. At the annual meeting, I did have, unfortunately, I didn't bring that report with me, and so I couldn't stand up and read anything from it, but I will give you this report tonight, and then probably you can ask some questions about it in a few minutes.
I did include it in their packet.
Oh, they have it?
So they should have it,
Okay.
if they all have their agenda with them. Does anyone need it?
I saw it.
So just for a rough outline, in FY14, this is a picture of our, just to give you a rough idea on our expenditures, and included in the expenditures on this particular graph are operating costs and capital projects. So this was this is the $80,000 that was spent. Only about 64,000 of that was operating costs. So you see that the capital, that blue one there is the capital expenditures, was about 20% of the total. But typically you see our utilities, you know, are large, they're about 20%, and the other big area is professional services. Both our facility manager and our rental coordinator are paid. And our income, you see again, this was 2014, and this is again the $80,000 that balanced out what we spent. Some of the money that we spent was from prior years, so that you'll see that's about 15% then. But the biggest part of our money is both from rentals on the one-time use in the red and the rents in the blue. Just a couple other points. This winter, we had a unfortunate series of incidents due to the weight of the snow on the roof and the ice dams, and we tried to manage it the best we could of shoveling the snow off the roof, but the part of the building that this occurred was the oldest part of the building. Is a second story where one of the apartments is, and so between the weight of the snow and the leaking of the water melting due to the ice dams, we had a lot of water damage to the building, to that part of the building, and actually roof and structural damage. So the estimate right now is close to about $100,000. But fortunately, insurance is going to pay all of that, which is amazing to me, except for our $2,500 deductible. So that's a good thing, because we're going to end up in a lot better shape once that's done. So I also put together just these 3 points of how can you help us, because I know that was brought up last time. So here's one area that's been an ongoing issue, and we kind of don't know where to go with this. The roadway up to the park and the parking lot need to be replaced. They get worse every year. No work has ever been done when the town has bought it in the last 20 years. I don't know when the road was originally put in place, but it's quite old. The estimated cost we've got is somewhere in that ballpark. So you see it's an expensive capital investment that we cannot pay for. So it's just something to think about. Another area is when we have weddings mostly, but also sometimes adult parties. Part of the typical thing is people want to have a liquor permit. Under the liquor permit rule that you've established, we have to always have the people get a detail, a police detail for any party, whether it's 20 people or 150 people or more. So what we'd like to do is have you consider maybe limiting that and eliminating the need for parties less than 150 people that are inside, because parties inside aren't accessible to anybody. We're not worried about kids wandering in or something and having access to alcohol. And then the final thing is related, again, to the liquor licenses. This was suggested, and it kind of never went anywhere, but typically now people are required to have a binder on their homeowner's insurance. Costs about $200 to $400. So what we'd like to do is instead have the town purchase one liquor liability insurance policy, and we'll find a way to pay for it ourselves on our operating costs. And then we can eliminate having to have people pay that extra binder. Those two things sometimes make it difficult because we try to be a fair cost facility on things like weddings or parties. People come and they say, well, I'd love to rent the facility, but you know, in order to have a wedding here, I've got to go get a detail cop and I've got to get an insurance, and that just makes it cost prohibitive. So just another thing to think about. So I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you've got right now.
So Mike, I'll start. I got a couple myself. In the past, they've tried having weddings. They've tried doing any kind of a bigger party or whatever. Have you guys ever looked at an outside management company or a wedding company or anything like that to come in and try to use the facility that way and promote more weddings or whatever? Have you ever looked into that?
I don't think we've ever done that, but we've thought of it. You know, I mean, the commission has actually talked about turning the whole thing over to some private company and let them do the events portion.
Right.
You know, I mean, we kind of go back and forth.
Right.
It's a possibility.
Well, the way that I look at it, and maybe I'm wrong, help me out, and I'm not trying to pick on you or the committee or anything. The way I look at business is, when you want to do something small, you look at it small. When you want to do something big, you look at it big. So the way I'm looking at it, if I really wanted to make that property a profitable property, I would try to bring in a management company or something, maybe just for the weddings, or maybe they do the weddings and they do the parties, or they do the retirement parties. I mean, now, they would have the burden of finding the people. You wouldn't have the burden of finding the people. Maybe you'd still have your lady or whatever did smaller things.
Yeah.
But I think it's just one thing to look out of the box to try and it's a beautiful property. I mean, and maybe they'd have a tent there all year. Maybe they'd have the wedding facility stuff. I don't know. It's just one idea that I was thinking that could work up there. You mentioned that you have an on-site manager as far as the events and what have you. And I know before, I used to be involved a little bit up there, and I know you had a lady that tried to sell the weddings and what have you. I don't think it didn't turn out the way you wanted, I believe. Am I correct when I say that you couldn't book enough weddings, or?
No, I mean, we 25% of our income comes from one-time use parties.
Mhm.
So, I don't think over the last 5 years we've had really any increase or decrease in the amount of single-use events there.
Right.
It's that, the only thing is that there's a lot more time where we could have events.
Right.
So we could, if of anything that we're gonna increase on our income, that's the easiest thing to increase.
Well, that would probably be the most profitable too, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it, to your committee, that would be where you're gonna bring the most money in, would be with the events, I would
Yeah.
think. I mean, that's where I was going with it. And then, you mentioned about the insurance, if we could drop the insurance for the parties or whatever, the liquor license, but again, I'm gonna go back to what I just said a minute ago. If it's small people that can't really afford the place and they have to not pay money for a liquor license or whatever it is you're talking about, we're trying to find the people that can. I'm trying to find the bigger people that can, $400 for a big corporate party possibly, or something like that. is where I'm trying to say. I'm trying to get away from the small, I'm trying to get into the bigger. That's where I'm trying to go with it.
You know, I mean, you kind of walk a fine line because the facility, you know, over the last 20 years, we put a lot of time, effort, money into improving the building. But you know, can we compete with the Black Swan in Georgetown?
No.
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 So we're kind of at a different level.
Yep.
But, you know, I agree with you, you know, that's certainly something to look at, if we could find an event company that would work with us.
Right.
Yeah.
If you look at the Black Swan in Georgetown, they're going for higher end. And you can go up to Chesterton, they're not looking for the Black Swan people. You know what I'm trying to say?
Right.
So you gotta find your niche of what people you want, and I think it can be done. And if you owned a tent up there, if you owned a wedding tent with its sides and tables and chairs, you're probably gonna be able to get more weddings in there if you own that equipment, right?
Right.
Okay, so that's where I'm getting at. I'm just saying, if we can look out of the box and try to go a bigger, broader avenue, is what I was saying.
These are great ideas. In order to do these things, you really need to fine tune the facility and the access to the park. The roadway is terrible. If you want to take a ride up there and see what we're talking about, you'll see it, okay? No storm drains. We filled all the holes this past week with T-base because that was all we could afford to put in. There were problems with the building, you know, from a standpoint of the front door going into what we call the Great Hall. It used to be the chapel where the nuns were there. The windows have decayed. We're going to put new ones in this year. So those kinds of things really make the place either look shabby or look better, you know. And someone coming in wanting to do a wedding, and if the place isn't looking really, you know, kind of top notch, we're not going to get those higher end people to come in.
Right. And Claire, I agree with what you're saying, but when you look at a project, if I own my own business, the first thing I'm gonna do is put my sign up. I put my sign up, now I have a business. And then from the sign, I grow my business. You know what I'm trying to say? So it might be that you guys should put the concentration on getting that roadway done or getting the infrastructure fixed, and then, you know, this has been going on for 20 years, what I'm saying. You know what I'm trying to say? And I'm just trying to put my professional business look at it, and I'm just me, there's other people that will talk in a minute. You have to build the project, you have to build the picture and then color it in. And that's what I'm saying, you gotta color that picture in, the roadway, whatever you need. And I think sometimes, and I'm not saying bad, I think sometimes what happens is, and I do it myself in my own business, is when you're in there every day and you're working every day, you never look outside the box. So once in a while, it's good to step outside the box and look and say, what can I do to modify this? What can I do to change? Change good. And that's one reason I asked you guys to come tonight, to try and help you with some different kind of change. And I won't say any more, I'll let some other people talk. Joe?
Claire, did you have anything else to add?
Not at this point. Thank you.
You identify yourself for the public.
Claire Walsh, 478 Main Street,
Thank you.
Management Committee.
I owned a catering company for 22 years. We specialized in weddings. I worked in every VFW, American Legion Hall, and museum and mansion within a 50-mile radius of Everett. I can tell you that, and I respect what you're saying, Bill, but I can tell you from hard experience, from direct experience, any time you had a facility that was turned over to a management company, whether it was a catering company or an events company, number one, no one would accept our facility because we don't have the infrastructure. Number two, if they did, they would impose unbelievable requirements that we couldn't afford. We would need a road right away, we would need a lot of things. Let's not go down the list. From my experience, that facility is perfect for what we call middle market off-premise catering. And what that is, it is a very attractive site for weddings, because you have the outdoors, you have the old building, you have some history, you got amazing places for pictures along Johnson's Pond. The only thing we need to work on, besides do as much infrastructure as we can over time, is to lower the cost. And the way to lower the cost is to address the liability issue with the liquor, and to, if possible, eliminate the detail, if it's possible, even though that's dangerous, even a party of 20 people, you've got to be careful with. Now, I would venture to guess, what's the average size function inside? 30 people? 40? I mean, can you average it out?
Depends on what it is.
I mean, if
Yeah,
it's,
but average 50.
yeah, 50 people, they're not gonna spend $200-300 for a detail. I understand that. That's why we're not competitive. If we become more competitive with the liquor and the liability, liquor liability and the detail, you're gonna do the volume to get the revenue where it needs to be without us having to spend lots and lots of money fast. I'm telling you from experience, I sense it, that place could be it is successful. It can be more successful. We're a little bit more competitive on the pricing. That's all it is.
If we were to turn around and say we're gonna not charge VC the liquor license and we did it to other people in town, would that be fair to the other groups?
No, we wanna get if we can afford, we have to look at the cost, but the idea is to get a blanket liability for liquor paid for by the town, so we're not hitting our clients at VC with a $400 charge. So it'll be
Has
cheaper.
anyone looked into the cost?
I don't know. Have you looked into the cost? Maybe.
Why wouldn't VC Park foot the bill for that? Why wouldn't you pay for that, or would you?
We would.
100%.
Yeah,
It'll
you
come
know,
out
I
of your
mean,
operating budget.
depending on what it was, if it was like a couple of $1,000s, that's, makes it worthwhile for us to pay for. If we could get more weddings and more larger events because of it and save people a couple $100, it makes sense.
So why hasn't that been done? You need permission?
We have to, you know, I'm sure that if you agree, you know, I can work with Denise. It was kind of a,
What's the difference between a blanket policy that has the same coverage and a per event? I mean, if it has the same coverage, it's just, you spread the cost out and build it into the
Yeah.
the fee structure.
right, it's just that if the insurance company would offer to the town a lower rate through Maya or something, you know, it might be cheaper.
It also helps accommodate the smaller party, because they're covered. So I show up with 30 people, I'm covered.
Right.
I show up with 150, I'm covered. That's where we're losing the revenue, is on sub 100, between the 50, and most parties are 50 to 100 people.
So if the town were to buy that, you would reimburse the town?
Simple solution, actually.
Because the VC Park's supposed to be self-sufficient.
Yeah, right,
Isn't that,
right.
wasn't that the
Well, that's
intent
what-
from
that's
the
what we-
onset?
That's what we try to do, yeah.
Before this policy was put in place, when the policy was put in place, did it start in hindering that you couldn't get the weddings and you couldn't get the parties? It started to hinder your sales once this was put in place?
It's just the cost has gone up, you know.
Right, so your sales dropped is what I'm
Yeah,
asking you?
weddings are always difficult to get, you know, we're always hitting up against weddings where they say,
But-
you know,
Someone having a wedding that had 250 or whatever, you know, $400, what our point we're talking about is try to get the smaller people, and I'm asking is, when this policy was put in place, did this hinder the smaller parties that you're talking about? I mean, do you think if you had this policy, your sales would go up? Is this policy stopping your sales from going up?
Yeah, I'd say so, yes.
Can you identify?
Vanessa Lopez, 201 Washington Street. I'm the event coordinator at VC. I'm new, I just came on a couple weeks ago, but I've been giving a couple tours lately and talking to people, and I definitely would think that the alcohol policies are prohibitive to people, especially bridal showers are a big deal, small birthday parties for adults. We had a graduation party that booked somewhere else because it just wasn't, they weren't able to cover the cost for that sort of thing, so.
So you definitely feel that this is a hindrance?
Sure.
Okay.
Donnie had a question.
Why would you want the town to take the liability of the insurance? Because now if somebody gets in trouble leaving the party, gets in an accident, now the town owns the insurance policy. Next, we'll be taking out the insurance on all the sports fields and everything else. Those groups all pay their own insurance. I mean, if you start taking on more liability to the town, you're taking on more liability to the town. So I don't think that's a good idea.
Well, the reason originally the policy was put in place, and I think, I don't know if it was done when I first became.
This, I believe, was in place long before the policy
Right.
was revised
Right.
last year.
Right.
But it sounds like they haven't shopped for a policy, so we don't even know what the differential is on the town buying it versus you just buying it yourself.
Right,
So
we
I
don't
think-
know.
I think you should start there and just get some quotes.
Right,
You
because
might be
we-
happy with the quotes.
Well, and plus we
And then
need to find out the issue
To
that
Dawn's
John's
point,
talking
if
about.
we can separate the liability and keep it away from the town, all the better.
Yeah.
That's the whole
Just
purpose.
keep it over there. You wanna isolate it, you wanna,
Right.
you know, asset protection and.
So you're asking for quotes?
No, they should
They should get
find
their own
out.
quotes.
They could probably go to an insurance company and say, hey, look, we plan to have events, would you do a blanket insurance
Right.
coverage?
Right.
You
For
know,
the
where it costs X amount per person to do this, where you take the liability to them instead of to the town.
That would probably be something that you guys could look into.
Any idea how many events you have now with a liquor license?
In the next couple months?
Or just in the last year. Yeah, I would say, you know, maybe 20 in the past year.
You have any, you wanna talk about, are you good?
On the subject of VC or the liquor license?
I think, on the subject of VC, I think the liquor license, we just said that they will go out and get
Yeah.
their own.
Yeah, I wanna know
look at-
some more
get
things
their
about
own-
VC Park if I could.
Yeah,
You have three, individual tenants, I guess, over there, or just residential tenants?
Yeah, 3 residences, yep.
You know, I was, you know, watched a meeting, on the, you were requesting, CPA funds for, windows, you said were falling out of buildings. Remember that? Which buildings were those?
That's in the Great Hall portion, which is, it doesn't have anything to do with the residences.
Okay, all right, well, shouldn't those be paid for by VC Park? Why, it seems that when you get into trouble financially, you hit the CPA account, is that?
No.
It seems like that.
No, I don't think so. I mean, in the last 10 years, we had.
Which
three-
you're on CPC as well, right?
No, I know, but in the last 10 years, we've had 3 CPA projects. And all 3 of them were projects that we couldn't do unless we had some capital source. So on the windows and doors, I would love it if we could have had the funds to pay for it ourselves. We did pay last year, as I mentioned, we had to rehabilitate one of the other rental units, almost cost $15,000 to rehabilitate. We did that without asking for any money. When it makes sense to ask for money, like it's a historic project that can be justified under CPA, then we can ask for the money. But again, like, I can't come and ask for $150,000, $200,000 to fix the roadway. I mean, what are we gonna say? That's a roadway to a historic building? It's stretching it,
No,
you
but
know?
the property was purchased 20-some-odd years ago.
Yes.
Why wouldn't you budget into the process at a matrix of a replacement cost? Why wouldn't you budget in the capital improvements? You got 2 kinds of maintenance. You got current maintenance and deferred maintenance. It's you pay now or you pay later.
Right.
That's part of the overall management process of budgeting for replacement windows, anything, heat
Sure.
system, a new roof. So it seems like you drain the account. Why isn't anything saved? I mean, that's a management function.
Well, we would love to do that, but that's part of what Bill is talking about, increasing the revenues, because right now the revenues don't generate, you know, they generate some money to do capital repairs. Like I said, we spent $15,000 in capital repairs last year, so it isn't like we aren't doing anything to the place. We're doing what we can. It's just that we don't have the income stream right now to enable us to address these larger capital requirements.
In terms of liability, I raised it last time, and I had asked you about the families that were living in there. Are those old buildings de-leaded, and do they have de-lead certificates? Is
Yes.
there any issue with those?
Yep, no, there's no lead in any of the residences that we've got.
Are those market rate rents? I mean, do you raise those periodically?
Yeah,
Or what's
yeah.
the situation with those? What
No,
are
they're
they?
all market rate rents, and, you know, we just, all three of them turned over in the last year and a half, so they're all pretty much at market.
So you can't go up on those?
We go up probably every 2 years.
What are they? Can you tell me the breakdown of those units? Is it
They're in the
standalone
range-
houses?
Yeah, they're in the range of 1150 to 1675.
For a freestanding house?
Well, the freestanding house is 1675.
Mike, what I was trying to get at, and I shouldn't say Mike and the board, what I was trying to get at is the town, if I remember correctly, that was supposed to be a freestanding piece of property where the town was not gonna put funds into it. So, and you just, you stated you need $150,000-$200,000 roadway to make the thing a marketable piece of property. I don't see the town can do that. And what I'm trying to do, is the reason I was having this meeting tonight was, number one, let the town people realize what's going on, let the town people get more involved in VC, understand the problems with VC. It's on TV, it's not problems, but we need to make it a viable piece of property. And I don't see that the town's gonna be able to do $150,000-$200,000 for the roadway, and now, is that gonna hinder you guys from making it a viable piece of property? You know what I'm trying to get at?
Yeah.
So what do? We need to come up with a plan out and over what we're doing now to make this thing work. And I understand what Joe's saying, you know, yeah, you're not gonna get away in there because the roads aren't good or what have you, but we gotta figure a plan here to make this work. It's been 20 years, I'm not saying it hasn't worked, but it's floating. It's just floating along. I wanna see it go to the next level. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I can't get it to go there, but that's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
And I clearly hear what you're saying, and if we can't put money into it, and we don't have a lot of money to put in it, it's only gonna get worse, the windows are gonna work, the door ain't gonna work, blah, 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 you know what I mean, it's gonna keep going down. And a little bit of money you put in, yes, you're gonna be able to keep it maintained and what have you, but we need to get somehow to get better revenue, and that's all I'm saying.
Have you scheduled time with the capital improvement committee to discuss the road?
Yes, I've met with them.
And have they scheduled the work?
No.
So that should be a goal for this
Yeah,
year.
yeah.
you know. Like
So
anything
can
else.
the capital improvement, can they give us money to do that?
Well, they don't, I wish they had their own money to give us, but they'll figure out through flows of money, how to accommodate that inevitable investment, just like the fire truck and everything else we need, and, you know.
So the town can give money, I'm wrong then.
Yeah, there's no,
I thought the town was never able to put money into it.
no, there's nothing that says the town can't spend money on VZ Park. It's just that, I'd rather that the town didn't have to spend money on it. That's why we're trying to make this thing
But
self-sustaining.
When it was purchased, wasn't it purchased under the agreement that, it wasn't, okay, I think
That
someone.
might have been said, but
Okay.
that doesn't mean, there's nothing in writing that
Okay.
says, there's no prohibition
It
against
was,
it.
David Keppel beyond the river, so it was said by Mike at that meeting and bought it. Self-sustaining.
Said by who?
No taxpayer
I don't
money
think
was
so,
spent.
because in 1996, I wasn't a member of anything, so it wasn't said by me.
Restrictions on the property there.
You wanna read them
It
out?
wasn't said by me.
We need to find out who the gentleman spoke.
Can you speak up again, they didn't get,
David Keppel Bianco, Berrywood Circle. I've heard over and over at town meetings that BC Park was purchased to be self-sustaining. That was. Sure, it's supposed to be self-sustaining. That was the whole reason it was bought, the way it was bought, the understanding the town had. You know, you can't change it now because all of a sudden there's other issues. You know, it needs to be kept up that way.
and I'm not trying to change it, I'm trying to come up with a plan to help them try to move the thing forward and have the discussion to hopefully come up with some kind of a plan to move it forward. Did you wanna say something?
They need a capital, a budget plan involved. I don't know whether or not they work in conjunction with another committee or that you do it yourself, but it seems like that's a missing link to, you know, you have an infrastructure over there, it's a catch-22. If you had better facilities, you make more sales. So, you know, which comes first? Well, I'm not a big, you know, you've had it for 20-something years. If management hasn't got that off the ground to a successful point, then I'm reluctant to, you know, have taxpayer money put into that. I think you gotta rethink how you manage it and make incremental steps towards your goal over time, measurable steps, and little by little improve. And again, it's paint by numbers where I come from. You can see the trend lines if you're making more sales. And again, if you need to be competitive, maybe we could look at the police detail requirement. But again, that's a public safety issue. If you get 150 people, drinking,
I think Claire wanted to say something.
probably a good thing, to have a cop there.
I just want to say a couple of things about the structure, the main structure that has all our rentals. When we bought the place in '96, it was in pretty bad shape structurally. We had to repair a lot of things over this last 15, 20 years. It's cost a lot of money. And, that's where our money goes. Everything we earn, we put back into the building, okay? And it is a historic building. It was declared a historic building by the commission, Historic Commission, I don't know, 5, 8 years ago. It was built in 1909. When the nuns were there, they didn't have a lot of money to work on it, so a lot of things got let go, or if they did some repairs, wasn't done the way it should have been done. So, we're
Are those
we're
houses
trying to
historic
catch
also?
up. The one at the bottom of the hill was built in the mid-1800s. So, it hasn't been, it's an old house here in town.
Are they more trouble than they're worth? Should,
The houses?
yeah.
No,
Do they make
not at
money?
all. Not at all. If we didn't have the income, from our tenants, we wouldn't be able to maintain the big building.
Claire, I'd like to ask the, I don't know her name, the
Vanessa.
Vanessa. I'd like to ask you a question, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
Sure.
What kind of background you have in the position you have there? What is your background?
I am just a person who loves VC and wants it to thrive. So I don't have a marketing background or event coordinator background. I have a bachelor's degree. I've worked in many different things. I'm good with people, and
Okay.
so I don't have a specific background, but
Okay.
I do have enough knowledge of technology and other different sorts of things that we could put to good use.
Right.
And,
Okay.
and you were talking about some of the tents and the catering and stuff like that, and those are things that we are talking about in improving sales by partnering up with other vendors that are in the area locally would be ideal. We'd love to do some more stuff online, a lot more social marketing. That sort of stuff is free. So we do have a lot of ideas on how to move forward, but I've taken the position just recently, so we're all kind of putting it all together and getting
And I appreciate
organized.
what you're saying, and I'm not trying to pick on you. As you get to know me, I say it the way it is. Claire knows me, Mike knows me, and I will say, the person that should be in that position, in my opinion, not the board, my opinion, would be someone that is in the business. And I'm sure you people can't pay for it, I'm sure you don't have the money, but if you had a person that had the background of facility, weddings and what have you, I think that would help. And that's why I was mentioning, maybe leave Vanessa doing what she's doing, and then maybe look into an outside company that
Sure.
could help as well.
Well,
That's all I'm saying.
I believe the person before me did have a lot more experience in business, and that was one of the pluses and negatives as well, because she brought a lot of good business sense, but she didn't bring a lot of community sense to what the property needed. And
Right.
since we are very community-minded, it was a competing sort of agenda.
Yep.
And so we're trying to make this family-friendly, community-friendly, and so it's difficult to balance that.
Maybe you could do that end of it. You could work on the family, community end of it, and then also look at going into a management company or a company that would be you could talk to about.
I think that would be ideal,
So
but
that's-
again, it's a cost sort of situation, so if
Right.
we could afford it, I'm sure everybody would love to go that route, but
But
if
maybe
you-
the company would say to you, they want the facility for something.
Well, if you've been to VC, one of the things that people really love about it is that it does have a very do-it-yourself sort of attitude when you get there. So people who are looking for something fancy aren't going to want to do VC, but the weddings that we have going on, they want a lot of involvement in their wedding. They want to be the decorators. They want to be the people who, whose families are cooking the meals, the catering, the barbecues,
Right.
so it is one of those facilities that gives them a lot of ownership
Right.
of their event. And so I think that's what sells the most at VC now. And if we were able to replace all the carpets and come up with a lot fancier stuff, then we could promote ourselves in a much different way. But until we have the revenue for that, this whole do-it-yourself family vibe is what people are going for in our facility.
Thank you.
So.
Mr. Capobianco brought up a very good point. The school is operating with an operating budget. They're able to pull their own weight. They get money from the state, they get money from the towns, they generate their own revenues. So they take care of the teachers and they buy their books and kind of run the operation. Our fire department is very efficient, very, not profitable, but they bring in a little bit of money and we support them, and they get along just fine. These folks are actually getting along just fine when we're talking about what's called an operating budget. But when we're talking about needing stuff, the school's gonna need a new school. They needed new fields. The fire department needed a new truck. You can't do that with operating money. That's a totally different thing, which Dan had brought about. You need a capital budget. And that's why I suggested you need to consider going to the capital improvement committee. So I don't know how this was sold. I don't remember, I wasn't there. But I don't think that it would be realistic for anyone to expect that VC would be so self-sufficient that they can also take care of not only their operating costs, but also all future infrastructure costs, new roofs and new windows and new roads and so forth. You're gonna need a $3 million operation to be able to do that. Really, you need $3 million in sales to put in a new road and.
Well, my counter to that is it should have been sold to the town that way.
Yeah,
And it's been,
no disagreement there. How it was sold, I'm not sure, but.
so, and the school doesn't have its own income source other than our revenue.
It does have revenue. It does generate its own revenue.
Well, on some fees maybe, but not, it's the taxes that pay for the school.
I think the VC Park should try to be self-sufficient. In terms of meeting, the capital improvement needs, there's something called saving. So, it's not done in government enough, but part of your operating budget should be set aside for some of these improvements. How you do it, is up to you. It's any business that succeeds or fails, it has to do with management. It's all at the top. The brain is at the top. And a business that fails, it's symptomatic of management that fails. So they're one and the same, and that's what I've seen in my experience in life. There's a formula for success, and there's a formula for failure. So you need to follow the formula, and that requires a lot of discipline on the part of management. So I think you have to take a step back, and if you have potholes going up there, you need to get together and say, well, we're gonna be self-sufficient and rely on ourselves to solve that problem and not the taxpayers of Groveland. If it's if it loses money, there really isn't enough money to go around in town. How many times can you hit the taxpayer and just keep paying for things that should have been kept up with over the years? Groveland seems to, they're reactionary. You wait 20 years until the windows fall out or the roof collapses, and you say, maybe we'll buy a new roof or windows. That's not planning, that's reaction.
If you are running a piece of property or running a business, one of the worst feelings in the world, and you know yourself, you're up there, and you don't have enough money, right? You don't have enough money, and things are falling in, and things aren't going well, it's the worst feeling in the world. So sometimes, you gotta, like I said before, I don't wanna sound like a broken record, step back and look outside the box. We can be here all night, we're not gonna find the solution tonight, I don't think. I was just trying to have the dialogue to talk about, we're here, I want you to understand the board's here to work with you, whatever we can do. To go back to the capital improvements, if we would go to capital improvements and we were to go in there and say, hey, we're looking for money for the roads, 200,000, whatever, you guys go out, get all these bids and what have you, now we're putting a burden on the tax people, because that money's gotta come at town, you know,
But-
town
but-
meeting or whatever. So now it's increasing on the town people. Would that be a sale? I don't know, maybe.
No, but Bill,
But-
maybe.
but let me just finish, let me
Maybe
just
they
finish.
could help them with the planning.
I know,
Not the
but let me
funding,
finish.
but the planning.
Let me just finish what I was saying. So if you guys came before the capital improvement and said, hey, guys, listen, we got 7 weddings sold, you know what I mean, this place is starting to work, you know, we can see the future, we got the company with us. Now it might be an easier sell, is what I'm saying. So if you come in saying we need roads just to get the place to be profitable or whatever, it's not gonna work. So I'm just saying, can we get a package together, start working on a package to, you know, to look at the bigger picture? And I understand, you guys have been there forever. Claire, you put a lot of time into it. I understand, I'm just here to help, that's all I'm doing. I think you wanted to talk.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that it's not just the revenues that we're worried about. I mean, a lot of people use the park as a park, and so that in itself should be valuable to this community. And I'm not quite sure where the disconnect is, because it is self-sustaining, but I do wonder whether the townspeople would see the value in it, in using its trails and using, you know, walking its grounds and canoeing in its pond, and for the selectmen to see how valuable that is as well.
It is very valuable, and that is, and that's what it was purchased for. And I think that end of it is working as well. And I'm not here to criticize that, I'm not at all. The kids go sledding, and, you know, and that's working, that end of it's working. And maybe I'm on the wrong, maybe I'm wrong by saying we're trying to make it into a valuable. Maybe we want to leave it where it is. I don't know, that's my conversation that I was trying to have.
Well, I think, you know, I think you have to remember, I agree with what you're saying and what Dan has said about having a business outlook upon it, but you have to realize it isn't a business, and it's a town-owned property. And, you know, I ran a business for 10 years, and I'll tell you exactly what the difference is between what we are and what any other privately owned facility is. We can't borrow money. You know, when you have a business and you have a capital requirement, you don't save money over 10 years to pay for a new roof. If you need a new roof, you go out and borrow the money ahead of time, pay for the roof, and then you pay it back over the next 10 years or whatever it takes. We can't do that. You know, we are in the position of either we have to wait somehow, and that's what's gone on with the road. You know, the place is running itself. The place is just about self-sufficient. What we are not self-sufficient in are capital improvements that need to be made. You know, and like Joe says, you know, sometimes it was never meant that, you know, the town would never invest in capital improvements for VZ Park. You know, just like saying that we're never going to buy another fire engine or something like that. It's kind of ridiculous to think that way, in my opinion, but, you know, anyway.
Okay, I think we've had enough, oh,
Well, you say you can't borrow money, there's no, Denise, do you have any input on that? Is there any mechanism that they could borrow money for the road improvements or some other infrastructure over there?
Well, they themselves couldn't, the town would have to borrow money.
And then we could structure an agreement where they make the debt service directly to that debt obligation. So maybe in conjunction with, you know, some scheme along that line, the town could borrow the money without additional tax burden on the taxpayers and the residents, and you would be committed to making those debt service payments.
Yep.
So
so
maybe.
that's one avenue that you could take
One
right there.
avenue.
So something to look at.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So that would solve that problem.
Yep.
That
You
would
guys
still,
But-
that would still fall into capital improvements, though, so.
But again, ultimately, and again, my kids caught their first fish down there at Johnson Pond, and I like the place. We've been out on the pond in the canoe. It's quasi. Here's the thing: if you want all the bells and whistles, you have to pay for them. So where I agree with you, it's community service. It is community service. It's not just straight business. We're out to make a buck, and somehow the taxpayers are going to profit from that. It's not to that end of the spectrum, but there has to be somewhere in between that. If you want those things in this town, those services, those benefits for the people of Groveland, someone needs to pay for them.
And ultimately, I think it ought to be, you know, the end user of those services should foot most of the bill, the people that are using the facility. You know, there's an argument whether or not the casual user of that property should pay more or less. But you use it and you generate revenue, and if you can make that break even, then there's no burden on the taxpayer. So I think there's a sweet spot there, and we need to work towards that. That's all I'm saying.
So why don't we leave here tonight, under the assumption Vanessa's gonna do her part, she's gonna make it community-driven, she'll work on her end of it. Hopefully you will be able to look into the other end of maybe something bigger and better. Your committee will go out of here looking at, like Joe talked about a minute ago, community, capital improvement, maybe put a package together to present. And you guys know when you come back to us, you have the debt, you can do the debt service. So you'll be able to afford that debt service on that note. So like the fire department has to make the debt service on that new ladder truck they're getting, they're gonna make it. When they're not coming to the general fund, they're not coming to town people, they're gonna make it out of their account. Maybe that will work. I think someone wanted to say something.
Hi, Melissa Colby, 20 Union Street. So have you ever, you need the tent, that outdoor tent, big, good outdoor tent, will save you. But have you ever thought of in the future, maybe a year or two out, a big open house, or charging vendors to come in, especially, you know, looking at the do-it-yourself type of vendors, the florists and stuff coming in, they'll pay money, and, you know, now you have a couple hundred, you know, brides to be on your property, and all you need is a few women to say, I really like where I can get my picture taken right there, and you're done. They don't care about the parking in the market.
Last Tuesday, Mike and I just had that conversation, so that's definitely something we'd love for.
I think that the tent idea, I mean, you know, starting out right there
Absolutely.
and spend a little money to make a little money.
Right.
Okay, thank you. I think Joe
I'm
wants to
sorry,
speak.
can you just repeat your name? I didn't get
Oh,
it.
sorry, it was Melissa Colby, 20 Union Street.
Thank you.
I just, respectfully, Bill, I just wanted to correct, the fire department operates with an operating budget within their budget that we basically give them because they generate virtually very little fees on their own. The fire department is not donating 1 penny to this town for the fire truck, not 1 penny. So we have to understand, we have some very capable people on the finance committee and also on the capital improvement committee. And I can guarantee you that this town will pay for that road. And this town will pay over the next 20 years for what that building needs. Now, if we can have some revenue participation, because you're gonna bring in more revenue and help pay for a piece of that, that would be a novelty in municipality. But there is no structure whatsoever, and there's no possibility that you're gonna generate enough income to pay for a road. It's not gonna happen.
Okay, I would like to just clarify what I said. The ladder truck is going to be paid out of the fire department budget.
No, it's
No?
not. No.
Don't they budget for that?
Nope.
They don't budget for it.
Operating budget is one thing, capital is town money. Now, realistically, the way we have it structured is we're gonna do it through debt service that will be accommodated from the revenues of the town. It's like local aid. We get a bunch of money from the state, and we're gonna peel off little pieces of it and help pay for the bond to buy a $900,000 truck.
All right, well, we don't have to beat this to death. I think, did you want to say something, Mike?
Yeah, an idea that you might wanna explore is maybe go over to Whittier, ask them for their trades groups to maybe practice rehabbing some, I mean, you'd
Yeah,
have to still.
we've done that.
You did?
Yeah.
And what was their response?
They've helped us.
Okay, so that's something that.
Yeah, we do that. They, 2 years ago, they did a lot of electrical work for us, so they're always helpful.
But what about the construction or the roofing or anything else?
They couldn't, you know, do it under our specific schedule.
They like to do new construction, we found. They don't like to tear things apart and put things back together.
But they are helpful when they can do it.
They are.
Okay, so the second part of this was, I don't know if if we already discussed it, the VC Park revolving fund, are we all set with that, or?
I got a couple
Okay.
questions on that. Mike, could you just explain this budget that you handed out to us? You had a projected income from tenants of 55,000, but you're only recording a little over 43. Could you explain how you missed the mark?
Well, part of the reason was twofold. The apartment was empty, the house was empty when we were doing, the people decided to move out. You know, renters can just decide that anytime they want. So they decided to move out, and we had to start rehabilitating the place. So the place was empty for about 4 months. That was one problem. And then the other problem was we had our facility manager was living in one of the apartments. During that time, we weren't gaining any rent. Instead, we were, you know, he was doing his work instead of paying the rent. So those projections are projections. That's what they are. But we can't always meet the rent projections, unfortunately.
Now, just looking at your expenses,
Yep.
I don't see anything listed here for insurance. Is that picked up by the town?
Yes.
But you're not reimbursing the town for the
No.
additional cost of that?
What is the cost of that?
I have no idea.
It's just included in our policy as one of our buildings.
Can we somehow break that out and give them a bill?
If that's what the board would like.
I'd like to see VC Park be self-sufficient, and I hate to be so blunt, and
No, but
I
it's
usually
not
come
gonna-
across as blunt, but,
I
so.
agree with you, Dan,
it-
but
it-
it's not
it-
gonna happen overnight.
I understand that, and I'm not saying, you know,
Yeah.
wake up tomorrow and you gotta, you know, wave your magic wand here and fight it. I mean, if it takes 20 years to get to where you are, overnight, you're not gonna cure the problem. But within the next year, there ought to be some movement, higher revenues. And if you can set a goal, I don't know what the benchmark's gonna be, but if you say, you start with the answer and work backwards. If your goal is to raise revenue $25,000 a year, over 10 years, that'll pay for your, you know, $200,000 payment job. I mean, that's how mine works. You start with the answer and work backwards. What do you need for revenue? Go make that sale, and then go pay the bills. It's not a Harvard MBA situation here. It's really, it's math. It's make a sale, pay the bills. Calculate what your cost structure is. How much do you make on a wedding? Does anybody know?
We rent the whole venue for $550.
$550. So, you know, how many more weddings do you need to, you know, pay for the insurance and make a payment on some asphalt, you know? That's how I see it. So, you know, sell more weddings, get more businesses in there during the weekdays, and fill up the blanks in the calendar.
Yep.
You know, I mean, I have a business, and I look at the blanks on the calendar a few weeks out. All right, I need to, you know, go flag them down on the highway and fill in the blanks. Make a sale. Whatever it takes, you just do it.
Yep.
So that's motivation. You get up and you go make a sale.
All right, so we've beat this enough. Thank you for coming in. I wasn't trying to pick on anyone. I was just
Thank
trying
you
to help
for giving us
however
the
we could.
opportunity.
Yeah, and I wanted the people in the town to get a good look and see what's going on, and hopefully they'll get a better picture after tonight.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so, 8:30, we're just a little bit early. Mark and Cave was supposed,
You have an 8 o'clock.
oh, 8 o'clock, I already crossed it out. Daniel Downing, resident, interested in having a hot dog cart in town. Is Daniel here? Okay, moving on to 8:30. No, Daniel. 8:30, Mark McCabe was gonna follow up on the campaign finance decision regarding the CPA. I spoke with Mark earlier today, and he's not interested in any longer coming in and discussing that. He asked that someone on the board would read the letter if they wanted to, that came from the campaign finance. Anyone wanna read it?
I'll read it. I mean, it was addressed to Denise, so I was gonna give Denise the opportunity to read it, but I'll read it if, I think it's important that it goes into the town record so people know what happened and why. That's all.
You gonna read it or want me to?
I'll read it.
Oh, you read it? Okay, good.
I was, unless Denise wanted to read it, addressed to Denise.
No, Bill had actually said one of the members would read
All
it.
right, I'll go on. It's addressed to Denise Demkowski, Finance Director, Town of Groveland, 183 Main Street, Groveland. The subject matter was Community Preservation Committee mailing. This is Dear Ms. Demkowski. This office has completed its review of the information it received regarding the town of Groveland, the town's distribution of the Groveland Community Preservation Committees, the committees, March 25th, 2015 newsletter. The newsletter was distributed to residents with their tax bills. Based on our review, we have concluded that the distribution of the newsletter did not comply with the campaign finance law. The two-page newsletter stated that voters at the April 27, 2015 town meeting would be asked to approve 7 projects that may be funded under the Community Preservation Act, CPA. The newsletter discussed the projects, how the CPA works, and also contained an article with the title, quote, "Should we reduce CPA from 3% to 1%?" End quote. The article concluded that Groveland needs the CPA, and we need it funded at the 3% levy. Without this affordable, valuable levy, our town infrastructure cannot be improved. Consider the negative impact a change would have on the future of our town. End quote. Then further says, in Anderson versus City of Boston, 376 Mass 178, 1978 case, appeal dismissed. They give a citation on the case, 439 U.S. 1069, 1979. The Supreme Judicial Court concluded that a municipality could not appropriate funds or use funds previously appropriated for other purposes to influence a ballot question submitted to the voters at a state election. The court indicated that the campaign finance law, Mass General Law, Chapter 55, demonstrates an intent, quote, "to assure fairness of elections and the appearance of fairness in the electoral process," and that the law should be interpreted as prohibiting the use of public funds, quote, "to advocate a position which certain taxpayers oppose," close quotes. Citation 376 Bass at page 193 to 195. Accordingly, this office has concluded that governmental entities may not expend public resources or contribute anything of value to support or oppose any ballot question. See OCPF Interpretation Bulletin 1B-9101. Public resources may not be used to distribute even informational, that's in quotes, material regarding a ballot question, i.e. information that avoids advocating a particular vote unless such distribution complies with a statute authorizing the distribution. See Mass General Law, Chapter 53, Section 18B, which establishes a mechanism for local government officials in a municipality which has accepted the provisions of the statute to distribute summaries of ballot questions and brief arguments provided by proponents and opponents. Generally, if distribution is not undertaken consistent with Section 18B, governmental resources may not be used to distribute voter information commenting on the substance of a ballot question. See IB-9101. The prohibition applies to information distributed relating to CPA-related ballot questions. See AO-0103. Or to communications that reference on expected ballot question, which will likely be on the town election ballot shortly after a town meeting. See IB 9002. Quote, public resources, end quote, include but are not limited to staff time, office space, stationery and office supplies, office equipment such as telephones, copiers, fax machines, and computers. See IB 9101. Even the occasional minor use of public resources for a political purpose is inconsistent with state law and should be avoided. Providing postage to deliver a newsletter involves the use of a public resource, even if the additional enclosure and the mailing that would be sent to deliver the tax bill do not involve additional cost. The public resources include the cost of the paper and the copying, and also the staff time to stuff envelopes. You stated in January 2015 the committee asked you to include the committee's annual newsletter in envelopes used to mail tax bills to residents. The newsletters were delivered to you on March 19th. On March 25, the town clerk notified you on a certified citizens petition to put a question on the ballot to reduce the CPA levy from 3% to 1%. On March 31, the tax bill was mailed along with the newsletter. On April 2nd, town council issued his opinion that the petition was valid and should go on the ballot. There's a footnote that the election took place on May 4. Voters rejected the question, keeping the 3% levy unchanged. The ballot question, however, anticipated the time of distribution of the newsletter. Therefore, its distribution was not consistent with the campaign finance law. Because we believe, however, that our explanation of the law will help ensure future compliance, we have determined that this matter can be closed at this time. In accordance with the opinion of the supervisor of public records, this letter is a public record, and a copy will be provided to persons who filed complaints with our office. If you have any questions regarding this letter or any other campaign finance matter, please do not hesitate to contact this office. Thank you for your cooperation. That was signed by, sincerely, Michael Sullivan, Director. So that's the upshot of the letter that was sent out with the tax bills and advocated against reducing the tax levy. So it wasn't in compliance with campaign finance law. So I thought it was important that the people should know what happened. And so
Okay.
there you have it.
All right, so you got your letter, you've read the letter. Does anyone have anything they want to put in? I have something I would like to say.
I just have a statement from Mark. So Mark McCabe emailed me today and asked that I state on his behalf that he was more upset of the lack of voter turnout that day than he was of the results. So he did ask that I relay that for him.
Okay. As a chairman of the board, my output on this is, it's done, it's over with. I think what we need to do is put something in place as a board that from now on, when a piece of paper like this needs to be moved on into a tax thing, it comes before the board and the finance director and all parties involved. Look at it, stamp it, and it moves on. We won't have this problem again. That's my opinion, and only my opinion. You guys want to discuss it any further?
I agree. I
Floor is
mean, it's a question of just, every department head needs to be responsible for what happens in their department, and ultimately what goes out with the tax bill should be reviewed and approved, and politics should stay out of the envelopes, the bottom line, you know. Ultimately, it affected a ballot question. I was in favor of reducing the tax. Some people may have voted, it missed the mark by 17, depending on which side of the fence. That's a good thing or a bad thing. But the town government shouldn't be in the business of advocating either way for, with taxpayer resources, so.
So us as a board, I feel that we should put something in place that if we check it, and that's all, and I'll leave it at that. Joe?
Well, nothing's gonna go in a tax bill anytime soon, at least not while we're on the board, and many of us will be involved with our town. So how do we actually structurally address this for 50 years from now, so it doesn't happen again and get people upset? Just a little bit of history. The Community Preservation Committee voted unanimously to have the newsletter placed in the tax bill, and we had a full membership, and it was unanimous.
It wasn't. Michelle O'Keefe didn't vote for that.
All right,
She
all right,
stated
we don't
that.
need to get in the nitty-gritty.
I
Just go
believe-
ahead.
Well,
did.
it's not a true statement.
Okay.
I believe she did.
She did not. I've spoken with her. She did not vote for that.
I'd like to see that, the vote.
Reese has the copy of the minutes.
So, but I'm not here to discuss any particular member. I'm talking about, what do we do as a board? Because Bill is bringing up an idea.
The letter was informational, not the content of it being political, so it's a
Right.
play on words, Joe.
Right.
So it's done and over with. We need to
I'll
move
let
on.
people know that Michelle and I work together, so I will stick up for Michelle in that
Okay.
regard,
But
straight
it's
up.
done and over with. What happened
Bill, let
then,
me
we need to
finish.
move forward, and we need to come up with a resolution
Well,
that
there's a
doesn't
problem.
happen.
Well, there's a problem with what you're saying. I'm gonna get to the point.
Okay.
And thank you both. So the Community Preservation Committee voted to have something put in the tax bill. Nobody saw what that something was. Now, Mr. McCabe complained to the Campaign Finance Committee. But let me also remind you that it was Denise that opened up the case. Denise also approved something going into the tax bill, but just like the Community Preservation Committee, she did not see it. So how do we prevent this from happening in the future? Well, what Bill is suggesting probably can't be done, because what he's suggesting is we form a policy, and we have a bunch of policies. So if we have a policy that says nothing goes in the tax bill unless the Board of Selectmen approve it, well, okay, if that's what we want to do. But my understanding is that statutorily, this decision rests with the finance director. Is that correct, in your estimation?
It actually rests with the tax collector by statute.
By statute with the tax collector. Okay, well, then I stand to be corrected. So we don't have jurisdiction over anything not going into the tax bill. We, the Board of Selectmen. And the finance director doesn't either. It rests with the tax collector. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, however, I am the tax collector here by position.
By position, all right. So there you go.
But yes, it's the tax collector position.
So Bill is bringing up a good point, but we really can't act on
Well,
it.
how about nothing ever goes in the bill, the tax bills, but the tax bill?
Well, I will say, though, your recycling calendar goes in the news, in the tax bills. I mean, if you start doing that, then you're gonna have to increase mailing costs for other departments that actually use it to distribute municipal information.
What's wrong with what Bill said, but not make it into a policy from now on? It's not gonna happen 5 times a year. It might happen in election time of the year, and if it goes in, we know what's going in, that, if it's the town clerk or the town, whatever it is, she needs to just say, hey, can you approve it? Can Denise, you approve it? And that's it. We're not making it into a policy. I'm just trying to put something in place that doesn't happen again, and we're not having this conversation. I don't wanna make a policy, but
Right.
maybe we have to.
Right, I mean, the Board of Selectmen is a supervisor of the, right, the finance director, and in terms of general
It's not like it's gonna
supervision, we could just say, whatever goes out in the mail, we want to see it.
When it comes to political, like, maybe around election time, I'm not saying every time something goes in the
Bottom-
tax bill.
Well, I think you need to clarify, though,
Well,
because if, during election time, we send out the recycling calendars as well, so,
So it would have to be something that would have to pertain to the election.
well, we won't be sending out anything pertaining to the election.
That's what we
It's
need to do
easy.
then.
The fix is in, folks. Nothing's gonna go in there until we're, for the next, long, long time. But then at some point in the future, the memory will fade.
And this happened before.
Okay, and then if
because
we
of
don't have a structure in
2011.
place and we don't have a policy in place, it could happen again. That's all I'm saying. I don't have
I mean,
an answer.
it's
But we
deja
can't
vu,
act-
though.
We
It-
can't act
it-
on what Bill is suggesting, that we form a policy. We
Well,
can't.
if I,
It
if
happened
I'm,
before on a warrant, which is different. It's distinctly different. It does, Chapter 55 doesn't apply to that, the open at the town meeting. So this is the second time something of this nature has happened. So maybe there should be a policy that whatever goes out in the tax bill, other than the tax bill, has to be approved by the Board of Selectmen. You shouldn't be able to just throw junk mailers in there.
Well, I
you
did,
know?
But then we're micromanaging it, you know what I mean? I
Is it
agree.
micromanagement? I see it macromanagement. If
Nothing
you
happened
need to be
not gonna
micromanaged, you
happen
get
at all. I agree.
micromanaged. I mean, that's the way it works.
But I
I
think
mean,
Denise is saying a lot of things go in the tax bill, other than the tax bill.
not a lot, but we do. The recycling calendar goes out annually with the tax bills. Since I've been here, it's only that. I would say, after talking to campaign finance, the CPA newsletter would have been fine if it didn't have that one article. We're perfectly within our rights to send out the newsletter on an annual basis if it didn't address the election. So that is something we could certainly use the tax bills for.
but again, I take issue with some advocacy positions, because you can take it to any logical extreme, and you can have certain, for instance, the conservation people at VC Park might be pushing a newsletter to say, hey, we need a new road. And I might not be in favor of that. So I don't know that political agendas ought to be put in the tax bill. Otherwise, let me put my newsletter in. I'll give you some color commentary on what I think ought to
Why
happen.
don't we, can we?
You need a fair playing field, and that's the gist
So
of
can we
the
say
law
no
is that you're
political-
gonna have the
no
equal opportunity
political,
on the info.
Information can go in the tax bill, no political? But how do you define no
define it?
political?
It's
How do you define it?
advocacy. See, where they got sticky on this, it was a ballot question. Absent the ballot question, it wasn't a violation of Chapter 55. But ultimately, it defeated that ballot question. And that's the travesty in democracy, is you got the government influencing the voters on whether or not to raise or lower taxes. I mean, that's like, putting the fox in charge of the, chicken coop. So you got a flaw in that. So I'm guarded, and you know what? If it's coming out of the treasurer's department,
why should any one group here in town hall be piggybacking off that? Let VC Park spend their own budgetary money on their own mailing. I got something from Council on Aging, it came separately the, last week. It didn't go out with the tax bill. Why doesn't Council on Aging just throw it in with the tax bill? You're gonna have a mailer like this, it's gonna be a phone book if you open the floodgates on letting people just put anything in the tax bill. I'd say, hey, every
how do you
department, the
determine-
fire department, you need a new fire engine, stuff it in the
How
tax
do
bill.
you determine what you're gonna,
Drive around with a hot fire hydrant.
what, how are you gonna determine what can go in the letter, what can't go in it? How are we gonna determine what can go in the tax bill, what can't?
Just tax bills.
And I think what Denise is saying, that the mailing's gonna go up. This is, am I correct?
Recycling caliber.
And that comes up to what, 1 ounce? I mean, what's the economy scale there, the efficiency?
Well, it's still,
On
it's,
the website anyways?
I'm sorry?
Is that on the website
It
anyways?
is, but they still have to.
Why don't we
recycle.
limit it at that, one thing and one exception only, you know? I
Well, and you
before
get that
A,
one
except
exception
after
could
C,
be
we
back
get the
where we are right now,
recycling
we're
there.
having this conversation again in a year, you know what I mean? It's either gotta be no political, I don't know how do you get to that point?
What you can't have is, again, you get a committee, walks into town hall with a box and says, here, put these in the mail. You can't have that.
All right, so what we can do is we can do a performance requirement. This is not a reflection of Denise. I'm talking about the finance director's position. Again, let's think, what's gonna happen the next 50 years from now, when we're all retired?
I'll be dead, I mean, I
Okay,
just, you know, let's just, I'm in office for less than 2 years, the clock's ticking, why don't we just do it right while I'm
With
here?
the meeting next week on the cemetery commission, but anyways, so what we can do, so what we can do.
I worry about what I can control. We can
Right,
control
here's
what
we can
happens in our
control.
terms.
So if the decision of to what goes into the tax bill is statutorily vested with the finance director, the way we have it structured, then we have to perhaps embed it a little bit better in the job description as a performance requirement. Very simply stated somehow that the finance director needs to have certain guidelines as to how to approve what goes in the tax bill.
Just one more thing
Again,
for the
again,
finance director.
it's not gonna happen anytime
I know
soon,
it
ever.
isn't. I clearly understand, but at the one time
But when
it
you're not
happened-
here anymore, it's gonna happen.
I understand, and all I'm trying to say is, I'm trying to put something in place where it's not, it might happen only around the election time. When that time comes, if you get it from wherever it's coming from, and you bring it as correspondence that night, and we look at it as correspondence, and we say we like it or we don't like it, it moves on, it doesn't move
Keep in
on.
mind, in this particular case,
It didn't come
just like,
before us.
just like the community preservation and just like the Board of Selectmen, it's the same thing, same situation with Denise. She didn't have an opportunity to review it.
I'm not saying she did.
The outcome could have been different.
I'm not saying she did, and that's my point I'm trying to make. If she did see it, the outcome would have been
So
different.
if you'll allow me, I'll play around with some words and put together some suggested language that could be embedded in the job description for future finance directors to be aware of what their responsibility and role is for items that need to be considered for mailing coincidentally in tax bills.
They should be
But
informational and not advocacy
that's true.
related.
But do we need to change?
Well, what's wrong with bringing it before the board and having the board look at it? You got 5 other people that are gonna look at it.
times a year.
It's not gonna slide through.
I don't know.
4 times a year, tax bill goes out. If
We
something goes in-
eyeball it like we're looking at paychecks for the police department. We do it every week we come in here. It's
4
just
times a
another
year,
piece
tax
of
bill
paper
goes
to
out.
push.
If Denise, someone gives something to Denise, or whoever that person is, Denise tells him, tax bill goes out, I need to look at it.
Well, the truth of the matter is, I did write a policy where Denise would conditionally approve it, and then it would come before the board for final approval.
Beautiful.
I wrote it. This is what I do. I write.
Let's get it over with.
Someone make a motion what they wanna do then, because I'm confused.
But
I thought it was simple, and it's gotten way confused.
I'll make a motion that the Board of Selectmen has to approve newsletters other than tax bills that go out with a tax bill. Real
Anyone
simple.
second it?
Second.
Any more discussion?
None.
All in favor?
Aye.
What was that? You wanna approve what?
Newsletters. Newsletters. I want to censor the spendthrifts in town advocating with taxpayer money.
Aye.
It's unanimous. It's fine. Okay.
And was I not clear on that?
But that piece of paper that went in there could have been called a newsletter.
It was an advocacy letter.
Okay.
Okay, it's
All right.
propaganda,
There's
bottom
some
line,
people
it
that are
was
still upset about
propaganda.
recycling. You can't put that in there either.
All right, so we're moving on again. So we got through Mark McCabe. We did all the votes of the board. So we're at 9:00. We're still doing pretty good. Any new and old business? Anyone have any for new or old business?
That's, okay, that's not selectmen time, no.
No.
Old
New or
business, old business?
Yep.
What's the status of the collecting the back taxes?
I'll get to that under my time if you don't mind.
Okay.
You beat me to it.
Ed, you have anything?
No, I don't.
Mike? No. Great. I have, the only thing, and I've always discussed it with Denise, is I'd like to see the FinCom come before us as part of my bringing the boards for next meeting.
And you also have the Council on Aging coming before your next meeting as well.
Okay. All right, so that's what I had for that end of it. And are we all good? Joe, you have?
Okay, well, I'm either gonna pick it up in selectmen's time or old and new business, so. All right, so I have a few items, so I'll do them here. The first one is, I'd like to weigh the board's consent or preference, whichever one works for you. I'd like to either have the gentleman that came in from Whitestone Village regarding the noise with the dirt bikes, either come before us, if he's willing to come in, or one of us, and I'd be willing to do it with the consent of the board, go out and visit with him and just get a take as to what the status is if there's been an improvement. Because since we did meet with him, there has been quite a bit of action by the police department in warning quite a few bikers, if you will. What I discovered in a discussion with the chief is that a lot of the dirt bikers are actually local kids. So, a little bit uncomfortable that, you know, we need to get the kids to stop using dirt bikes in the sand pits and so forth. And then certainly, I think they've been very restrained in actually giving out tickets and fines. But there has been an improvement. It is a reportable item, but I'd like to hear it directly from the complainant, the person who came in to complain that there was a significant amount of activity behind Whitestone Village. And again, two ways that we can do that. We can ask him if he's willing to come in and update. And that would be my preference, so that we can also have the police department here. Or if you just want to send one of us out as a fact finder and then report to the board as we've done in the past, you know, whatever the board, whatever pleases the board, I'd be happy to go either way. I think we should get an update. There has been an improvement. Let's get the details.
So I'll piggyback off what you just said a little bit. I was at my yard on Saturday afternoon, the environmental police had pulled in, they asked if they could use my property, I said, go right ahead. They unloaded some four-wheelers, they went back there, they were moving some kids around, what have you. Later on that afternoon, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I was in my office working, and I saw some police cars in front of my shop. They had 2 or 3 kids pulled over, and they were, actually brought their parents out, parents were there with them. They ended up escorting the bikes and them off. So I definitely agree, Joe, they are working, and it is working because I've seen it with my own eyes. Could we maybe, instead of taking time up with us, could we write the guy a letter and ask him in a letter form how he's doing, how he thinks it is, how things are working?
Whatever the board, as
Okay,
long as we,
so
I feel we
that's
should
just-
reach out to him as a matter of
Okay.
respect.
That would be the simplest thing to do.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
So, make that a motion, Ed?
Sure, I'll make that a motion.
Someone want a second
Got
it?
the letter.
I'll second it.
Okay, all in favor?
All right,
Aye. Okay.
the next item,
You gonna write that letter, Joe?
sure.
Joe likes to write.
Okay, go ahead.
If you give me his contact information, I'll have it done by the end of the week. I met with John Radka. John Radka is the executive director of the Veterans Northeast Outreach Center in Haverhill. Now, I did not go there on town business. I happened to have a meeting with him because I'm working with some local ministries to help homeless veterans. But he did ask me some questions about how Groveland was structured. And he gave me a remarkable tour. I spent a couple of hours. There's a complete campus on Reed Street up on a hill in Haverhill that has housing for veterans, and there's different categories. And he explained to me that he would be very interested in coming to talk to us. And the reason for that is that he just successfully completed a significant homeless veterans project in North Andover. that was really a winning project. Now, there's different types of affordable housing or housing for veterans. There's transitional or emergency, there's interim, and then there's also affordable housing, and there's two categories, for individuals, and the fastest growing segment is affordable housing for veterans and their families. And I was thinking that that might be a good discussion, because in the last, now we can say 11 years, we used to say 10, now we've reached 11 years that we've attempted as a town to implement affordable housing, including very recently. The end goal was the problem. We didn't know where the real money was gonna come from after we did the seed money through CPA, for example. But this project in North Andover is wholly funded by the federal government, which is a pretty good source because they print money. So I thought it might be a good idea. He has offered to come. I didn't go to see him on town business. I was there for ministry purposes. But he brought up the subject when I told him that I was on the Board of Selectmen. He said, by the way, I'd love to come to your town and talk to you about what we're doing all over Merrimack Valley. And I think if it works in North Andover, it should work in this one-horse town. So I think he's worth the conversation.
Would you like to put him on as an agenda item?
If it's okay with the board, I'll forward his contact information, and then Denise can reach out to him, and he'll probably come in July, maybe August.
So the consensus of the board would be?
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good to me.
Go for it.
Okay, so you got, oh, sorry.
Bob Guptill, Fairview Circle. I'm on the Affordable Housing Committee. I'm the last man standing, although I understand we may have a new recruit. The Affordable Housing Committee virtually doesn't exist any longer in town. But it would seem like, Joe, if anybody he should talk with, it would be with us.
Right.
First,
Okay.
before he comes here. Because you're taking on the role of the Affordable Housing Committee to in some sense. If you meet with him and start to get involved with affordable housing within the town, and that's what this committee is supposed to be doing. And it's 13 years since we have done nothing.
13?
13.
So why don't we do this, then? Why don't we, when he does come, why don't we make it a joint meeting? I mean, I don't think the Board of Selectmen is gonna act on anything. We're just collecting information. He's willing to come. And this is a good platform for all of the town to hear. But then we could possibly make it a joint meeting, that he's meeting before both the affordable housing, what's left of it, and the Board of Selectmen, which has increased.
You have a fundamental problem in this town relative to affordable housing. We have no infrastructure. I mean, I don't know what the context is for them to come in first. It would seem like, and I love your idea of meeting with all the boards and committees and organizations in town, and affordable housing is one you need to talk with. Because we got a crisis, and we got to reconstitute it. We got to decide whether or not we're going to try to meet the affordable housing needs and requirements of this town. Because right now, we're not. And I think we got to get our house in order a little bit more before we take that one, that's just a subsection or subset of the affordable housing needs. That's one group that needs affordable housing, whereas it's a much, much bigger problem than that.
So Bob, maybe you could get together with Joe and maybe meet with you and Joe and him before they come before us and get a little bit of conversation going?
Could.
And then when you come here, you have a little bit more in-depth and you know where we're going with it.
Okay.
Well,
Do that.
if it's okay with the board, I mean, it's fine. Then maybe you and Denise can coordinate inviting John Radka to come see you first. That's fine.
Okay, and if...
He's interested in talking to this town.
Is
so.
Erin been approved? Is she on board?
I think so.
Yes. So, there are two of us now.
So I will forward you the contact information.
Forward the contact information, maybe you can.
So Bob, to go back to what you said again, and it was one of the things I was thinking of is the affordable housing. What are you guys doing to try and get more members? Is there anything you can do? Is there anything on cable? I mean, is there anything we can do to help you get more members?
We have a wonderful housing plan, which virtually nobody knows about, nobody's read, which articulates what the housing needs are in the town, which nobody knows about, as to what is affordable housing. And there are many, many options available. And we've explored all the sites, we've looked at every nook and cranny we could think of, but it's a big problem. It's a big...
I'm trying to talk about get your committee. I'm talking committee. Try to get more committee members.
I think that's why I'm speaking out right now is for you to take some ownership in this too, because nobody,
Look behind you.
I was actually going to send an email to Denise, offering to volunteer to assist as a member of the Affordable Housing Committee.
that's what we need. We need lots of people,
Lifetime appointment,
lots
did
of
you know?
people to come forward and say, yeah, we agree, we got a problem, and we'd like to help. Because there isn't a lot of wind in the sails of affordable housing. When we put this $10 million project forward back here, the naysayers and the people that came out of the woodwork were just enormous. They were not in my backyard, and just as soon as the words Section 8 housing vouchers came up, not there. And so it's a complex problem that requires a lot of heads, and I agree with you, Bill. We need people to work it through who will come to meetings and, won't speak like, well, we got a problem, we have a need, but not be willing to pull up an oar and start to pull on it and get the job done.
Okay. So, is there anything we can do to help you get members, or you just gotta keep getting on the TV, maybe Channel 9, whatever we can do?
It's got to be something like that, and any other way that we can get the word out.
Maybe we can talk with,
That we need
committee
members.
to put something on. I know other committees are looking for members as well. Maybe we can put have Tracy do something on letting them know what committees we need.
So can we get it on one, and I respect the need for the board, but on topic, shall we have Mr. Radka visit with the Board of Selectmen along with the affordable housing, or should we have him go to affordable housing? I still would like to have him come here, be honest with you. And even if we do it as a joint meeting with, you asked us to take ownership, we're looking for some information. Why not have him come?
When you
For
say
both
take,
of us.
I use that cautionly. Ownership is a big ownership. It's a big ship you're going to take on. I mean, it is so complicated because you got to follow the money. And it always comes down to the money, doesn't it? Who's going to pay for it? And the state money is so narrow in what they will fund. And everybody thought, well, we're going to build some nice senior housing out here. All these people in Groveland are turning 55, empty nesters, and they want a place to live. We'll build the town. We'll take this on and build some affordable housing for elders over there. There's no money.
Well, federal money is not so narrow, so that's why it's a good conversation to have.
It's more than just money, though. People are concerned about changing the character of the town.
Right.
So, I mean, I can't speak for other people, but, I moved to Groveland because most people here get up and go to work, So, I mean, do you want to expand the welfare state? So, I don't. I mean, I want to help veterans. I owe them my freedom. But I don't necessarily want to help every person that just doesn't want to go to work and they want to stay home and wave to me from next door and say, hey, I didn't have to pay much. I had to pay a lot to get to Groveland. And I'm not just going to say, hey, get the welfare magnet out and attract people from all over the land. And people have real concerns about that. And it's not being naive or it's not being snobby. It's happened other places with these quota systems.
Right.
And I'm against 40B, 10% of this or that. It's social engineering. If you want affordable housing.
But it's the law.
And you're,
It's the law.
what's the deadline on it?
There isn't any.
There isn't, exactly. So as long as there's no deadline on it, there's an option, there's an opportunity for the legislature
Let's
to
get back
solve
to
the
Joe's
problem and
point.
change the law.
They won't.
Well, then we kick the can and we do nothing about it. It's legal to do nothing.
And
There's no
that's what
deadline.
we've been doing.
Let's get back to
Exactly
Joe's
that.
point, and Joe's point was,
I think we should,
For the Board of Selectmen, it's a political decision. It certainly is for me, and I think
so
think
do we
affordable
have
housing
Joe
ought to take
and
care of it.
Bob and this gentleman get together before us, or do you want them all to come before us? That's what the point was, we're back to the point. It's the
Bob,
board's
you feel
decision.
more comfortable speaking with him?
I mean, I can speak to him, but I don't think that's the problem.
You don't think so?
No. The problem is that 50% of all marriages end in divorce, and those people are looking for places to stay. They are going to work every day, but they want affordable places. The problem is the 20-and-something that graduate from college that don't want to come home and live with mommy and daddy. They need an apartment with all their buddies to go live in. And those are the ones that really need the affordable housing, and that's the kind of affordable housing that we're talking about.
I don't see that as our problem. Go get a job,
Joe?
If you can't afford a single-family house, I got a three-family house, it was a fixer-upper, you bust your butt, you get home from work, you peel wallpaper, you rip
Joe,
down
you
the
were talking
horsehair
about bringing
pasture,
in
you
the,
make it affordable.
I
more
can tell
on the
you that
military
I can
end
tell
of
you
it.
that
It's
what
a
I
political issue.
You were talking more about the military end of it?
I'll help the veterans all day long.
The solution that worked in North Andover were working families. Working families that have gone through difficult financial circumstances because of a variety of reasons, primarily service to our country over a long period of time.
So it comes
So-
down to this, do we meet with you?
And so, we can talk about that. So, I'm not gonna make a motion, I don't wanna be disrespectful to Bob, but if it's it seems, if I can get the consent of the board, that we have Mr. Radka meet with both the board and the Affordable Housing. Officially, those two boards are in session that night jointly to hear Mr. Radka. It's just an information session, it's just talk.
Did he want to come before us?
Yes, he did, he did.
Well, out of respect for him, I'll make a motion that we invite the a veteran before us to discuss what he has on his mind.
And I'll make a friendly amendment to it that we have Mr. Gupshaw present in the meeting as well.
With the affordable.
With the other Affordable Housing Committee members.
Right, is that that's a friendly amendment?
I second.
Dan has to accept that.
I accept it.
Great.
So all in favor?
Friendly board.
Aye.
Aye.
Done deal.
Thanks,
Okay,
Bob.
so does anyone have anything else in new or old business?
Friends
Are we
would
moving
find-
forward?
Good job.
New or old business, are we moving forward?
Yes, no, I've got a few more.
All right. New or old business?
I got new business.
I got
Okay.
new business, hold on.
Oh, I guess-
I would like to ask respectfully the Board of Selectmen at some point this summer, I know I've brought this before, I would like to discuss the financial management of the recreation and youth groups, how it's currently structured, we need to do a fact finder, and then discuss the areas of non-compliance with the state. We don't have a problem with 501Cs. In fact, we have no jurisdiction over 501Cs. I have a 501C, I have a soccer, 10 years, we do a soccer camp, we raise money, we donate scholarships, we operate in the town of Merrimack for our soccer camp. But there are, if you look at the management letter from the auditors, there are things that were specifically mentioned that we are in deficit with. It's the flow of money that needs to be looked at. And so I think we need to have a very healthy discussion of the pros and cons of things such as getting a recreation director or just having the 501Cs operate independently and maybe leasing them for $1 fields. And there's different ideas. We need to have this discussion.
All right,
And I'd like
so-
to have it sooner
all right.
rather than later,
So
on the agenda.
I'll speak again on behalf of me, and then I'll give it over to the board, let them have their discussion. Again, if we're gonna do this, I do not wanna see a whole mass of people trying to, this is gonna be complicated. It's gonna be very complicated, and there's gonna be a lot of personal feelings involved. So whatever, if it's a Little League soccer, whatever these people involved, one person from each group would meet first. So we don't have a big mob of people and so we can all talk about it amongst ourselves, a few parties, not a big amount of, that's all I'm saying.
Absolutely agree that we should have 2 or 3 sessions. Absolutely, we should have consent not to make a decision about anything. Let's just collect the facts.
Right.
Understand how they
They
operate.
need-
Hold on. Understand, please, how they operate. Understand what our concerns are. Understand what the management letter, what the auditors are saying, and then I know that we'll come together and figure it out. I know we will.
Right.
So as long as we have a promise that we don't make any, we as a board don't make any decisions
Right.
while we
I'm
have
not-
these conversations. It might
I'm-
take 2 or 3 sessions, but
I'm
let's get it
saying that
done.
everyone out there has not heard, they have not been given the dialogue yet on what we need to do. They need to have the dialogue with us, they need to come in here, sit down, and hear it out. We don't need to have a lot of people in here, we need to have one person involved in that. I know Mike was in charge of the Little League and whatever, the liaison, maybe you could set up one evening, talk to them, the
That's a
group
good
of people, get one person from each one of them, and we'll come in one night and we'll have the dialogue.
That's a good idea.
So,
I think we should start with the management advisory letter and find out what mistakes are made and what needs to be corrected and see who it applies to. So I don't paint a broad stroke and sweep in generality and think that, you know, we need to, you know, somehow solve the problem. I believe that GBL and GYS aren't the problem in town. They, if anything works right, it's what they're doing. So, you know, what is the need? So let's address the CPA, the auditor letter there, and find out, were they talking about, you know, off-book accounts? Because I've read that letter, and I didn't interpret it to mean 501c3s that we use in Washington Park. It didn't specifically say what organization. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I have a copy of it, not here. But, you know, who does it apply to and who doesn't it apply to? So, you know, again, Joe, is there an inference that somehow GBL and GYS are in compliance? You know, I mean.
Yes, there is.
Well, I'd like to address that issue as fact or fiction, because I
Well, we're not gonna be able to get it done tonight, so can we get together and have the
think we ought to have a
dialogue?
preliminary meeting to
Right,
look
that's
at
what I'm
that,
getting at.
look at that auditor's advisory.
Do you wanna do it amongst ourselves and then involve them?
Yeah.
You wanna do
That's
it
why I'm
amongst ourselves?
suggesting 2 or 3 meetings. Let's get on with it. Let's start looking at this and get.
So you wanna have a meeting
Get on with it.
amongst ourselves
One.
to discuss that, and then we'll bring them in afterwards?
We'll find out who is non-compliant.
If there is anyone.
If anyone is non-compliant, and we'll
Okay.
address that narrow issue of bringing in
Okay.
compliance, whoever is not.
So, do you wanna make that a motion in the next meeting or two?
Well,
That
you-
we
you-
amongst ourselves?
You are the chair. You could set the agenda.
Okay, then I say whenever we can fit it in,
Put it on the
it will
agenda.
be a next agenda item that we will talk amongst ourselves, what we're not in compliance, if we are not in compliance with, and then we'll take our findings out to the different leagues or whatever.
I will just state, it's only the Recreation Committee. That's all we're talking about, is the Recreation Committee that is under our tax ID number. That's all the audit report identified.
So then it's not
So it's not the
GBL or
It's not.
GYS. It's none of the
What's the issue?
user groups of these fields.
And this is what's been going on since.
That's the misinformation.
freaking September. I've been discussing
We were
this
talking about it
with you
last
several
year,
times.
too. Yeah.
We've talked about it several times, and we've also talked about coming in several times. Last meeting, 2 weeks ago, you guys discussed having this on the agenda for tonight, and it didn't get put on the agenda tonight. So you're gonna keep on talking about it, or you're gonna do something? Because I'm getting fed up.
I've been wanting to put it on the agenda since
And
last
by-
year.
And just so you know, you saying just one person, I don't speak for GYS. GYS is a board of 16 members. GBL has many members. Asking for just one to come in is ridiculous.
Well,
Because each one of us
all right,
has a
you
lot of
said your
people.
let me get to my point. If you can't, as the person, the head of that committee, cannot talk to your members and come in as a representative, why couldn't you do that? I'm not asking you to be the,
Because I wouldn't want to, because I'm not
Okay.
the only person on
so
that
maybe
board.
someone else on the board will want to.
No, because the rest of my board feels the same way.
Each
They would
person
feel that
carries the
every
same weight.
single person, because
Everyone carries,
unique individuals, and we all have our own input. And that's what this town's for. It's an open meeting anyways. So
Right.
you asking for that is, you can't, because it's an open meeting.
I'm not trying to do anything underhanded.
I
I'm
know you're
trying
not,
to
but
make
I'm just
it,
trying to
I'm
explain it.
trying to make it less confusing and flow better.
I think it's actually gonna flow better with more people in the room, because you're
But
gonna
could you
sit there.
get
you're gonna
everyone that sits on your board to agree to one night to come in and talk to us?
Absolutely. We have four or five of them here right now, and we have, at least GBL has 5 or 6 too.
So
you
would
have
you be
plenty.
willing, to wait until we have this? It's, Denise is saying it's only the rec. We'll have the meeting about the rec, we'll talk about it, and then we'll put them on for a future agenda item, not next week, maybe the week down the road, or 2 weeks down the, 2 meetings, get them in here. But we need to know what we're talking about with the rec thing.
Absolutely, and that's the problem. It's been going on for too long. And before you even came on, Bill, they've been discussing it. And you just need to read what whatever the statement was,
Right.
and then let's go on. Because, I mean, recreation, we're sitting in limbo here.
Right.
Because we help out recreation with certain events and things, and we need to know where they stand so that we can
Okay.
do other events in town.
Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna have it on the next agenda item to discuss the findings from the audit. If we can fit it in, if we can't, it's gonna be pushed off to the next meeting. And once we have that meeting, we're gonna have these guys come in before us, whoever they want, what is it? Soccer and Little League, I mean, and rec, all three of them?
Everyone.
So it's gonna take some time that night, so we're gonna have to really lot in some time for it, because I can tell you right now,
So that's
you're gonna have a
couple hours.
lot of input from a lot of different people.
But that's okay.
I would encourage that.
That's okay. Can I say one more thing? I believe it was last summer, you had made a proposal about something.
I gave you a draft
Right.
letter,
Right.
and I can't say that to you anymore, I told you.
Yeah.
That was just a draft, something to start with on recreation as a department itself, being able to have control of the fields, instead of going towards the selectmen every time when someone needs to have a field, have an event at the field. And now I was told that we can't do that because of certain regulations.
Well, and Denise pulled some information from other cities and towns, and this is why I think we need to have 2 or 3 sessions to kind of work through these issues. I would like to look at your proposal again, for example. It's been a year.
I'd just like to get going.
Yeah, well.
So,
I think
we're
everyone-
already
That's why I
moving
brought it up.
forward, we're already moving forward, we're gonna meet the, first of all, to
Steve,
discuss.
can you email me that proposal that you did, if you still have it? I never saw it.
It's just a draft letter.
It's
Oh,
all,
Your comments, because you emailed me your
There you go.
comments.
So,
and then with that, when.
once we have our discussion as a board, and I've said this before,
Denise will have her written material as well for that.
right,
for
she's
that
gonna
discussion.
obviously
We
need
need
it.
to look at all that. We
Right,
need to look
and then
at
we'll turn
everything.
around, have our meeting, then we'll get these guys in, we're gonna have a lot of time that night, because it's gonna be, I'm telling you, we're gonna have some discussion. I
So
mean,
just have 2
Pam,
items.
you're
on
gonna
the-
want your discussion, you're gonna want yours, and it's only fair. I'm not saying we shouldn't, but what I was trying to do was simplify it to the point where it wouldn't be. But if that's what you want, hey, you guys are the taxpayers, you get what you want.
So what I'm saying is, you don't really want just one person in here, because, yeah, I can come in with a list of things but some things are gonna go by, you're gonna ask a question. I'm not the facilities guy for our group. I'm sure baseball's the same way, they have a specific facilities person, they have a specific president, each one of us has duties. So
Right.
you're gonna want that group, that's what I'm saying.
That's what you want, that's what you're gonna get. So we're just gonna have to allot the time for it and make sure we got the time allotted, that's all I'm saying.
You might have you might have just maybe 2 items on the agenda that night. That's all.
Well, whatever,
Give it-
we'll have to
give it
figure it
plenty
out.
of time. That's what it's supposed to be.
45 Elm Park, I guess, coming from speaking, not for the GBL, I can't do that, we have our own board, but I'm not understanding the compliance issue with the town's recreation department to an autonomous Little League Baseball. What's the connection
I can
there?
relate that. There's nothing specific. This is why we've been wanting to talk about it, because the management letter says that there are accounts under their own social security numbers, taking care of paying for things for money that did not go through which you understand, through the appropriation process. So we want to we're investigating that. We prefer not to investigate that privately or secretly. We want to do that by open discussion. Was the auditor talking about the youth leagues, yes or no? I mean, I just want to be clear about what they were talking about. My understanding is that the issue is with the recreation, not the youth leagues, but I want to make sure that we're not missing anything. That's why I've been asking for a year, let's have a discussion. Your proposal, the proposals that Denise came in, and have an open discussion about it, because it's not an executive session item, nor should we be having these discussions secretly, and none of us should be going up to you guys and say, hey, how are you operating? Where are your accounts?
And it
That's
also.
none of our business.
It also,
But
and I don't
our
wanna get
accounts
into.
aren't anywhere in the town books. That's my point.
I
The
think,
thing is, you keep saying soccer and recreation, or baseball and recreation, they're not.
They're not tied.
Baseball and soccer
Right.
have nothing to do with recreation.
But let
Recreation
me-
only handles
okay.
softball.
Okay, hold on.
I'm gonna
And
get back-
we're not gonna get into this tonight, because we're starting to get into it, but I'm gonna just
This will be this-
quickly
on the
say
agenda.
this. What's gonna happen is, you have Shanahan.
Each one of
They
us has
have
meetings.
Washington, okay? So now, you guys say this is my field, they say this is this field, but hold on. What happens is, when it comes time to delegating out what teams go in there, it hasn't been a problem yet, I don't believe, but this is the kind of stuff we need to talk about. That's, maybe everything's fine the way it is. And we need to get this straightened out, and then we'll bring you guys in.
I'd like to clarify that. To me, I have no question about the volunteer force. I'm part of it. I've been part of it for 12 years. The volunteerism in this town for 60 years has worked. I'm not interested, I have no concerns about how they operate. It's just, are we compliant financially? That's all.
You can see our books we're on the website.
I'm sure we can.
Right
You can
on our
see
website,
mine
you
as
can
well, yeah.
Walk right in and see our revenue. You can
I
see
just
where
want to make
everything
sure
goes.
that the auditors are being very clear with us where we're what we need to
Okay.
tighten up, that's all.
Does anyone else
I
have
have
anything
nothing to do with the
say in this?
athletes.
This subject, I'm done with.
Okay, you're done with it? Ed, you done with it?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
so,
done.
good, I'm
I
glad we
can say
can
that you,
start
oh,
this.
go ahead.
Joe Sullivan, 11 Apple Blossom Way, I'm part of GBI. So, once you get through the review or your discussions, there may be a chance that we don't need to have any follow-up discussions if everyone agrees that we're compliant.
It may be moot.
Okay.
Good point.
Right.
Good point.
I think you're still gonna have a problem with the fields, because they still have an issue with how they're gonna have us manage these fields currently going on.
What you're gonna have a problem with,
but
and I'm
that's
not,
where your
we
proposal
don't need to
came
get into this, but what's gonna happen is, who in this room wants the new fields over the Pines? Who wants the new fields? Be
We
honest,
already
who
had
wants it?
discussion.
Who oh, no, be honest, who wants one of the new fields for their teams?
We already have a different proposal going off of the back.
I'm not talking about that, I'm talking about this proposal. Who wants the fields down there? Who would want that
Which
field?
fields are you
There are
talking about?
competing
ones.
interests.
Then-
There are competing
There's
interests.
gonna be competing interests because it's gonna come up, and you're saying you've got something already in place for the Bagnell, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying we have something in place, I'm saying we already have a proposal for the bag now.
Okay,
Several of
but
us
that's
are
you,
working on
but someone else might wanna have that field as well, so now we're starting to get into this problem, that's where we're heading with, you know what I'm trying to say? And there's only been rumored that the soccer wants the Bagnell, and that's only rumored. So now we have a problem, now we have to decipher who wants what and where we're gonna go. So now what does that bring in? That brings in someone to run it, maybe, I don't know.
It takes two
But I mean, if anyone in this room, I'm sure one of you guys want this field, one of the new fields that are going over there, I'm sure one of you
No,
people want it.
lacrosse and football should have that field.
Well, someone should, but we should have the say, we should have someone to say how this goes about.
Well,
Is
the
it
Board
us
of-
that say it?
The Board of Selectmen have exclusive control over the field, so now you're bringing up something that I haven't thought of, completely non-financial, is how they make management decisions and use of fields. Well, that's another issue. I'm sorry, Bill, you had something to say.
Well, we like our fields, right? We're good. We don't want any of your fields. So if we can continue to use Washington Park for our baseball program, infinitum, we can go now. We're all done. Even if you want to charge us a use fee, you know, $1, like you said, Joe, we're good. We don't want anybody else's field.
And I think we fill out a permit anyway to use our fields, or to use the town's
You
field.
you guys have invested a lot of money down there, you've invested a lot of time down there, and you just said it. It's your field, you don't wanna lose it.
No, it's not our field. It's your field.
Right, but I'm
We
just
just want
saying.
to continue the use of it.
Exactly, and I don't blame you, I don't. You invested a lot of
So
time.
we
you
don't
invest-
want anybody else's.
Right.
We don't want,
My point was, I'm trying to make was, if you could get a field down there, could you use the field? You'd want it. I wasn't saying I'm, trying to move you, I'm just trying to say, if there's new fields down there, wouldn't you wanna go down there with the baseball maybe? Or whatever, not you, but maybe someone else. My point being is, if everyone at the end of the day says baseball's baseball down Washington, Shanahan soccer, we're all good. That's what we need to get. I believe.
It's been working, so I don't think there's any conflict.
I'm not saying.
No, you're talking about the two areas, like Bagnell, no, you haven't even heard about Bagnell, that puts a point on that no one's really using it, very minimal. And then the Pines is a utility area, softball's already been down there, no one's gonna touch the softball fields with softball.
Right.
Babe Ruth Field, well, Babe Ruth Field is Babe Ruth Field, so that should be Babe Ruth Field.
Right.
The utility field, there's no lacrosse, there's no football, why not give them the damn field?
I say everything should stay the way it is. Let us have our conversation.
Yeah.
We'll have our conversation. We'll bring you guys in, and then if everything works out fine, you stay where you are, it's not a problem. I don't think anyone here is trying to move anyone. I'm just saying we're gonna grow. We're starting to grow, and we're talking about Bagnell School, and we'll get this coming on over here. It's gonna get to the point where we're gonna need to have the discussion of who's going where, and if we say, hey, you stay there, someone else new goes there, fine. We'll just we'll have the conversation about it. That's all I'm saying.
The high school, Dan Stewart, Matthew Drive, Groveland Youth softball director, the high school only has one baseball field and one softball field. The JV program has to play at the Pines, and same with the softball, because there's 3 teams and one field. We've managed it quite well, even with the construction going on. To have somebody in charge as a town employee to run those fields wouldn't work. It doesn't work. We do the field use permits, we send them in, they get approved by the Board of Selectmen, we book up the fields, they give a calendar to Town Hall every year for who's using what at what time, and there's no problems. There was problems years ago when we had men's leagues and women's leagues down there, and that didn't work out so well. But now, there's no problems whatsoever. So,
You guys came here, you guys came in, and you wanted to have the conversation with us, and all I'm trying to do is have the conversation so we can get this all straightened out, and everyone knows what's going on. You're not out, no, what are they doing? and we're saying, what are you doing? We're gonna have the conversation, we're gonna settle it, and that's the end of it. And then we're gonna meet, we'll do our business here, we're gonna have you guys in, and that will be the end. We're not gonna have guessing what's going on, or rumored what's going on. We're gonna move forward. It's very simple, and I'm not trying to move anyone anywhere. I think you guys, like I've said, volunteers, you guys are great, unbelievable. You know, you got your fields, you've invested money, whatever, let's just figure it all out, and let's not have any more guessing games. And you've said it, you have guessing games. We won't have it anymore. That's how I feel.
Good. It's gonna be on the
Anyone else
agenda
wanna
item.
say?
I've been waiting a year for it. I'm thrilled.
I'll sing Kumbaya once.
And the only thing I'd like to, I don't know if you've all known, but Mike Wood is the liaison between the board and you guys. If you ever have anything you need to get a hold of Mike, speak to Mike. We appointed him last week in that position, so, you know, if you have something you wanna talk to him on the side about or whatever, he's the guy that you'll deal
And
with.
when he does that, he'll
He'll come back and report
bring
to
it
us. and
forward,
what
which
have
is
you,
good.
of course.
So you should
He
avail
won't
yourself
make any
of that.
decisions either. He can't make a decision. He's strictly there for you guys to talk to and have an ear.
And he can do fact-finding.
All of recreation, Bill, or just soccer?
Recreation in the Little League and all that, yeah.
He can do some
Talk to me about
fact-finding.
everything, I'll be the point guy.
He can do some fact-finding, bring it back to the board. That's what the liaison does. It's a great,
I'm just trying to make it so
Feature.
that you guys won't sit out here and say, hey, we haven't had this conversation. We can't have you have somebody you can have the conversation with. Hey, Mike, go to the board. We need to get in there. That's all I'm trying to do. So hopefully we answered all your questions tonight, and you guys will hear back from us very soon.
the last two items.
I got no business.
I'd like to bring two policies forward. One of them is the liaison policy that I wrote last
It's
time.
on the next agenda.
It's on the next agenda, okay. I also would like to have a policy, and this is something that we did on the school committee. This is really important. And we had talked about it, I think, way back, I think last year. With a five-member board, I think it would be a good idea for the Board of Selectmen to have a policy that states that any one of us that seeks anything from any of our employees, like the finance director and the secretary, or the building inspector, or anybody, any employee or appointed person, we should go through the chair. I'm very concerned about five members asking, for example, the finance director for minutes and information and, you know, just request after request, taking up her time. I know that we had a problem on the school committee, and we solved that problem by implementing a policy that said, if you need to talk to Mary Ann Naffa, my neighbor, who's the secretary for the superintendent, plus the secretary for the school committee, you have to go through the chair, and you did it in writing. I think it's really important. Also, keep in mind that all employees view the Board of Selectmen as their boss. That's really important to know. And so if I was an employee, I would be very uncomfortable saying no to any one of us. But yet, any one of us, are we acting of our own accord, or are we acting with the board, or separately from the board? So to eliminate that problem, no employee should be approached by any one of us on the Board of Selectmen without going through the chair formally. It's a simple rule. You see it everywhere with five-member Board of Selectmen. It's not anything we're inventing here for little old Groveland. This is normal for a large board. 5 members on up is a large board. Now, we can also extend that as a recommendation to other boards, like, for example, the FinCom. There are members on the FinCom that may have questions. They may request information. It would be maybe a good idea to go through Bill Cook, so she's not inundated with 5, 6 people asking her for information and minutes and so forth. So I have written that policy, or a draft of it. I forwarded it to you, and if the board would wish to take a look at it, I would like to see 2 policies looked at next meeting. One is the liaison one, which I've already written, and then this new one, which I've written you haven't seen yet. That's it for tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
The only part of what you said that I'll say adamantly, I don't want to speak for another board. I don't. I mean, if we want to talk about our board, fine, but I don't want to be telling another board they need to come before the chairman. I mean, I don't know if it's our business to do that,
No,
maybe it is, but
We could always just suggest it. We can't tell them, but we could suggest it. Say,
suggestion, I would be in favor of making a suggestion.
good practice management.
But a suggestion, I wouldn't want to be telling them, that's all. Okay, well, I'll open it to the floor, let you guys talk about it.
I wouldn't want to give you that power.
Thank you.
Well, it's bottom.
I'll tell you, I've asked for a lot of records, and I have asked Nancy and Denise, and
I want to see accounting records. I got a copy of the Pentucket Regional School District Elementary School lease agreement. I don't want to be hamstrung and frustrated by any information process. We have statutory rights, Freedom of Information Act, and so to ask for ordinary and necessary documents for the performance of being the best Board of Selectmen I could be for this town, I don't want a permission slip from anybody on this board, let alone the chairman, and that's no disrespect to anybody on this board, but I've asked for leases. I want to review the financial records. We got some financial records last time, but I noticed that it wasn't all of the accounts, so I followed up. I want to see more accounts. I want to see all of the accounts. So, I'm not going to go, I think the policy is you go to the department heads, and you should be able to request that information to stop somebody that works at the fire department, and I'm not going to go to that level. You go to the top. So I think that's all that needs to be done in terms of policy. I know where I would never try to impose myself or intimidate any employee within the town government or anywhere else. So, but
Okay.
in terms of just gathering basic information, I don't want to be frustrated by a policy that says I can't review financial statements here as a Board of Selectmen. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay.
And I don't want to wait either, not to be impatient, but I want timely information. It's huge.
Thank you for your opinion.
There's my opinion.
You wanna say something?
No, I concur. In order to do the job properly, you have to get the information.
Okay.
And it shouldn't have to burden the chairman or with permission to go and do your job the way you're supposed to be doing it.
Right. I will say that I would like to see us as a board move for the new administrative assistant person. If we're gonna adopt and we're gonna carry on the way we are, I do believe that we need to get this person in sooner than later and get this person hired, because I don't think 5 of us asking Denise for the information that we would all might be asking her, it might burden her from doing her job as a finance director. So I think we, as a board, should get moving if we're gonna proceed with this, to get a new position in here for the administrative assistant.
Well, I'm prepared when that comes up to ask for to bring it before, put it on the table and bring it before the board for approval instead of waiting for 2 weeks. If we wait for 2 weeks to approve this administrative assistant, we're not gonna have anybody in place by July 1st. I think we should bring it forward, approve it tonight, post the job, and hopefully we can get somebody in place by July 1st.
I didn't know we were gonna wait. I thought we were gonna do it right away. No, we should.
We had the paperwork.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's fine, it's just the board hadn't discussed it yet, so I put it on as correspondence, not as a vote.
I'm all in favor of that.
So if you've all reviewed it, you can certainly weigh in on it.
So, Ed,
Wanna make a motion?
have you read?
Yep.
Okay, everyone's read it?
Can I look at it one more time?
Okay, let him- do you have something you wanna say while they're reading that, Mike?
On the
What Dan
administrative,
just talked about?
I think that it might create a bottleneck if everything has to go through you.
Okay, no,
Which
that's fine.
which
Joe?
could be a waste of time.
Okay.
I can't get, the board has supported me on everything so far. Maybe I can't win everything. That's okay, that's fine.
So,
The job description, we talk about that?
go ahead.
It says supervision, work under the general supervision of the finance director. I think we need an administrator to the Board of Selectmen, because you can't serve 2 masters. There's a conflict there. If I want reports, if Denise is keeping the assistant busy with financial records, I might say, I need you to make these phone calls for me. I need to talk to get some information for the chief of police or the fire department. I need you to gather these records. And that person's gonna be pulled in the direction by the finance director. The Board of Selectmen, prior to me being on the board, always had their own administrative assistant. We need that person to serve us and us only, as well as the people of the town. Don't get me
So-
wrong.
I agree with you saying.
And not only that, that job was shrunk down to what, $20,000? What are you gonna get?
But it was shrunk down, but.
That is so gonna handicap the Board of
Hold on,
Selectmen.
hold on. Let
So
me-
gonna handicap
Hold on.
us.
Prior to you being here, part of that position was given over to Denise. It was legal and also,
Legal liaison to the town council.
and also the personnel.
Personnel.
as well.
HR issues.
Now, the minutes the minutes that we do are no longer they're through a lady outside town hall. So now we have three pieces of the old that we've moved on to someone else.
Okay.
So we have three pieces.
So today I was dealing with Nancy, she's still volunteering, doing some work here, right? Right? I asked her for leases, I wanna review contracts, right? Why should I have to interfere with the finance director's job? Because I wanna gather information so I can make decisions.
Right, and I'm in agreement with you, and my proposal was, and it's only my proposal, was to get an administrative assistant person in here sooner than later to, when you want those questions answered, you're not taking Denise from being a finance director, and it doesn't have to sit there and say.
I wanna make an amendment to this, and that person would be supervised by the Board of Selectmen.
So
That
who's gonna
person-
give her her daily duties? That person, who would give the daily duties of that person? Us?
What happened when Nancy was here?
I don't know, I wasn't really working under her, but I mean, every
Who would
time we
know?
meet,
Joe-
every Monday
Joe,
night.
you would know. Who gave tasks to Nancy?
Well, officially, that would be the Board of Selectmen.
Well, that's how it ought to be.
Yeah.
That's my opinion, there's four other people on here.
Okay,
Otherwise, I'll call that person, I'll say, I want this, I need it, it's important to me, I wanna bring it up at the next meeting. And if that
So-
person's busy because Denise has him busy, now we got a tug of war with an employee. Who are you gonna work for?
so what's gonna happen if Denise?
So it's no disrespect to
I
Denise.
understand it, I'm gonna, what happens if Denise says to this person that we don't have nothing for this person to do, and Denise says, hey, can you do this for me? Is she gonna say, no, I work for the selectmen, I gotta talk to them before,
No, is that person gonna be reconciling accounts, or can they go get some information from me?
get some information for her, hopefully.
May I make a statement? So, part of my renegotiated contract was I will continue to handle the agenda. I will continue to appear at these meetings on behalf of the board and the agenda items. This job description, if you see it, it's assist with the meeting agenda. There's nothing working for me specifically other than assisting with duties that either the board has given to me, licensing, permitting. The annual town report was given to the town clerk. Someone needs to pay the bills for the selectman's office. I have now been paying those. This person would assist with those. So questions and things would still be answered, but we still need, assisting with the calendar, the field use permits, updating the website, updating the message board out front. All of those tasks still need to fall under somebody.
Putting the minutes online.
Putting the minutes online.
So if that person is your assistant and
It would not, it's not an assistant to me. It's a general administrative assistant.
If we rewind what Joe
Correct.
wanted in the last conversation, you have to go through the chair to get info. So how am I gonna get that person to work for me in any capacity?
Maybe we put finance/selectmen.
It says, performs administrative work for the Board of Selectmen, finance director, and any other office
I
that
would
may
like
need
it to
assistance.
say, work under the general supervision.
It's easy.
Maybe it
It's
could be
just-
shared,
it's into the
finance
town
director
hall.
and the Board of
The
Selectmen.
general administrative
Yeah,
assistant
we have that
position
at the school committee, by the way.
is what we were looking
The
for.
secretary is dually,
But it-
equally the.
Can it be
se-
both? Can I
secretary-
modify that to and the Board of Selectmen?
Sure, that's what I just said.
Yeah.
I said that, make a motion.
I make a motion to modify this to say, work under the general supervision of the Board of Selectmen and the finance director, or his or her designee.
Simple.
Second motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All set.
Well, that was easy.
That was easy.
And
Okay.
we can, and
A
we,
long-winded
and we
easy.
can bring this forward and get this posted this week.
Denise,
We need a vote on
can we
that
get this posted
separately?
as soon as possible?
Vote on the job
We got
description.
voted.
Were you voting on the amendment or on the job description itself?
We just voted on the
Voted on
amendment.
the amendment. Now do you wanna vote on the description? So we're gonna take a vote on the description of the new administrative assistant/finance/selectman.
No, the title is just administrative assistant. That is the title.
Working
There's
for
no,
slash the finance/the selectman.
No slashing, the campaign's
Slash the
over.
gas station.
Forward slash.
it's working where
Forward slash.
needed, but yes, for the office of the Board of Selectmen, yes. But
Okay.
there's no title to the
What I
administrative
want is
assistant.
that I can contact that person directly and ask them to get me some records. Is that fair?
That's what we're saying.
That's what I wanna
No,
do.
if you're asking me, I think it's fundamentally wrong when a individual board members approaches an employee because that you're acting on, potentially on your own without the consent of the board.
I'm
or you-
acting on the consent of the voters of Groveland that want me to do a good job, otherwise what am I doing here?
I'm bringing up the concern from 9 years of being on the school committee and other cities and towns, that's the structure, folks. They go through the chair.
If that one employee is the assistant to the 5 Board of Selectmen, then that's disclosed. They're the only ones. They're the only ones.
You've made a good argument. No further comment. You made a good argument.
Done with it.
Okay, so we have to vote on the, it's getting late, I
We
guess.
didn't know what we're voting on.
Look
The
We're
actual
voting
job
on the
description.
original with the amendment, am I correct?
Job description.
Job description of the the administrative assistant.
As
So we have an amendment to /finance/selectmen's administrative assistant.
See, now I got 2 of the building department.
Oh, simply enough, administrative assistant as amended.
Building maintenance.
Amended.
That's it. Administrative assistant position,
And is
As
it seconded
amended.
that way? Did you second it, Ed?
Yes, I did.
forget the
Okay.
slashes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Who made the motion?
Dan made it.
Can you make the motion, Dan?
I didn't make the motion.
No, I made a motion.
Ed
Wasn't
made-
paying attention.
Ed made the motion, friendly amendment by Dan, seconded by, Mike, was it? Bill?
There you go.
Unanimously voted.
I forgot what we were voting on.
There you go.
Did you get all that?
Half an hour.
What else? Procedure? Can I talk about procedure?
Well, we're going to, when you say procedural,
New items. Can we go to the?
we're beyond that, aren't we already?
Yeah, I think
We're beyond that.
You didn't hit me for new items, new business.
We'll get under selectmen's time.
The selectman time, yeah, I've been.
We haven't got
raising
there
my-
yet. I'm working my way
We
down.
were like on the far left over
Oh,
there.
that new business,
We're going to
Equal time.
finance,
We got it.
the finance director's time,
yes,
correct?
we should definitely do that.
Do you have any questions under the correspondence with the other 2 revolving accounts?
I have questions for the finance director, Denise. Because I'm the problem with the emails. I ask a lot of questions. I was always that kid that, drove the professor nuts, and they get tired, they call it on me, so I'm still that guy. But I want to get information, and it's not personal in any way. But in terms of revolving accounts, I looked through the budget to actual here, and I had a question about it was a town warrant, as I looked further into it, that plugged the snow deficit. And that came from somewhere, so I wanted to ask you where that came from, and what is in that account. I heard it was a health type of account, so I do have some follow-up questions to what was given to us at the last meeting about the numbers.
Okay. That wasn't what I was gonna discuss with the revolving accounts, though.
Oh,
So, I was gonna discuss the boat ramp and the.
was that a
and the rec-
revolving account?
The boat ramp and the summer program is what you had asked about last meeting. So I included the printouts of the boat ramp so you could see the money that we generate and the money we expend on that. So currently, there's $30,000 in that account. Those funds will go to cover a very, very, very small portion of the boat ramp project. The boat ramp takes in, as you can see, does take in money each year. We do sell mooring and ramp permit stickers, so it does generate some revenue. Otherwise, it really has little detail. The other revolving account we have is the summer Bagnell program. I did include the detail. Just for your information, in 2014, we had 270 students or kids participate in the summer program. I know the questions come up in the past. It is more than just Groveland. We have students from Boxford, Bradford, Groveland, Haverhill, Ipswich, Merrimack, Methuen, Newburyport, North Andover, Salisbury, and West Newbury participate in that summer program. For last fiscal year, we took in $184,000 and we spent $122,000. Town meeting approves $115,000, and last year they asked for an additional $15,000 of spending capacity. So they didn't spend all of that money, but they did spend $122,000. So if there are any questions on the 2 revolving accounts.
Yeah, am I reading this correct, that there's still a balance of 177,000+ in there?
Yes, that is correct.
That seems a little high.
Yes, that is correct.
What do you want to spend it on, Ed?
So, one of the issues with the,
I'd like to spend it on the road going up to the VZ Park.
I was thinking the same thing.
so,
done.
with the summer program, the town meeting vote
know.
is very clear that it's to be spent on wages and expenses with the summer program only. Part of the problem is, and I've spoken at length with the director, he will be coming back before this board and the finance board, probably in the fall. One of the downsides, it's good, but it's not, is we actually make more money than we are able to spend in this account, which we're not a profit, we're not in the business of making a profit, so we need to find a way to close that gap.
We could hire him to run VC.
So he is going to, when I've met with him, I said, you know, we need to find a way to either refund parents that have paid into this program, scholarship the first 100
reduce fees, maybe.
students, reduce fees, so, but reducing fees isn't gonna take care of
Can't
what's in there
attrition it
now.
down.
Correct, so.
Let me ask you,
Facilities at Bagnell School?
You cannot, and that's what they've tried to do in the past. It's very clear.
You have a-
You can put in, I'm sorry, you can put into facilities if it specifically relates
I mean,
to
like
the program.
the outdoor playfield where most of the kids are all day.
But if you look at it, they only use that for 7 weeks. So you can't really say that they're gonna redo the
Could you
fields.
prorate it by 7 weeks?
You could, you certainly could prorate it. We've done things like, the nets in the gym for the basketball, they've paid for them. But there was a philosophy previously that the kids look out the windows, we can replace the windows, that type of thing. That doesn't work. But if they specifically utilize parts of the facility, then yes, it can be
Soccer
attributed.
field,
You have-
baseball field, so they could pay for fixing up behind the school,
Like the
If
Bagnell
you
put some
have-
lights.
You have 170-something thousand in that account.
20 years they've been
Are
doing
they
this.
paying rent for the facility for the summer? Are they paying that program, are they paying us
Well, they would rent it from Pentucket, because we lease the building to Pentucket, but no,
We
they are
lease
not.
it to Pawtucket.
Correct. The Bagnell is leased by Pentucket. So they do not pay rent.
They're using
One
our
of the true
facility.
things of the
I got a
program.
copy of the lease here if you
Yeah,
wanna read it.
as you stated with these true
I asked
accounts,
for it.
it's very similar to VZ. The true way that this should work is, we should be calculating the utilities that they're using at Pentucket. We should be calculating the cost of the custodian for use at Pentucket. And this program should be charged for those fees. It has not been.
But
That's-
they're using our facility, they're
it-
burning our lights, et cetera, et cetera. Why wouldn't we be getting some kind of rent or some kind of use fee for it?
Well, first of all, it's a town program. So it's a town-sponsored program.
Right.
It's under our tax ID number. We
So let's
collect the
go-
fees, we
Okay.
pay the expenses.
So let's go wear and tear then.
But
I mean,
again,
you
it's
know,
not our,
looking
it's
at-
technically not our building, because we're giving it to Pentucket. Pentucket is
field is
maintaining
yours.
that building.
The town owns the building.
We own the
We own the
building.
building, but we don't pay for maintenance of the building. That is covered through Pentucket.
It's
But the
an-
field is different.
What's that?
The field is not in the same
That's what I was
piece.
saying. Why
Field
The
can't
field
you
is
prorate-
actually ours that we control.
Right.
Let me ask you,
Correct.
Denise,
can't you
is
prorate
it
that
possible,
So that's
right,
20 years, it's prorated.
with,
7
coupled with the lease somehow, to negotiate an overhead allocation, as you're saying, and recoup some of those charges if,
Yes, but we wouldn't be recouping it. Pentucket would. They pay the utilities, they pay the custodian. It's nothing we're
but
recouping.
we could reach out to Dr. Mulqueen, whoever's in charge of this lease, the school committee, I don't know procedurally how you would do it, but could we negotiate with them
Prorated by 7 weeks.
in exchange for that, those funds, right?
That helps fund it.
To fix up the fields behind the building?
Let me ask you a question.
Could you, could that money be used for the overhead, paid to the district, and then they allocate the funds back to improving the fields?
Can that committee,
We can't spend the
Wait,
money
can that
directly, but
committee-
can we negotiate a deal with the district to use
Can
that
that
money
committee-
for that facility?
can
That's what
that
I'm saying.
committee, can that committee donate some of those proceeds to giving us a field? Could they donate?
No, so the committee it's parents paying for their children to go to summer camp. They're not paying for, no offense, but youth soccer to play September through June. They're paying for 7 weeks of time for their students
understand
and their
that.
children to go to a
But they,
program.
but
But if
they,
you
but
prorate
they
that
didn't pay
7
for any
weeks-
overhead to go
Yes,
there.
but they don't use the field
Right,
every day over
But
7
if you
weeks.
take that 170,000 divided by 52, multiplied by the 7 weeks that they're using it, it's $23,000.
But you can't take the 170,000, you'd have to take the cost of the field and divide it by how many days in a year and figure out 7 weeks' worth of time. You can't take their excess funds and
You'd
say
have to
that's gonna
prorate
cover
it.
the field. You'd have to cover the cost of the field and figure out what that is on a daily basis and figure out what 7 weeks is worth.
Yeah, times 20 years, they've been doing this without getting charged. I mean,
Well, you-
that area's been
Charge
beat
them
up like crap.
retroactively.
You can't charge them retroactive.
I'm just telling you, because it's been over years,
Or
that
just
that's
prorate
gone
it by
back
7
down.
weeks and take the 23
So
grand.
what caused the reversal?
Deferred maintenance.
What caused this reversal?
Well, there is no reverse. So the problem is, the money has excess, the account has excess funds,
Lot.
a lot.
Could've shoveled the roofs.
Could you do a calculation of what that is and what they did not pay?
I don't have access to that. I don't know what they do not pay. It's things covered by Pentucket. We physically do not pay the utilities, we don't pay the custodian, we don't pay anything on that building. So the money that they haven't paid doesn't benefit us at all, it benefits Pentucket.
So, do they pay us rent, Pawtucket, for the building? They lease it from us, so they paying us for the building?
No.
They're
So
not.
if you don't find a way to spend the
Oh my
money,
God, I
what
just found
happens to the
a
money?
way we can get this loophole.
Technically,
getting
it's
any
supposed to
rent
go
for the
back to the
building.
general fund, and that's not what we want to happen, which is why I have met with the director and said, come up
Part
with
of
a
the
plan.
regional agreement.
Come
I know,
back
I
and
know.
meet with the groups and say, this is what we're gonna do with the excess funds,
You
this is
charge them
how we're
rent, they
going to
just
give
send
it
your bill
back
back, mark it
to
up.
the parents who have paid into it, that have, you know, and I'm
The
not,
bigger ones.
I don't wanna
How
say
do you-
they've
how do you
overpaid.
quantify that for someone that paid 10 years ago
Shipping
for
and
someone that paid
Exactly,
last week?
exactly. But, and that's why I've put it to him, to figure out how to deal with this excess funds.
There has
It's
to be
his
a-
program that's, you know, and I don't wanna say parents are overpaying, because it's a great deal for the 7 weeks.
Right.
But the problem is, they don't cap the students, they just, whoever enrolls, they take. So, now they're up to 270.
There has to be a way to
Let
get
me-
that
let me-
money to the district and then back into the
Okay.
facility. There has to be.
Try one more thing. I'll try one more
It has
thing.
to be.
Don't yell at
You
me.
have to go like this to do it.
Can they take the money and buy something at the school? So they buy a field, or they,
Playground.
or they
Playground.
buy a,
Playground.
like you said, they did the basketball courts, but,
Only if it specifically pertains to that program,
so they're gonna play ball out in the field.
but only 7 weeks a year. They use, and out of those 7 weeks, maybe 10 days, I don't know what it comes down to. They have field trips 4 out of 5 days a week that they're off-site. But on
Is it a
days that they're
nonprofit?
there,
Is it a nonprofit?
it's town of Groveland.
So, so
Yes,
it's not a nonprofit?
it's a governmental entity, it's the
Right,
town of
right.
Groveland's
The
program.
government doesn't pay
So if it's
taxes.
is there a law saying you can't take that money and use it someplace?
Yes.
On the facility? On the facility? or
Yes.
You're right, okay.
The town meeting votes, you can only use it on salaries and expenses relating to the summer Bagnell program, that's
So
it.
if you wanna
That's
fly them
all
out
you
to
can use
Haiti
it on.
Right.
For 10 weeks, you
You're all
can do
set.
that.
You can do it.
Correct,
Right.
correct. So,
There's also,
Well, I'll leave Dan with that one.
there's also,
They could use the fields behind the building, and right now it's a sandbox. I have my kids, my son Max.
there's also restrictions in the lease that we have, so it's very complicated, and he needs to get a plan together
yes.
with advice of council, and he's gonna have to get together with the school.
Could
school
I reach out to
administration.
the school district to say, will you work with us on this problem to a mutual benefit? Within the law.
You certainly could. I will tell you, from what I understand, part of the reason why they have not paid utilities and custodians was because in the past, the town would use these funds to replace things that they really shouldn't have. So it was kind of like, don't charge us to use the facility, but we'll cover these extra costs.
Here we go, management letter again.
So you certainly can look to see, I personally think we should be covering we should know the true cost of that program, utilities, whatever it costs to run the program should be attributable to this
VC do it.
fund.
Why
Cost
wouldn't they do it?
allocation. You should
Correct.
allocate the costs for operating
Make everyone
that
else do it,
building
we should make them
for
do
the
it.
summer.
Correct.
And that shouldn't be hard to calculate.
Depending on, I don't know what their bills are, but
The
yes, it
electric
should not be
bill,
hard to
it's
count,
monthly.
yes. Correct.
So Mike brought up a point, we can't give back there's no way to give back $23,000 a week. Back to
No,
the-
that's
Back
7
to the
weeks'
users of this program.
A week?
No, the 23,000
Right.
was 170,000 divided by 52 weeks,
Times 7.
times 7 weeks of actual use during the summer is $23,000.
Okay. So that's the extra.
That's
Is
the
that
prorated amount that I think is justified for use back towards the school
Oh,
because it's
okay.
7 weeks worth of use.
Okay,
Now, the other $150,000, who knows?
I agree with him.
Okay.
But you're just picking an arbitrary number that happens to be in the account today.
Well,
You can't just-
Without the number would I choose?
Well, again, it would be the cost of running the school, the cost of the fields is what you would have to look at prorating,
Right.
not just the excess in the
Do
account.
you go back a week or do you go back 20
20
years? Where's the timeline that you start from? You
Well,
can't.
I think you can clearly, I mean, if we go back in the program, 3 years ago, we didn't have this kind of excess. It's because the program is continuing to expand year after year after year, and they're adding more and more
You could do
students.
a weighted average for the time period you had an excess. You could allocate based on that weighted
can't.
average.
You like numbers, don't you? You said it, right?
I hate numbers.
Well, you
I
like
just-
numbers.
I do
This
it
is a
for a
good
living,
project
and
for
I'd
you to
rather, I'd rather,
Put the calculator to
I'd
it.
rather tape and mud a wall than do numbers.
Oh, that's my job.
How many employees do they have? Any idea?
I don't, because they do employ a lot of kids. So they have their counselors in training, they have counselors, they have a director, they have 2 assistant directors. I can tell you, last year, off the top of my head, they spent $85,000 in salaries and $30,000 in expenses
For 7 weeks?
for 7 weeks.
85,000 in salaries
Yeah.
for 7 weeks?
The director's getting,
For how many people?
We
for
should
money?
move that program to
Off the
VC
top of my
Park.
head,
I
I
just
don't
saw it. The light bulb went off.
there you go.
We're gonna move that rec program to VC Park, and you guys are
The
gonna
road.
bump
Half
the
the
bill
road.
up. And we're gonna pay for the road. Brilliant.
Half the road's done already.
Anything else on the finance
Now we're
director's
talking.
I'm not even in my time. I'm still in correspondence.
And what's the director of the program getting for the 7 weeks?
Off the top of my head, I don't know. His position is changing. He was full-time director, now that's changing because he has a full-time principal job, so he's paid hourly. He will be at the program 1 full day, possibly 2 full days, and then every afternoon, so.
They could go fishing and canoeing up VC Park. I mean, can you swim there?
I'd like to throw in my name in the hat for the next
Legally?
director over there for 7 weeks.
Okay. So, Denise,
Let's get a
where are we now?
breakdown
Are
on
we
that.
under- We're not under finance director
No.
time, we're under correspondence?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's get a breakdown on the director's salary.
Yep, I can give you that, I just don't have it here.
Okay, so did we already discuss the, Angelini?
That's really just informational,
Yep,
it's up to you if
informational.
you,
The revolving account, we talked about that already.
That was
And the administrative assistant draft job we done, in the minutes from the May 18th, 2015 meeting. That's for you guys to look at for next week. So now we go up to 9:25 and it's 10 minutes to 10, sorry. Finance director's time.
just a couple things. So the first thing is the Center Street Committee. Alex Johnson came to see me the other day to see if the board is still interested in putting together a Center Street Committee. So he's going to come before the board on the 29th, at the 29th meeting, to discuss what the previous board had guided him, talk about the committee, talk about how many members, who was going to make it up, to see if it's something you still would like him to move forward with. If you do agree to move forward, then he plans to come back in September with the makeup of the committee and have it be appointed. So he is coming on the 29th to talk about the Center Street Committee. The next item is, again, the prior board placed a moratorium on usage of Strawberry Fields. Once we purchased that property, we decided to lock the gate and not allow any groups to use that field. I've had a request from the Astronomy Club, who used it last year, to see if they could use it again. I don't know what this board's wishes are, if you want to continue with that, but I told him I would ask the board, and if you wanted to allow it, then he would fill out a permit and it would come back before you. So I don't know if anyone has any discussion. I can place it on an agenda item if you want to actually discuss it.
Just go out there and look at stars?
They're gonna use it at nighttime or in the
Yes.
middle of the day?
No, they use it when they actually follow the weather patterns to see when the viewing is at its best, and they go out 6, 7, 8 times over the summer.
It's a very educational group, they're very committed, very passionate. They are really the only group that's used that field other than the football. So I would be in favor of allowing the discretion of having this one group continue their annual event there.
They did say if it helped, they would clean up the property too. They would volunteer to
Good
try
group.
and clean it out.
Good group, and they're very educational. A lot of kids are involved in it, so it's a
Could
real
could
family.
Joe or Bill just enlighten us on why they put a moratorium on?
I can answer that
Field use
question.
on the
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't want groups and individuals competing. You know, we were getting a lot of requests, or we were potentially gonna get requests for use of the fields, and we felt that we wanted to have a plan first in place, and that's why Alex Johnson's gonna come in and talk about a committee, that we thought would be a better idea, to put a committee together and study how to use Strawberry Fields, and bring in all kinds of interesting ideas. One of them is partial development, for example. Other ideas is to use it for recreation, other ideas to use it for open space. The reality is, probably will be a combination of these things, and we felt that it would be in the best interest of the town for a very wide committee, wide meaning, a group that consists of a lot of different interests would convene on behalf of the town and provide advice to this board as to what their recommendations are for use of the field before we use the field.
And the other part of it too was, if I remember, we didn't have the right insurance.
Well, it's more that when the property was purchased, it came with an agreement to Mr. Angelini that he could remove the earth off the property, and the access that he will come and go is the gate on Center Street. And I think the selectmen didn't want to have, groups on the field if he's gonna be taking trucks during the day, because obviously he'd be operating during the day. So they sort of limited access. We had some problems with people going in and cutting our locks off the gate. So the board decided to just stop all activity on the field until the group was convened and we decide what to do with it.
And part of it
Is
is
the
also.
property insured now?
It's just land, so it's automatically covered by our insurance because
We don't have any
it's just land.
There's no liability on it.
We don't have any, like, for ball fields and stuff.
No, we don't have liability. It's covered as open space right
Open
now.
space.
So if you were to allow use of it for, say, the football team to have a practice,
They would have to provide insurance. They would have to provide their own insurance.
I don't see a problem with it. I mean, can we lift the moratorium?
We're gonna have to put money into the fields and make them so they can use them and what have you.
Well, I don't think we have to do anything. Let the football, if somebody wants to use it as is, use it as is. I mean, that's kind of how I see it.
Yeah, I kind of represent youth football too, I don't know why. But we've been using those fields, with consent of previous owner for a number of years, and to tell you the truth, I don't know what you can do to improve that field. It is what it is. Frankly, it's not
topsoil.
much, but it's all we've got. So if we could, I know I've got to get in a use permit to Denise, but this is coming as news to me. If we don't have another place for these young boys and girls to practice, then we need to know that sooner than later so that we can scramble to find another place for an estimated 200 and some odd boys and girls to practice football almost on a nightly basis.
When Mr. Bussin was giving you guys the fields, am I correct to say you guys were paying him some money for using those fields?
You're incorrect. As far as I know, no money.
No money?
No money transferred, and I'm the treasurer for the last 2 years. I would've written a check.
So he was letting you have it for free or whatever?
He was out of the generosity of his, or kindness of his own heart. Basically, he was just letting us use the field because we had no place else to go.
What would need to be done to make sure the town doesn't incur liability on that? I mean, would we need to add insurance coverage or just require insurance for each user group?
Just like we do now, we would require insurance from each group.
It sounds like we need an agenda item for another meeting.
If they can provide that, I think we talk about maybe lifting that moratorium, because what are you gonna do? The kids have been playing football there for the last decade or more.
It's been a while.
And the town bought the property, we're gonna pay $1,000 a day to carry it. So,
And
the committee could take years.
But you do need to speak with Mr. Angelini, who is taking trucks through that property on and off, and that was part of the agreement that the
Well,
board
I
made.
want to read the agreement. I mean, if he has a road, then he needs to stick with the road. I don't know what the agreement says.
The earth removal permit gives him access through the gate closest to the nearest business on Center Street is how it's worded.
Then we have another entrance, and
But
just send the kids through
agreement
another
doesn't say
entrance.
we can't let people play.
No, but I don't know if you want to speak to him. I don't know what his time is. I know when he's going to be removing it, how
Said
often.
a couple years.
Was that agreement recorded, do you know?
Bill, when
Yeah,
do
it
you
was with
use
the water and
when do you
sewer
use the
department, but
property?
yes.
Typically, because the parents, we're the coaches, obviously, and we all have jobs. Typically, the practices don't start until 4:30 to 5 o'clock, and then go as late as light will take us, and then when we get into the late fall, we'll typically try to lease or rent some artificial lighting so that we can go a little later, because once you get past that last week in October, you don't have any time. The sun sets at 5 o'clock, 5:30. If we don't rent lights, you just don't have any practice time at all. We've never seen or been impaired or hindered by any trucks going through there.
Well, it just started, the trucks just started.
Can
But
I
there
get
is
a
a
copy
main
of that
road that
agreement,
goes
or
through.
I gotta go to water and
We're
sewer?
typically,
I'll just, I don't have one, but I'll get one for you.
couple of teams on one side of the road, couple of teams on either side of the road, and there isn't too much.
My recollection, they used to use it on Saturdays and Sundays, is that correct?
We do not use it on Sunday because Sunday's game day. Typically, we have walkthrough on Sunday morning, the last kind of walkthrough practice, just to make sure we've got all the plays down offensively and defensively before we, our actual games on Sunday. And then those games are played over at, now the high school stadium, now that we've got permission to use those fields.
If we lift this moratorium, which is probably a good idea, but you gotta understand, it's gonna open up, more people are gonna come in and wanna start using that.
Well,
I'm not saying they're not supposed to, I'm just saying it's going to
okay.
open up.
They're gonna get a tax bill, and they're gonna pay
Right.
for it, so.
And we had the discussion, it was gonna be
You're
roughly
paying for it, you might as well use
$40,000
it.
to
It's
put
not a-
liability insurance on it, was it? It was around that number somewhere?
Well, again, I don't think we should be paying for the liability insurance. We should be requiring it if we're
Okay,
gonna
then
allow
we
people
require
to
it.
use. It would be my suggestion to the board. I don't
Okay.
think we should be covering it.
Each group has to have their own
Correct.
insurance.
We carry our own insurance with GBL for
You guys-
Washington
you guys
Park.
have to
I
have your
don't
own
think
insurance
inside
anyways.
PYF would have any problem at all in getting our own insurance binder.
Who mowed it?
You already have it.
Who mowed the fields down when it was time to come in the fall or when you started? Who was doing the mowing and maintenance and all that?
Parents.
Parents.
Shay did it for us last year, the year before, it was Arthur, who was kind of across the street there from the St. Patrick's Church. It's always been parent or volunteer or somebody
Right.
that has a big garden tractor and a lot of time to kill.
Okay.
So you'd
Well,
like
I'd
me to
urge
add this?
The chairman to put it on the agenda for.
Like me to add
Yeah, we need to, we can't give you an answer tonight, we have to put it on the agenda.
Please, Mr. Chairman, add it to the agenda.
Add it to the agenda,
So Denise will,
whenever you can get it in.
No, I'll put it next meeting.
when do you need an answer?
Should we,
How soon
should
do
we
you
be,
need an
should we
answer?
put it on the agenda
We
after?
typically don't start practices till August 1st, but if this is denied as soon as possible, because then we're really going to be scrambling to
No,
find a
and
field
if we need to
for
talk to Mr.
4 to
Angelini,
5
we need time.
teams this year, we do expect
I think Mike
expansion
can
of the
answer some of the questions you have.
I think, oh, I'm sorry.
Conservation and Water spoke with Bill Angelini today. He's planning on, he wants to start the gravel removal as soon as possible. So probably within a couple of weeks, he's gonna be having, he already has trucks going in and out of to take some of the trees down on the former property of his over there. But he, I believe, is limited to 5 PM, so probably it could be arranged to work out if they're practicing at that time.
Or could he have an established trucking route that doesn't
Well,
interfere with the
Yeah, I think
football kids?
his route is straight through the middle from that gate, straight ahead.
There's
to
no
the-
other access?
No, we've already closed off another possibility on, I think, Dewar Street, so it has to go, it has to come
Has to
through
go that
Center
way.
Street. We've
So
already done that.
you try to coordinate with his schedule and you work it out. I
Well,
mean,
But I
But
don't
he's not
know,
gonna be there at 5 o'clock in the afternoon hauling dirt out.
but will these trucks cause more damage to the fields if you're playing on them? If you have ruts from the trucks hauling?
There
down the
actually
center.
is a road from the gate all the way through. It's kind of a gravelly road.
Okay.
But we typically practice 2 or 3 teams on one side of the road, 2 or 3 teams on the other side of the road. They very seldom cross, except at the beginning or the end of practice when they're going to or from the containers, dropping off equipment or practice equipment, getting water, things like that. But I don't see that as a real freeway, so I can't imagine you're gonna see trucks flying down that road at 30 miles an hour. It's probably gonna be more like 5 or 10.
Yeah, but they're not gonna be there when you're there. They're all done by 4 o'clock.
And they can't do any more damage to that area,
They
because
can't,
that just.
you couldn't do any more, yeah, the only way you could do more damage to that
I'm
field
gonna
is
make
drop
a
a nuclear
I'm
bomb
gonna
on it.
suggest, if the board decides that we're going to do a modified version of lifting this moratorium, then in the permitting, we would make it a requirement that the hours would have to be when the gravel operations are shut down. Just, we'd have to have that in the permit. You'd have to guarantee us that you're not gonna have the operation until Mr. Angelini's done, just for common sense purposes, you know. just so that we're safe, and the kids are safe, and everybody is safe. And
So-
Mr. Angelini knows that, he's gotta stop at 5 because there's some kids coming on the field, so it'll work fine.
So Mr. Angelini
As
got
long as
the
it's
permit,
reflected in the permitting. it'll be
Mr.
fine.
Angelini got the permit for about 5 years, I think.
5 years, yeah.
So
5-year
we can't
operation.
use that property for 5 years until he's done pulling the earth out?
No.
I'd like to read the agreement, because it might just have a
Well, that's
egress
what we're
and
doing right
ingress.
now,
It
we're
might
locking
just have a-
ourselves in. We're locking ourselves in by saying that we can't use the property during the day because he's hauling dirt. I don't remember that even being said that
All right,
way.
let me, you don't have to remember, because I was there. He's got a 5-year operation plan. It's all set.
And
You
I
can-
understand that.
That's
I
exclusive
clearly
use of the
understand.
property? I
It
wanna
didn't
read the
say we
agreement. It
can't
does-
use the property. It didn't say we
No, it
can't.
doesn't say but he has a right of way, let's just put it.
Okay, it might be a 50-foot or 30-foot strip, it doesn't give him exclusive right to the rest of the property. You gotta read the agreement. The devil's in the details.
But that's the busing property, not the Angelini property.
But he has a cut
He has to
through.
cut through a Bussen's
He has to come
property.
through.
He has a cut
His
through.
land is in behind, and he has to cut down that road to get his dirt out of there.
And so
So
not
what
to
you're
go
saying is
down,
you've locked up the busing property for 5 years if you've given him this cut-through.
They gave it to him.
That's what I'm
Yes.
trying to
So
say.
you've locked up 2 properties for 5 years?
No, no.
Yes, 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 if you've
It's
given them
not-
access for 5 years,
It's
Mike, you've
just-
locked it
no,
up.
but it's just
What can you do?
To exit through the middle of it. And they can designate the route that he takes, they can change the route that he takes.
Then that's the solution. We
Yeah.
tell him, this is your path, and you won't cross path with the students and the parents. And we have a safe route for him to truck his gravel out of there. mean,
I
that's the
disagree. I
simple
wouldn't want
solution.
any truck operation at all, anywhere, anytime when there's families out there.
Joe, the
Period.
property was bought to protect the aquifer and for the mega sports complex that was, put on the plan, all right? The people of Groveland are gonna pay $1,000 a day for that property. And you know what? It's a huge property, and they can figure out how to put the trucks on one side, the football players on the other, without somebody getting run over. It's more dangerous on Main Street next to Shanahan with no lights down there, and people parking on the sidewalk, the sun goes down at 5. We can figure out Center Street. But the right thing to do is lift that moratorium. It's crazy to say that the people of Groveland for the next 5 years are gonna foot the bill on that, and you can't use it. What's up with that? And then you're gonna kick them out of there, and you're gonna go play football someplace else, where are you gonna go? The kids aren't gonna play football?
What I'm saying
And
to
you're
you,
not, then Pentucket suffers.
We gotta read the
hold
agreement.
on one second,
We
hold
can
on
di-
one second. He just said it, we need to read the agreement, but all I'm saying is, he got a permit for 5 years to pull earth out of the rear of that property. I'm not saying he can't use we can't use Bussen's property, I'm saying he got a permit for 5 years to pull the earth down that road and out, and he has to come to Center Street, he has to take a left and go down Salem Street.
Mr. Dempsey said we can designate it the route, correct?
Yeah, out of busing, right.
Then let's
We have
figure
the
out
authority.
how to do that safely, and we will dictate which route he's gonna go on.
Yeah.
If
Already
that's,
dictated it,
Mike, do we have to renegotiate that, or?
right.
No, it
When
says
they
in
had the-
there that we can do that.
When they had the agreement, we had an agreement, how the earth was coming down that center road, it was gonna come to the end, it was gonna take a right, and they're gonna go up Salem Street.
Yes.
That was done. They didn't say we couldn't use Bussen's property. They said that he had the right to use that right of way, down the middle, that's it.
Yes.
His operation has to end at
He
5,
did- But
correct?
what I'm saying, Mike, is they didn't say for 5 years we can't use Bussen's property. He
No.
just said he has the right
Yes.
for 5 years to use that right of way.
Absolutely.
Right, so what I'm saying, if it comes
otherwise,
to a
he's
point.
landlocked. Otherwise, he's landlocked.
What I'm saying, if it comes to the point and it comes to a problem, he can come out of his gate, he can take a left and go around the fields and back out.
Right.
We can maybe ask him to do a different route.
Bob Arcalian and I are supposed to meet with Mr. Angelini in the next couple of weeks, because these are the kind of issues that need to be worked out among a few other stuff.
Right.
But, if you want to, we can try to figure out some other alternative.
I think, knowing the property, I think the alternative, we should have the conversation with him, because if they're gonna lift this moratorium, and I know the property very well, I butt it, as you know, that road down the center should be left for the fields and what have you. He should have a truck route, and it's not hard to do, come out his gate, he has that gate in the back. He can come out, go right or go left, and go around the property and get out. Now, these guys can use it, and they can lift their moratorium, they can go ahead and use the property, and they're not gonna have to worry about trucks. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
Because
you
the
don't want
hours,
trucks and kids don't
the
mix.
hours that he can do it are 7:30 AM to 5:30 PM, so.
Right, right.
that's gonna
But I'm saying,
overlap.
if someone wanted to go down there during the day, now they can go ahead and use it during the day.
But kids are gonna go after school at 3 o'clock, 3:30, 4, right?
Yeah.
So when you have the conversation with him and Bob, ask them if they can do that.
Mike, any idea how many
That's
trucks
if they lift
he's
this.
talking about per day?
Five.
Five?
What was it, 5?
I wasn't involved
He
in that.
said, he thought in the beginning that it would go slow in the beginning. As he cranked up, he would be doing maybe, I think he said for some reason, 1 an hour at one point. At the end, it would be 1 an hour.
That's nothing. 1 an
I think
hour?
that's how he said it.
That's nothing.
In the beginning, he was gonna
Can
use
work
it
around it.
slow. Okay, so can we move on? We're gonna,
Okay.
are you lifting the moratorium, or you wanna just
We
leave it?
have it,
No, we-
it's on the agenda for
It's on the
next week.
agenda, we can't
Okay,
do it.
Put on
fine.
the
I'd like to
agenda.
read the agreement, and we'll go from there.
Okay, so you wanna take it off the agenda?
No, I will, I'll send the agreement, oh.
You have the agreement, right here.
Okay.
The next item is the Shanahan Field bathrooms. It went back out to bid. We had very little interest. Unfortunately, I actually called people to see if they wanted the plans. We only received one bid, and it came in $20,000 over budget. So I've talked to Mike and Steve, and they're looking at some alternatives to put in a bathroom that does not entail plumbing. That seems to be, we're assuming that's what's killing us on the cost. So they're looking at some green alternatives that wouldn't require that. Once we get some specs, we have to go back out to bid, because it is still publicly procured, and then hopefully we'll have something under the remaining $65,000 budget.
Just real quick for you. Denise and I have talked, and Mike talked to Mike about a little bit about it. The company that we're looking at right now, the greenhouse company that's gonna give us the specs at least to go by so we can put it out. It's a self-sustaining system, it's environmental, it's good, but it still has flushing toilets and clean, it's a septic system based. I talked to the health inspector, they're on board, they're all set, and also the building inspector had one question, they were fine with it, they just had a question on, is this board willing to waive the fee for the permit, for the building permit? Because, you know, all the permits and fees. So that was the one question he had that he asked me to ask you. So,
Which I believe the answer is yes, because it's a town project.
there you go. I just want to make
We
sure.
don't charge fees to ourselves, so
Well,
yes.
sometimes we do.
So you were saying that it's a green product? And as I said earlier to you, I was down in Florida this past winter, and I was at a marina, and they had a set of bathrooms that was, and it was, looked like you were in a conference room. I mean, it was unbelievable. One piece of it was handicapped, men's and women's. It looked like a trailer. The guy bought the unit. He bought it for like, I wanna say 45, 46,000.
Right around price.
And what the problem is he was in Florida, so he just ran a sewer and water pipe down, tied it in, and they were good.
In the
And,
long run, you could do that.
So maybe that would be, you know, it looks like you're looking into that already, but.
Yep.
Yeah, Steve, the one thing I would say is just double check Salisbury. I heard that Salisbury Beach has some of these, and there's not very much positive feedback. So just, I don't know what
They have the
facilities.
self-sustained with no water, running water.
Okay.
There's a huge difference, because the smell and everything else come back out of it.
Yes.
Absolutely, I've been there,
Okay.
done that. But no, that's why, there's one of the reasons why we wanted running water. And this actually gives you a full 30, big, huge gallon, 300-gallon tank. We also can tie in directly to our water, which we already have on our side, and there's really no cost to it.
I also liked they have rainwater collection too, for the flushing, so you can actually, it really is self-sustaining as a
Yep,
green
you can do
unit.
an electrical solar panel too, but we already have the connection, which would actually be cheaper to go across and have us be tagged anyways.
The last piece that, have you ever looked at, and I know we have to have someone to run the job, but if we did it in-house, but we don't have anyone that can run it? Do you have a contractor in town that was willing to say, I'll babysit the thing through and we can bring it in-house?
It literally, the way that these buildings work, they already gave me the dimensions. All I do is we cut a rectangle out, it's 18 by 10, that's the area. We go down 36 inches plus another 6 inches for rock, there's a specific rock that they want. We fill it in just like that, lay it out, the building drops in place and they're done. With some of the connections, the electrical stuff that we do later on. But it can self-sustain by itself without those things. So, I think the way we're gonna go through is we'll get the specs, we'll get the building bought, and based off of whatever I talked to a couple in-town people, I can get the other stuff done under soccer's budget. That's what we've already planned on. It's gonna be around.
How far away are you from the septic system there?
We're
we're about 15 to 20 feet. The problem is that you gotta go 30 feet deep, because that's how deep the sewer connection is over there. So the depth costs us about 7,500 to 10 grand. That's the, and no one, there's a lot of what-ifs over there. What if it's a little bit deeper than that, because no one really knows fully. I mean, I looked at the plans myself, there's no true depth. We'd have to go in there and look. And I haven't looked in there yet, but it's pretty deep, that from what I was told, it's about 20 to 30 feet deep. So that's where the biggest cost is.
But you're gonna need to tie that in ultimately, aren't you?
In the long run, I think we will, but it's just, we don't have to right away. And I think we just see how it works without it. And having a septic system in there that you can go every 2 or 3 years based off of usage, we can connect right to and have a septic company come right in, plug in and get it out of there, and it's still on us.
Okay.
Either way, we're gonna pay, whether we pay for the sewer connection or we pay for septic to be hauled out.
What's the bid for the tie-in of the sewer? What's that coming in at, do you know, any idea?
We didn't do it we tried it, we couldn't do it separately because we were concerned that if we did it separately, then what if one comes in and the other one didn't? So we put them together, and.
Thank you.
But I can tell you that there was an excavation company in town, they were saying around 7,500, but they said to put in 10 grand just in case of some situations that may occur. The building itself, we still don't know how come it's coming in so high. There's just no, I mean, we brought it down to lame ducks. We were told to build this Taj Mahal for ADA compliance and everything else at the beginning. That's why it's taken 3 rounds of this. And we finally realized that just to go plain duck, simple, and it still didn't work. Maybe it's the season, maybe everybody's rich now in the construction business, I don't know.
Yeah, and we couldn't cut that project back anymore. It was
No.
2 stalls, 2 toilets, 2 sinks, that's it. No finished work. I mean, we really went as minimal as we could, and it came in at $84,000.
And with this, with the prefab systems, it's actually a cleaner building, solid altogether. They start at 48,000 with, you have to get a few options in there to do everything, but, with delivery, we're around 60 grand. So, I mean, there's a big difference, and it's much better to do it that
So
way.
then you still got money to play with.
Yeah, we're gonna have money to play with.
Then at that point, I don't understand why you couldn't hire a contractor to tie into the septic system.
Again, and maybe we will, we'll see what happens with what it comes in at.
And you have the highway department dig. They got the machines.
It's not gonna take that long. to
Where's
dig
Bob? Did he leave? Bob, can you get the Lee Bear
Don't
over
give
there
the
and
highway
start
department
digging?
another thing to do this summer.
What, they got
please.
caterpillars? I don't know what they
So
got.
are you all done in the? No, okay.
Can you pass this
They
whole
got
packet
brand
down?
new machines. They should dig the hole.
That's a whole packet, some of the whole thing. So the last item I have is the update on the unpaid taxes. So in what I've just handed out is several items. So the first one is a spreadsheet that I'd given to Dan, either last meeting or the meeting before, as the list of outstanding taxes, but it was not completed. So if you look, everything that's highlighted in gray were questionable parcels that over the last year, we found research that they were Town of Groveland owned, tax liens had been placed on them, they just weren't removed off of our outstanding list, et cetera. So the original list that we've been hit for in our free cash, with tax was, just the tax was $284,000. $487,000 in total with demands and interests. From there, I was able to ascertain the next spreadsheet, which is the tax title accounts. So these are true accounts that had a legal lien placed on them. They were advertised and a title was placed based in accordance with the law. They just were not placed into tax title on our accounting system. So we've still been hit for them on free cash when we shouldn't have been. They're still showing up as our outstanding. They're still offsetting our overlay reserves, and they just should not have been.
That cost us money.
Yes.
How much?
It didn't really cost us money. It cost us,
Doesn't it affect the local aid and the formula and everything?
no, it won't affect local aid. It cost us in free cash. So our free cash has been deducted by everything on this spreadsheet, on the second report. So those have now all been placed into tax title. We actually have valid tax title balances, which one of the items on the audit report, I believe, was that our tax title balance had not changed in 6 straight years. There was no interest accruing. It was the same dollar amount year after year after year that was being booked. That has now changed. We now have actual tax title accounts. We have parcels that have been placed in tax title. The next item you'll see is a memo from me to the Board of Assessors with the list of the properties that were on the first spreadsheet that are actually town-owned property. that we've been holding on our uncollectible list. They've been hitting our receivables, and these were actually all owned by the town of Groveland. And those properties total $21,000 in tax. So these properties will go to the Board of Assessors, they will approve the list, review them as yes being town-owned, and they will immediately take them off of our outstanding list. So once we take the first list, combine it with the tax title and the town-owned property, the remaining properties are on the final spreadsheet. And all of these people, so that brings the actual tax outstanding to $123,000. Everyone on this list, a letter went in the mail today telling them that they owe taxes, this is what they owe. We give them one more chance to pay, or else we will actually go through the tax title process. We will place them in the newspaper as outstanding, place a lien against their property. So you can see the list is much different when we actually finally figured out all the records and got everything squared away to where it needs to be. So that final spreadsheet is the true outstanding report of everything prior to fiscal 15, because we're still in that, and our demand bills are still due. So I did not give you the most current year. This is everything prior. So if anyone has any questions on it, I could certainly answer that, but.
Okay, two questions. On folks on the list that are currently in a payment mode or payment plan, what's your approach? What's your recommended approach?
So there are no legal payment plans unless you're in tax title.
Okay.
You cannot legally enter into a payment plan.
Plans. I didn't know that. Okay.
You know, you
That
can
answers that.
extend a courtesy. My feeling is, you know, if someone is making a good faith effort and actually making payments weekly, monthly, steadily for so long, then I will work with them. But you legally cannot enter into a binding payment plan until they're in tax title.
And without any names mentioned, do you have anybody in mind that is in that position?
No.
Okay. My next question is, what about the law? What provisions are, are available for hardships?
None.
None.
Tax title is tax title. Everyone goes into tax title, and again, then you can deal with, you know, someone could come before you and say, please don't foreclose on me, and that, there's flexibility. We don't have to foreclose. So at that point, you could say, yes, there's a hardship, we can hold off foreclosure. But we still should place the lien and get our right to that money if in fact that property sells or they refinance.
And how much of this list is at risk of falling off because of too much time has lapsed?
So you have 3 years from the end of the tax year if the property has changed hands. And I don't believe any of these properties have changed hands. And it does only go back to 2011. So if you'll remember, or if you look at the first list, it goes back to 2000. When I went through and figured out who was in tax title and who was town-owned, we actually, once the assessors approve those write-offs, we will actually have no outstanding taxes prior to 2011.
When you
It will clear up
when
everything.
You say write-offs, those were taxes that the taxpayer just got away with.
No, they're no, they're not, they're only writing off town-owned property. Things that we should not have been billed for, or the town foreclosed and never did away with the prior year's taxes.
What about the 3-year statute on that? What about if the property changed hands prior to the 3-year period?
Yes.
Wh-
We're
what-
not writing those off, though, at this point. We can still try and collect them.
Those are still collectible?
We can still try, we can't place a lien on them. So we can still send a letter, we can still try and collect them, but we cannot go back to prior to the 3 years if it's changed hands.
So do they have to, what do they say, just, I'm not paying you?
Pretty much.
If you can't lead them, you can't make them.
Correct, you can't make them. I don't think they're, I mean, like I said,
Effectively, the town screwed up and let those lapse out without recording tax title.
yes, I
And
was
dropped
told,
the ball on that, and how much money is outstanding because of somebody not doing that?
like I said, I don't think we're gonna have a problem because the ones that the assessor and I have gone through, it's almost all of them are still current owners that are owner on record. I will tell you, I was told that it was the philosophy of the prior Board of Selectmen who said not to lien these properties until the final 3 years go by. They didn't want to lien people too soon. They wanted to wait till the very last moment to lien them.
That was my understanding.
That's foolish, and then you let them off the hook.
Again, that's not my
You
philosophy.
let them off the hook. I mean,
Correct.
who-
My philosophy, again, is tax bills are due May 1st, they get demanded right away, and then by September, you're advertising them and listing them in the paper that following year.
Don't wait
If
till
we
the
have
day,
that-
you don't wait till the day before the statute of limitations and say, oh geez, I need to go
We have
lien
one of
somebody.
the, one
Who
of the
does that?
biggest, Correct me if I'm wrong, one of the biggest persons in
Incredible.
Groveland that owe us tax money is a building on Washington Street that is contaminated, which if we were to take ownership of that building, we would take the cleanup of that building.
Correct, but we don't need to foreclose. There is a tax title placed on it. So we have
So-
stake again in the registry of deeds, but there's no plan to foreclose on that property. We would be
Right.
foolish to
Right,
foreclose on that.
and my point is, and it's gonna be a dead piece of property, because we're not gonna get any money out of it. It's one of the biggest persons that owe us tax money. There's no way to go after the owner, because they don't wanna take ownership of the building. They've given the building up as well. So the state's not gonna pay. They've already paid their money to do their end of it to clean it.
Is that
So that's our biggest hunk of money.
Is that company still solvent? Can we have town council see if they can pursue that another way, outside of foreclosure?
Yeah, we can certainly see what other
Pursue
options
it
there are.
civilly.
Yep, yep.
Because if
We
they're
have
still
to-
solvent and operating, otherwise, what is it, a brownfield property, and you gotta go through other, you know, you need a development company to take it over, and
It needs to be finished cleaned.
Correct.
Well,
So that's gonna be some money right there.
Let's get this process started, and then maybe Dan's point is we should go and discuss, we should ask the town council what options we have.
what to do with that property. That's a big number, it's a 100,000 plus,
There's a lot of history there, too.
160?
160,000, so what other recourse, what other avenues to get the damages? If they're still solvent, if the company's not out of business,
Right.
seems to me.
Which I don't believe they are, so.
But they're probably not taking any ownership, because they don't want, the state has a lien on it
Right,
as
it's my
well.
understanding everybody has a lien on
Right,
them.
so
We're not the
they
only
don't want
ones.
ownership of it.
Correct.
Nobody wants to take
Right,
ownership.
and ultimately, that building's gonna get to the point where it's gonna start falling in, it's gonna become a hazard to the neighborhood. Someone's gotta, you know,
But how does that affect our calculation in the local aid and everything else? Is it included in the revenue tax base of the town of Groveland? It ought to
No.
be taken off the
No.
out of the formula.
So once a property goes into tax title, it technically comes off of our books as uncollectible or
So you-
outstanding
So
receivables.
procedurally, you record that because it helps us.
Correct. So right now, we're fine. So that's why it was important to get all of the properties that were placed in tax title actually recorded as tax title on our books,
Okay.
because we've been unnecessarily penalized for them not being placed there.
And that costs us money. When you say penalized, we're throwing away tax dollars because somebody wasn't paying attention.
So now they are all properly recorded. Like I said, the Board of Assessors are meeting Friday to look at my memo, to vote on that. That should be a pretty quick process. And again, that will take care of 2,000, and actually some of them are like 98, 97 when it's the town-owned properties. That'll clear up all outstanding taxes through 2011. And then now I'm just dealing with 2011 current.
Can you, on your own initiative, seek legal counsel as to what to do with the dirty property?
Yes, I will.
Well, as long as Bill authorizes it.
I actually don't need to say there's anything, that's okay. Yes, I will call them.
are you good with the, is that your last?
I am
item?
all set if anyone else has questions on this.
I have a question for the director. Back to the snow account?
So the snow and ice account was
With a-
funded at town meeting, with a special town meeting through what was called a health insurance reimbursement account. What that was money that should have gone to the general fund or should have paid insurance premiums and was put into a separate account. That's one of the accounts that the auditor said we need to close because it's an illegal account and we're putting money in there and we're spending outside of town meeting appropriations.
Was that account set up for self-insurance? I had asked you in an email.
No, it was not.
Okay, how much was in there? You transferred a couple 100,000, 238 or something. What was in there? Was
It was about
400 in there
It
or
was about
600?
270,000, so.
So there's extra money.
There is extra money that will be either closed out or used for the year-end transfers, to cover any small balance or small deficits that we have.
So when
But that account needs to be closed out as
In
of.
some
June
ways, that was a windfall.
Yes and no. It was a windfall, but had it gone to the general fund, we would have had free cash to use for our snow and ice.
Okay. The other thing is, thank you very much for the budget to actual. It's not all the accounts, though. Can I have the other ones?
Yeah, and it's tough for us, and I saw you, and I have all your emails, and I
I
will
want to be a
respond to all
pest
of your
on that, but the
emails.
credit should equal the debits. I want to make sure I got the whole financial picture here.
We can't just run one report, so that's the problem, is that's the budget to actual, but those other accounts are special revenue accounts and carry forward accounts and things like that, that we can't just run. So I will have the town
You run a
accountant.
trial balance and show me what's in the account?
yes and no.
Yes or no?
We have a limited account on what we, a limited software on what we can run for accounting reports.
Effectively, what I'm looking for is a balance sheet and an income statement.
But we're a municipality, we don't do income statements
I
and balance
understand. You
sheets.
call them expenditures.
Correct. So we don't-
It's the label for the same thing. It's all
Correct.
cash in and cash out at the end of the day.
Yep.
It's plus and minus. So
But you have limitations with software to produce.
We do have limitations with software, so.
what report can you generate that tells me the financial position of the town at any point in time that shows me how much we have in cash, what we have in receivables, what we have in fixtures and depreciable items, if you depreciate, we'd like to know, and then what you have for payables, short-term debt, long-term debt.
There's no report we can run. It's something we'll have to hand generate. There's no report that can be compiled from our
Those are
system.
basic accounting functions. So I'm trying to wrap my head around, where's the town at financially as a board of selectmen here? And I can't.
Right, well, I mean, I can certainly give you our, I mean, it's not as of today, but our.
No, going forward, I don't,
Right, but I'm saying, you know, I can give you our official statement that we do for debt that compiles all that. Our audit report compiles all that. We don't have,
separate ledgers.
we don't have the capability to give you one report and say, this is
Can't
everything.
hit print on a general ledger and
Cannot.
give me a pile this big.
We cannot.
And
Even
I
to get
asked-
our fund balance, I have to run three different
Then
reports to figure out what
I'll
it is.
take the sub-account ledgers or
Yep.
journals.
Yep.
And I wanna know where we stand. I mean,
And the only thing that I asked Dan is that all well and good that you ask her.
and I don't wanna burden you.
Right.
I don't wanna discovery dump you, but I'm a
You sent me
newbie.
a lot of emails.
What I'm asking, Dan,
I don't know what's going on yet.
Dan, can I just ask that you be a little bit patient and she has other things she needs to do? Get the information out, but
I
please
didn't-
give her a little breathing
I
room to
didn't
get
tell
it.
her by 5 o'clock
No, I'm just
today.
I will get back to all of your emails. I will. And I know Mike was looking for some.
Did I
will
tell you
get back to
today,
everything.
tomorrow, or the next day?
Right, okay.
Going forward,
All I want the board to understand, if everyone's gonna ask her for emails and what have you, she has a job that she needs to do, be patient with her. She will get you the information, but I ask if everyone here can please be patient and understand she has a job she needs to do, and that's all I ask. Is that fair?
I think I've been respectful.
Right,
I
Ed,
mean,
fair?
Yeah, thank you, absolutely.
Joe, fair?
Well, I wanted a policy to restrict it, so I guess it's fair.
Well, I changed it.
Well, then, what are you gonna do? You gonna
can
tell
give
me
what
I
you
can't
wanted,
see
so I
the
try to do it a
financial
different route.
statements? I mean, then I'll file a Freedom of Information Act.
All right, it's getting late, I gotta move this thing forward.
Okay.
9:30, Selectmen's time.
Massachusetts Municipal Association actually is not in favor of the proposed legislation for upgrading the 40-something-year-old public records law. And I thought it would be a good idea for this Board of Selectmen, if we agree, that we send a letter to our legislative delegation that we are very much in favor, as a Board of Selectmen, very much in favor of transparency and openness in government and the liberalization of public records access for the public. I think we touched a little bit on it early tonight about online minutes, and that's gonna happen. We need a secretary and a few things to get on board. I wrote a lot of the minutes last year when there was a void, and our previous secretary had to catch up, so that's all coming. But certainly, we're in agreement that we want to be more transparent. But I'm a little interested in, I'm curious to know why the Massachusetts Municipal Association is against it. Maybe because they're in line with some of the legal counsel advice that has been generated out there in Massachusetts that I mentioned earlier. But I think the legislators in this area, like Senator Tarr's office, they would like to hear from local boards, local city councils, as to how we would weigh in as to whether or not we would be in favor of more openness and transparency. I think we certainly are.
Their board or our board?
From us, they'd like to hear from us. They're looking for public input. So I think if we voted on the fact that, you know, let's say that we generated a letter and saying we're in support of more open, an easing of a public records law, and there's some specific things that they're proposing. I suppose what we should do is we should study what it is, and I can bring that forward, and then if we want to generate a letter, I'd be happy to work with Denise or anybody on the board to generate a letter to our legislative delegation that we, as a Board of Selectmen in Groveland, believe that government should be a lot more transparent and hear the reasons why, and we are in support of the new legislation that's being proposed, so.
So they're gonna be transparent, I must be getting tired, because I'm confused, and I don't mean to be ignorant, but we're trying to get them to give the information to us?
No, so there's a pending legislative initiative to change the public records law, that the Mass Municipal Association, which represents the 351 communities, is not in favor of. But what Joe is saying is to reach out to the legislators to say that this board is in favor of it, if you are in fact in favor of it, to just voice your opinion, so that when your legislators are voting, they know how their constituents feel.
Yeah, they're very concerned, because our professional
I got it.
association.
have a draft of the
It
bill.
took me a little bit, but I got it now.
Our professional association that advises us is advising us not to support this legislation, so
For what reason?
I don't know, that's a good question, I don't know, I need to look at that, and maybe I'll bring that forward.
See, because it's a double-edged sword. You know, we're all reps for the government, but my loyalty is to the taxpayers. So, does the municipal association support government restricting information to the public because it limits liabilities for municipalities?
I don't know if that's what's driving their decision.
I don't know what the engine driver is on it, but as a taxpayer or a citizen, I don't want the government hiding the ball on me, and if they incur liability because they did something wrong, it ought to be exposed.
All right, so do you wanna look into
So-
that more?
Yeah,
So what's the agenda behind it?
let me look into two things, and I'll bring it at the next meeting.
Okay.
I'm
The
for more
Mass-
open. There was a Boston Globe article that talked about the Freedom of Information Act. It was last week or the week before, I forget. And what's happened is you request information, and the government agency gives you a bill for $5,000 or $3,000. So they frustrate you, the process. So, okay, you want to ask for the information, here's a bill.
There's also no legal,
So I think it's being abused by the government. You try to get the records, it's like, you want them? You have to wait a long period of time, and then you're gonna get a big bill for it.
So if somebody requests public information and someone in a town or a city doesn't get it to you, there's no legal consequence for that, and the new legislation tries to address that.
There should be a consequence.
They also are going to, the legislation, the new proposed legislation also compels our municipality and all municipalities to designate one person to be responsible for releasing information that's requested. We don't have that. There's a bunch of things. But you're right, I have no idea what is motivating the Mass Municipal Association to say this is wrong for us. They're our advisory professional association. And I sense that this board is all about more open access to government transparency, and we should maybe put that in writing and let our legislators know, by the way, despite what the Mass Municipal Association is telling us, we as a Board of Selectmen feel that this proposal is great.
All right, so why don't you get some more information
I will.
and bring it back next week?
If it's okay with the
Is there a
board.
draft of the bill?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
All right, anyone got anything else on the selectmen time?
Yeah, I do, just
Ed?
just one item.
I have 4 things.
Okay, well, Ed spoke up.
Joe and I were at the Memorial Day service last Thursday, and Joe spoke, it went well, they did a great job, but the flags in the town buildings were never lowered, and even on Memorial Day. I don't know whose responsibility that is, but that's something that should be addressed.
Well, I was out in the yard working all day, Sunday and Monday, whatever day it was. I went in and I was eating lunch late, and I went on my wife's phone, because I don't have social media, and it was all over social media. So what I did is I picked up the phone, I called over to the police station, I talked to the officer in charge. I said to the officer, can you send some guys around and lower the flags down to half-mast, because the governor had ordered it. I didn't know about it, I don't know if anyone knew about it, but that's what I did to try and be proactive about it. I don't know how it comes in, I don't know if anyone.
I can answer that question. I got on a listserv, and Denise is on a listserv. We were not on a listserv, that we know of, unless it went to somebody else's computer.
So emails are normally generated by the governor's office. I
Well-
don't know who had received them in the past year, but it was not myself,
us,
so
Bill.
That
I have
shouldn't be-
since.
That shouldn't be anything that needs to come from the governor's office. Memorial Day is one of the 3 days that I know of that the flags are lowered to half-staff. Veterans Day and Police Memorial Day, there may be others, those are the only 3. The governor shouldn't have to issue a directive to lower it on Memorial Day. That should be standard procedure.
Whose task is it to do that physically?
That's,
We don't have
That's the
anyone.
problem, no one's tasked.
Well, I think we need to
don't-
assign that as
Police
this.
department, fire department, nobody lowered their own
So
flags.
I actually asked the highway department change the flags for me before the ceremony. I put out new flags. I don't know who like I said, I don't know who normally would get that communication. If a serviceman passes away, we usually get an order. I don't know who the point person has been in this town. But now I am on that listserv, so going forward, I will hopefully receive. And my first instinct would either be to ask the highway department or call over to the police station.
Would the police do
Or
it?
the new
'Cause
maintenance person.
the police department's open every day of the year.
Right.
Makes sense, I mean,
Yeah,
on
and that-
holidays,
And that
certain people
instruction
are
from
around
the,
and others are not.
that instruction from the governor is very specific. I mean, you know, we know that the flags need to go down, but it'll tell you also specifically what time they
Time
need
it
to
goes
go
back
back
up,
up
yeah.
too, and those
Right.
are different times.
Can
I
we
can't
ask the
believe on
police
this-
department to be responsible for
this-
that?
Sunrise to noon.
Sunrise to noon. So a lot of flags were down all over the state beyond noon, and that was against, you know, what the governor had stated, so. It's good to be on that listserv, we're on it now.
I'll get you the book that explains it,
I'd like to see
when
it.
and how and under what direction.
Sure.
And it spells out that the flag shouldn't be lowered unless on order of the president or on order of the governor on any other days. And it will explain everything. I have a book somewhere on that.
So do we maybe ask the new maintenance person that, who do we go to? Who's gonna do this? I mean,
Well, I mean, I think we wait and see, and then we have some resources here. So if there's a custodian on staff when we need to do it, we have them do it. If the custodian's not here, we go to the highway. If they're not here, we go to the police department. I mean, I think we have enough.
okay.
But I don't know that, you know, if we designate one certain police officer, he or she may not be on shift when it happens.
right.
So I think as long as we're getting notified now is the more important thing.
Okay,
Ed's got 3 more items.
okay.
Wait a minute,
No,
Ed.
Dan had the items.
I thought you
Yeah.
said you have
I've
4
got
items.
4. I was appointed to some committees. So many, I've almost lost track of them. But I haven't been sworn in on them yet, because I called state ethics to find out what I should do. One of them was the CPC, okay? So what I was told is, I work with Michelle O'Keefe, she's a CPA, she's technically my employee, I am her employer. She is on the finance committee, and she is the CPC member to that, from the finance committee. Okay, I was also nominated as a liaison to the finance committee, and she is on that. So, what I was told by the people at the state, at the ethics department, I don't know what the official name is.
State ethics.
State ethics. They said that it's, I need to file an appearance of conflict of interest. I don't gain anything financially. She's as independent-minded as I am. I would never try to influence her decision. She's her own person, so am I. So they said, pretty much I'm all set if I file a 23B3 form to disclose that. Now, none of you knew that prior to appointing me. So if that affects your decision to appoint me to those committees, I want to give the Board of Selectmen the opportunity to change your mind. Or are you satisfied with my filing of the 23B3 forms? So that would be Finance Committee Liaison and my appointment to the CPC as the Board of Selectmen rep. And just the third one, I think it's kind of a stretch, but I'm just gonna put it on record that I'm a Board of Selectmen. I'm also a member of the Zoning Board of Appeals, and Mark McCabe was appointed, and he cuts my grass, so I'm gonna let people know that I'm gonna sit next to Mark McCabe on the Zoning Board of Appeals, and he cuts my grass.
I'll speak.
So if anyone has an issue with my role in any of that, let's lay it out there for the people of Groveland.
So my,
Maybe somebody else to cut your grass?
he does a good job. So my recommendation is this: in order for me to do my first of all, I'm gonna support the nomination and the votes that I made. However, as part of my due diligence, I'd like to get copies of what you file.
No problem.
Simple as
The
that.
rules are that
Other
if-
than that, you're stuck with the position.
as an elected official, I follow with the town clerk. On the appointed ones, the appointing body is the Board of Selectmen. So I'll just CC you on everything.
Good, thank you. You can give them to Denise,
And
and
if
she'll make
at any
copies
point in
for all
time
of us.
somebody changes their mind, if there is a direct conflict, then I recuse myself. So I know the rules, I've gone through the issues, and the fact that somebody cuts my grass isn't gonna make a decision on whether or not somebody gets a variance. The law applies.
Anything
I'll
else?
follow the law.
Anyone have anything else?
I think that was only number one.
Well, that was only number one. All right.
I'm keeping track, that was only number one.
I've been reading my manual on how to be a Board of Selectmen, so I'm on the second read. And procedurally, the chairman doesn't make motions. And I've read in the handbook that anyone can make a motion. So I think it might be, for efficiency's sake, a good idea that the chairman be able to make motions. It may get us out of here before 11:15. The other thing it says is, you don't have to have seconds to motions, but the problem with not making a second is that you can have someone like me saying, I make a motion, and then you're forced to vote on every single issue. So having the second allows you to say, okay, is there at least some support for the issue, to have a dialogue and a discussion on it. But, so I'm not in favor of doing away with the second, but I am in favor of the chairman being able to have the same rights as the other four members on this board to make motions. So I want to lay that out there for the board. It's parliamentary procedure, and it might be a change from the prior customs or tradition here in Groveland, but I think it's important that he can make his own motions. Otherwise, it's kind of like, hey.
So I think the fair way of doing this is put it to the vote to the board and let them decide if they want to make motions or not. Let me make motions or not.
I'll make a motion that the chairman be allowed to make his own motions.
Hold on, procedurally, we want to get out of the habit of not voting on things that are not on agendas. So, you bring up a good point, we need to put it on the agenda for next meeting, because it's
You
not on the
can't
agenda.
really vote under selectmen's time.
Right, we shouldn't be voting on the.
Oh, okay, all right.
So I will add it to the agenda for
Add it to the
discussion.
All right,
if you want.
procedurally, I've
Yes.
just broken a rule there.
Yes.
We need to get out of that
For
habit. I
next
think I've
time,
done
can
it a
we
few
put
times.
that on the agenda? All right, where
No,
was
to
I?
make a motion to
Number
go
3.
past 10 o'clock.
Lost my list. I crossed that out, we already talked about it, admin assistant to the BOS. The fourth thing was Nancy, I had, talked about, raised the issue of the administrative assistant. I've had a lot of good, positive things about her, provided me with information. I wanted to explore whether or not she wanted to stay working for the town, okay? I can't hire or fire anybody myself, but collectively, the Board of Selectmen can engage in hiring. I talked to her, and her answer was, gonna wait till the first of the year, and if the Board of Selectmen is interested in talking to her, then they could do that at the first of the year. So,
July 1st, you mean, fiscal?
No,
January
January
1st.
1st. She is limited to what she can earn under
Oh,
the
yeah,
pension, and
okay.
she's already exceeded that for this year, so she cannot earn anything
The Board
further.
of Selectmen's interested in engaging her January 1st, then she'll talk to us. But again, we're gonna post a position for a part-time administrative assistant. Where I'm going with this is, I think she has tremendous experience, a wealth of knowledge, and if we could get to the point in January, if we could authorize, if she came to agreement, then we could maybe use her in a per diem capacity. I think she's, has a wealth of knowledge and knows this town. I asked her some question about leases, and off the top of her head, and she sent me those leases. That took that off of Denise's desk. So, I think she's very fast and efficient just because she's been here for so many years. I asked her, some questions about what's, Washington Park, and is there a lease with the Bagnell Elementary School, or is it part of the regional school district agreement? And she gave me the answer. Who else in the building can just rattle off the answers to what happened 10 years ago, 8 years ago, 5 years ago?
I agree 100% what you're saying.
So,
She has a wealth of knowledge and what have you, but there's nothing we can do until January 1st.
I just want to plant the seed there.
I just want to make
that
sure we clarify that we're hiring a new administrative assistant. We're not in January gonna say this person, we're gonna negotiate with someone else.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
Okay.
bringing it up there for whatever it's worth, and whether or not the budget allows it, or we need
Wouldn't
to
that
wait
have
till
to
the
be
next
next year?
budget.
It'd have to be after January, so it wouldn't really be until July of the next year we could do something.
Unless there was a special meeting or something like that, and there may be other reasons for a special meeting.
Okay, so everyone has, are you all done with yours?
I'm done, that's
Okay.
enough for this evening.
I'm good. We have a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
At
All in favor?
10:51,
10:51, sorry.
for the minutes, 10:51.
Good.